go ahead. What?
Wait, something's wrong. It's...
The Gnosis! The remaining Gnosis! They're being...
I wanted to have more fun, so I came back for a visit.
Albedo! I swear I'm gonna...
Now, cool your jets. Hold off on the emotional outburst until you see my entire performance.
What? What's going on? What is that?
Impossible.
It can't be. That was supposed to be destroyed.
Proto Merkaba.
Proto Merkaba?
The place where I was born.
That bastard, summoning needless toys. You've forgotten your duties, haven't you?
Never mind that. Come back, Virgil.
What's your problem? I don't take orders from you. And stop talking inside my head like that. I'm not used to it yet.
I'm afraid you'll need to get used to it.
That's... So that's what this is all about. You're quite the cunning little bastard. All right then. But next time, I'm doing things my way.
That's what's intended.
Did you say this is where you were born?
Yes. Daddy gathered together the data he needed to create me on Milsha, and then he sent it to Proto Merkaba.
Are you saying that this thing was built for the purpose of creating you? That wasn't its original purpose. It was created to discover the true form of the universe. The form we ourselves were meant to have. But then he took it and...
Exactly. Just think for a moment about all the phenomena brought about by that lunatic. If that thing, the song, and the Zohar all linked together...
That's exactly why we dropped it into the abyss after we recovered the 100 series. How is it that it has returned again?
I don't know. But the original is still on Milsha. With only Proto Merkaba, he can't.
Federation fleet. Just like that.
Well, Proto, what do you think of my new toy? And that was using the minute amount of energy remaining in this thing. Just a mere fraction of what it's capable of. Icing on the cake, if you will.
That light. It's just like in Cosmos.
Originally, this thing, the Song of Nephilim, and the Zohar were a single apparatus. The Gnosis which seek the Zohar are responding to the faint waves that emanate from the sealed-off Milsha. This thing uses the Gnosis as a medium to collect the waves from the Zohar and store the energy it needs in order to operate.
How the hell do you know all that?
It was Ma Pesh. When I linked with her consciousness, I learned how to use this thing. I'm really quite grateful. Let's see then. I wonder how long it'll take to charge. 5 minutes? Or perhaps 10? You look a little pale there. Scared, are you? Perhaps I should just turn you all to pillars of salt. That's not a bad idea. Red will become white.
Don't mock us, you bastard!
So, what to do? All right. I know. My next target will be...
The weapon is retargeting! It's aiming straight for the capital of Second Milsha! What did you say?
Exactly. Those 100 series are sharp, aren't they?
Won't let you do this! Listen to me, Albedo! You stay right where you are! It's time for you and me to settle this!
Oh, please. That's not like you at all. You don't really give a damn about others, do you?
What?
Well, fine. Stop me if you can. I'll be waiting.
Damn it.
The target is a giant experimental facility that was long abandoned before its completion. A network of tunnels runs through the facility, and the reactor core is located at the nexus where they all meet.
All we have to do is take out that reactor, right?
Correct. That'll shut down Proto Merkaba completely. The data I sent to you earlier
Hello,
includes a map
hello,
with the most
hello,
direct
everyone.
route to the core.
Get the video
Right
capture
now,
on.
you are our only hope. I ask you on behalf
I
of
just
the
I got back
Federation
from the
government,
dentist
and as a member
earlier,
of the
so
human race, to
I
destroy
got a
that
crown,
abominable machine
so you know, nice crown
once
on
and for
my
all.
tooth.
Mommy.
So
Sorry.
I'm also hungry, so I'm
I
gonna be
didn't mean
eating.
for
So
you
if
to
you
get
see me
pulled into
eat
personal issues.
weird, you know
Don't
why.
worry about it.
Okay.
After all, my homeland is in peril, and we've received company approval. So it's okay, right, Alan?
This is the kind of a
Oh,
naka.
sure. Why would I want to miss out on the fun? Besides, it's not like you ever
Does
listened to
anyone
me.
know what this game is,
What
by
was
the
that?
way? I think
If
this
you've
is
got something to say,
Xenosaga,
say
but
No, nothing.
I can't get a straight
To
answer
the
from
very depths of
anyone.
hell. Hey, what are you trying to do? Jinx us? So, getting in won't be difficult.
Like,
right?
I would like to know what this is.
There should be no external anti-air
You're both like them.
since it was originally constructed as a manufacturing facility.
I don't know what this is.
However, security on the inside is most likely
We
to still
had some
function.
dental work done.
You should be prepared to do
Review the surgery.
What about the reinforcements from Second Milsha?
The spacebound units were destroyed in the first blast. It
Man, I really want to know what this is. You know what? I'm gonna just
In other words, it's up to us.
do this. I'll do this.
Guinan, I'm counting on you to cover us until we get inside.
Smiles, do you know what this is?
I have a request of my own as well. Don't let his provocations get to you again. All right?
Yeah, I'll be careful. You don't have to worry.
I'll take that as a promise.
Okay. Well, we're not watching. Sadly, we're not watching that. If I find out what it is, we might watch the whole thing. But I'm gonna pose the question on Twitter. Hopefully, hopefully someone can help me out. Oh my god, this is madness. What was I gonna do? I forgot. Oh yeah, I was gonna read this a little bit. I do have some drawing requests to do. I will get to them. I'm gonna eat first, then I'll get to them. So I didn't forget. Don't worry, guys. Let's see. Oh, that's great. We got a little spoiler, dude.
Hello everyone and welcome to the King of Hate Vlogs. This is my YouTube destination.
I almost kind of want to watch this. This is, dude, promo 2016. How old is DSP Gaming? 2018, right? Yeah, 2018. Dude, he should eat. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, well, let's get on with the show. You know what I mean? All right. As always, some of the best games the last decade. Oh man, that's a loaded question. Man, I really don't remember a lot of the games that came out in 2010, 2012. Man, I really I have a really bad memory because during this decade we went from like PS3 to PS4. Uh, um, damn. I really need to look at like the game releases or the games I have. I mean, I guess no would No More Heroes count, but I don't know, man. Because like this decade has been kind of weak compared to the last one, because that one had MGS3 and MGS3 was really good. Metal Gear Survive. Metal Gear Survive. Oh, that's the game of the decade. I know that's game of the century. I love Metal Gear Survive so much. I loved it so much, guys. I think I'm gonna make it my game of the century. Man. I mean, I guess technically for right now, I might have to look and do like a proper video on the decade. I've been wanting to do that anyway, but for right now, I would say Persona 5. Because that game got me into JRPGs. It got me really into a genre that I dismissed completely. So I have a little bit of a bias to it, I suppose. But Persona 5 really got me into trying JRPGs. So I would say that would be my game of the decade, or at least one of them. Shout out to Lorenzo. It is Xenosaga. Someday we might see Xenosaga on stream, dude. We're gonna fast forward this a little bit.
Welcome to Ask the King episode 80. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 80th ever episode of Ask the King that I've ever done.
Whoa.
It's a series that now, if I remember correctly, has been running for about 10 years.
Whoa, man.
Of Ask the King.
80 episodes. I want to hear that again. I want to hear that again.
This is the 80th ever episode of Ask the King that I've ever done. This is a series that now, if I remember correctly, has been running for about 10 years.
Whoa,
a decade
80.
of Ask the King. If you
a decade.
So,
man, I wonder why you mentioned decade. I guarantee it's because the question was asking for a decade.
Welcome to the show. Today's actually January.
Hey, Blazing Frost.
I welcome you all, and it's going to be a fun show. We got questions from.
I'm not. No.
I'll be honest.
I'm not selling Cleo.
This time around, we didn't get as many
No.
questions, and
I should ban you for that.
That's the case is because I did a podcast 2 weeks ago that had a big reveal, personal information about me, and we had a Q&A segment during that podcast.
Wait, what?
The honest reason I feel that that's the case is because I did a podcast. It'll be a fun show. We got questions from the forums, questions from Twitter. I'll be honest. This time around, we didn't get as many questions, and the honest reason I feel that that's the case is because I did a podcast 2 weeks ago that had a big reveal, personal information.
Okay, that's a little bullshit. Because he was asking for Twitter, and then he just says, "Oh, we have enough for the show," and now he's telling us that he doesn't have enough for the show. Okay. Oh my god.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. King, if you can, the forums, questions, personal information about me, and we had a Q&A segment during that podcast
Perfect.
where you guys had an opportunity to get a lot of questions in, and I answered a lot of them. So because of that, I don't think there was like a lot of burning questions in regards to things going on behind the scenes or whatever. More of the questions that I got today were more about the gaming industry and stuff like that, which is great. That's the kind of questions I'm answering. Like a lot of burning questions in regards to things going on behind the scenes or whatever. More of the questions that I got today were more about the gaming industry and stuff like that, which is...
Dude, Ask the King, the whole point of Ask the King is to ask DSP, like, about whatever. And it's like, oh, no one asked personal questions this time around, but we got gaming questions. Now, if you go to his fucking Patreon, he specifically says that he keeps some topics from Ask the King off limits because he wants only simple questions or whatever the fuck. Oh, thanks for the 4-month resubscription, DJ Filthy Rich. Thank you. I just did a Twitch stream yesterday. I want to do another one Monday, I think. I'm thinking Monday will be the Twitch stream where I do one of the Resident Evils or Persona 3. We'll see when you get there. But thanks for the resubscription. Big ups, man. But this guy's like, oh, I don't want personal questions on Ask the King. And now he's telling us, I would love personal questions on Ask the King.
Great. That's the kind of questions I love answering. But in particular, I don't think that we had like a ton of questions that needed to be answered. We'll see what happens in the next couple of months. The next episode of Ask the King will actually be in late March. I think it was like March 26th or 27th or something like that. It's always the last Thursday of the month when I do it. By the way, there's already a thread for you to post up your questions for the next episode of Ask the King on my forums on thekingofhate.com. So if you didn't get your question in for today and you're looking to get your question answered on the next episode, please, by all means, head over there to the forums and post up. And also remember, one of the ways you're guaranteed to get your question answered on this show is by pledging to my Patreon $20 or more a month, and then you get your question answered 100% for sure with an in-depth answer.
Now,
people ask me.
Now, what's goofy about this, though, is that at this point, like, I'm sure that whole $20... Now, oh my god. He should lower that reward so badly, because he doesn't have as big as a fan base anymore. Like, he gets almost everyone's questions get answered. Everyone's questions get answered pretty much. On Ask the King. Like, there's really no reason to spend $20 a month for a reward that, like, you don't really get. Like, that you don't really have to worry about. It's really lame. And people who, like, cheer and shit get their questions answered all the time. Like, it's a dumb reward at this point. He should just lower the reward. But he doesn't want to lower it. He just wants to keep it at $20 because fuck you. Hey, Michael, you're on time, dude.
well, Phil, what's the difference between just like cheering 50 bits and asking you a question, or pledging the $20 on Patreon and asking a question? Well, if you pledge the $20, you get an in-depth, well-focused answer. I'm going to spend a big chunk of my show answering your question. Versus if you cheer, I'll probably spend a minute or two just blabbing out a quick answer and then moving on. See what I mean? So there's a big difference between the two.
Okay. So for if you cheer, you get a more direct question, a more direct answer. But then if you give him some money or you ask him about the king, he'll just fuck around for like 5 minutes before giving you an answer. So like, let's say that you cheer, hey Phil, what's 2 plus 2? He'll be like, it's 4, dude. But if you ask that same question and ask the king, hey Phil, what is 2 plus 2? Well, you see, back in the day, we created addition. Addition is a very handy tactic on everyday life. We add all the time, and we may not even realize we're adding. Like, we add this, we add that, we add so many things. We add a lot, and it changed humanity a lot, and it also bridged the way for other complex mathematics, and it really makes you think about numbers. So to answer your question, 2 plus 2 equals 4. And that is a number that a lot of people have agreed on, and that is what it is for today, is 2 plus 2 equals 4. And it's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Alright, so with that being said...
It's so dumb.
Welcome everyone to the show.
Welcome
it's time
everyone.
to start with questions. I actually got a few contributions that came in here. So thank you for Third Eye the Third's cheer. Kissing Demon resubscribed for 26 months. And Uzi Gohar cheers says, chat demands I take off my shirt. No, that's absolutely disgusting. If you see what's under here, you'll never be able to see anything for the rest of your life because you'll be blind. It's that gross.
He literally took his shirt off before,
let's get started,
though.
Everybody. First question of the show is from Tynel. And Tynel says the following.
No,
no,
I'm fucking tired of this fucking sarcasm. Hey, you go blind. Or like, oh, I like sarcasm. You guys are getting blind. Oh my god.
20 Phil, since the new decade, can you think back and tell us some of the best games from the past decade? 20.
Oh yeah, you got paid to shower too.
Well, I mean, incidentally, what I have to do is think back over all the games that I've played during my time as a content creator. You know, I didn't really start covering games all the time.
Oh my god. Come on.
I didn't start really taking it seriously until like 2010. So just off the top of my head, some of the biggest playthroughs and games that I cover, you know.
He wasn't asking. He literally wasn't asking for what's the biggest playthrough of the decade. It was what's your game of the decade. Let's hear that question again.
Decade 20 started, everybody. First question of the show is from Tynel, and Tynel says the following. Happy 2020, Phil. Since the new decade, can you think back and tell us some of the best games from the past decade, 2010 to 2019?
Has nothing to do with his fucking career.
Over all the
this is fucking stupid.
My time as a content creator, you know, I didn't really start.
That's irrelevant.
Games all the time until 2009. I didn't start really taking it seriously until like 2010. So just off the top of my head, some of the biggest playthroughs and games that I cover. You know, Batman Arkham Asylum started an entire trilogy of Batman games that ended up being absolutely outstanding. Heavy Rain, the game that kind of got me into the narrative-based style games. Although I did play some Telltale games before then, Heavy Rain was the one that kind of like boom. Right, wow, it's a murder mystery. You can play different characters. Your choices actually matter, etc.
What?
Definitely. Mass Effect 2,
whatever.
Probably the best game of the Mass Effect trilogy or any Mass Effect, the entire Mass Effect franchise.
Oh, we're gonna sit on the fence for this.
Hopefully, I'll be able to play sooner rather than later again because I only played it once ever, and I'm actually dying to go back and play the game again. So that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. We have to wait.
Of the BioShock trilogy, I would say BioShock, the original, is the best one, but BioShock Infinite was a close second, and that actually came out this last decade. So I would say, yes,
no
BioShock
shit.
Infinite probably ranks.
Really? Infinite? Okay, whatever.
Definitely Skyrim.
Skyrim?
For the longest time was kind of one of my longest playthroughs of all time.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. And again, he's signed this to his fucking playthrough. That's not the question. That has nothing to do with the question.
Absolutely, Witcher 3 probably
oh my god
in the last decade, although a close second I would say would be Persona 5, which I think is actually my longest running playthrough of all time.
Oh my god,
man.
You just picked like the fucking mainstream answers, and you had multiple answers. I gave you a direct answer. I said Persona 5, baby. Woo!
Let's think. What
Let's
else
think.
has come? Oh, Last of Us. The Last of Us definitely one of the
Oh yeah, The
coolest
Last of Us,
narratives
great,
with some
breaking new
interesting
ground.
elements. I think it was more the narrative that kept you hooked than anything else. And I would definitely say the Uncharted series. Obviously, not all the Uncharted from the past decade.
Damn it, my chat likes Skyrim. I can't show Skyrim, dude. Bullshit.
Exploration mechanics and fun gameplay. Super Mario Odyssey. 100% my favorite platformer of the last decade. I think it was the absolute best 3D platformer I've ever played. I still believe that. A lot of people downplayed that game, but I think Super Mario Odyssey was absolutely outstanding.
Who downplayed that game? Who downplayed Mario Odyssey? If anything, the only person that downplayed it was DSP. But okay, whatever.
Zelda Breath of the Wild, best Zelda game I played ever for YouTube.
Ever?
I would say the only Zelda game I like better than Breath of the Wild would be Link to the Past. But Breath of the Wild...
You never did Link to... Wait, did he do Link to the Past for YouTube? I don't think he did. Whatever.
It took Zelda into the modern era.
Oh,
feel like a modernized game instead of having all these outdated mechanics and things. I actually really like Breath of the Wild that much.
Whatever.
See, I would say Fallout 3, but that's not the last decade. Fallout 3 was 2009. So I can't technically say that. And I do think Fallout 3 is probably...
Arkham Asylum was 2009, wasn't it?
Of all the modern Fallouts I played, that's the one I like the most. But that was not this decade. What
Fallout 4?
I think that would be it off the top of my head, you know. I'm sure there's a lot I'm missing. You know, you think back... okay, I will say this, and a lot of people have issue with this. Modern Warfare 2, when it came out...
What?
Okay, for me, was like the FPS. It was like the most hype thing ever. But
who hated Modern Warfare 2?
Right? I want to say that was 2009.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Excuse me.
So then it can't count.
So that technically wouldn't be last decade then. See, the thing is, Modern Warfare 2 didn't age very well, and over time the game degraded and ended up being really shitty online. But when it came out, man, that game was fucking
Hey, base out slow.
But I think that was 2009. You know, people would argue Assassin's Creed as well. Different ones.
What?
You know, again, I would probably say Assassin's Creed 2 is the best, but I think that was 2009. You know, I think that was actually not 2010 yet. But maybe it was. If it was 2010, then definitely Assassin's Creed 2. And the last game I'll throw out there is the God of War. God of War, when they rebooted the series there, outstanding, amazing game. So there you go. Those are some of my picks.
Oh, terrible picks. Those are terrible picks.
There you go. Okay. Next question.
Well, Resident Evil 2. What about Resident Evil 2 remake, dude? It was a big thing,
Do you
dude.
believe that people should be jailed for verbal racial...
Oh boy, this question, this fun little question here, but I'll answer it before Phil answers it. Should verbal racial abuse be a jailable offense? Well, okay. In my opinion, I don't think it should be a jailable offense. That's dumb. I think it. I just think the terms of service of websites are enough. Like, hey, you're doing something like hate speech, whatever. You know, you're suspended from the platform, whatever. That to me is a better offense, because that's just better, because it's like, yeah, you know, the website doesn't want this on their site. You know, you get suspended, whatever. The jailable thing that I heard sounds kind of dumb, and I kind of feel like there's more to it than just saying mean things, you know? Like, because, I mean, are people really going to jail for typing mean stuff online? I don't know. But that's at least how I feel about it. Like if it's legit, like you're going to jail, I would say no, just suspend the account and that's fine. I think that's enough that people should suffer. Wouldn't be all for people going to jail for it. The UK doesn't have freedom of expression. I mean, yeah, it doesn't, but I mean, I don't know. I still feel like even then it would still be goofy at this time. I don't know, but
racial abuse as they are in countries such as England, Do you feel that this is the most effective way to stomp out racism from society, at least on a public level? Do you feel as though that would be too much of a violation of free speech? First of all, is that true?
Is that true?
Is that true? In England, if you're saying racist things, you can be arrested and imprisoned. Is that true? I'm not aware of that. I don't know British or English law. If that is the case, that's wild to me because that does not happen in the United States. In the United States, you're free. It is true.
True?
Yes.
Huh.
No one's elaborating, but people are saying it's true. Wow. In the United
DSB is instantly thinking, can I get my detractors arrested? Can I get them in jail? Can I put the trolls in jail? It's going through his mind, dude.
United States, you can say whatever you want, but then there's consequences. Like, you can say whatever you want, and then if...
But isn't going to jail a consequence, though? I mean, they can say whatever they want, and then the consequence is going to jail in the UK, so...
If you get your face caved in, I mean...
Oh.
You know what I mean? Now, the thing is...
But if you get your face caved in, that guy can also get in jail. That's actually a crime.
Your face in for saying racist stuff, you can then press charges. So it's kind of a weird system we have here. Like, and then if you get your face caved in, I mean, you know what I mean? Now, the thing is, if someone caves your face in for saying racist stuff, you can then press charges. So it's kind of a weird system we have here. Like, here's the truth of the matter. I think that racism is incredibly stupid. All right? I don't feel that any race is superior to another. That, there's people who are... Here's the truth of the matter. I think...
Here's the truth of the matter.
That racism is incredibly stupid.
Guys, don't hate me for this opinion. This opinion is fresh, it's hot, it's controversial. Racism is bad. Yeah, I said it. It's like that meme of Jesus, dude, where he speaks the truth. What's going on with it? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if you can hear me. You should be able to hear me. Yeah. Okay. This is so dumb. Racism is stupid, guys. Okay? Racism is stupid. I don't want to sound racist, but I think Jupiter should be considered an enemy planet. Oh no! Oh man, that's hate speech, dude! Jupiter did nothing wrong. Jupiter just doing Jupiter things, man. Come on.
All right? I don't feel that any race is superior to another. That, there's people who are incredibly gifted and people that are incredibly stupid of every race and every denomination. It doesn't matter what color you are. The color of your skin is stupid as shit. Okay?
No shit.
Now, scientifically, you can argue that certain races may be prone to one thing better than another. That's scientifically proven as well. But overall, shouldn't be a generalized bias at all against any race. I've always had friends of every color of the rainbow, and I don't give a shit.
Wait, what? Rainbow?
Proven as well. But overall, shouldn't be a generalized bias at all against any race. I've always had friends of every color under the rainbow.
Under the rainbow.
Shit. What color?
Dude, I want to see his purple friends, man. But... I can't be racist. I have friends that are different skin color, dude. I can't possibly be racist. Great defense. And all this is literally because people have been calling him a racist for so long. And DSB is wants to be prove to the world he is not racist by saying racism is stupid and I love everyone. He wants to be a cool cat. He wants to be a cool cat of everyone. But, the best way to show that you're not racist is just to don't make dumb jokes like, oh, shoot, he's black, or whatever the fuck that joke was that he said.
Color you are, I don't prejudge anyone. Okay, I never have in my entire life.
You prejudge the trolls, though.
But people
Come
can
on.
definitely say generalized things, and then people take it the wrong way and think it's racist, right? So it's a
What?
slippery slope, like my entire life. Okay? But people could definitely say generalized things, and then people take it the wrong way and think it's racist, right? So it's a slippery slope, like how far...
Saying generalized things is racist, though. You're generalizing a... Okay. How many times have you heard DSP say, the trolls, they generalize me. They're generalizing what's going on and all this other stuff. But that's wrong, and we should not be allowed to generalize DSP, but he can generalize any race under the sun. Are you fucking... This is so fucking dumb. Like fucking saying like, oh, well, you know. It's okay to say generalized things. That's racist, though. That's basing a whole race under a general. Oh my god. Generalization.
How far do you take it? What can you say? What can't you say? In the United States, my opinion is this, all right? I really don't care what the hell your opinion is on race. I wish that you wouldn't be racist, because I'm not. I wish you would be more like me and be more open-minded. But I don't care if people have...
Wait,
what? Opinion is this, all right? I really don't care what the hell your opinion is on race. I wish that you wouldn't be racist, because I'm not. I wish you would be more like me and be more open-minded. But I don't care if people have these preconceived notions and they have these experiences that make them prejudiced against one race or another. Just don't fucking turn it into practice. You know what I mean?
So racists shouldn't try to improve their personality a little bit. Maybe they should be open-minded. No, let's not have that opinion. Let's have the opinion that it's okay for these people to be racist, and then have them rock around and just kind of promote, not necessarily promote, but have like toxic attitudes towards people based on race. That's a better solution. Whatever.
You'd be very surprised what people say behind closed doors. I'm being honest with all of you. You know, this is people who I've known my whole life, and then behind closed doors, they're saying things about other people of other races. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't know this person was ever like this or thought that. That's crazy. I don't think that way, but who would have thunk it, right? You're like, holy shit. But if that doesn't become...
Was it Cat? He's like in a room and he's with Cat, and then Cat just randomly starts saying hate speech, and he's like, oh my god!
Practice, it doesn't matter. You know, if you have this stupid... I don't think that way, but who would have thunk it, right? You're like, holy shit. But if that doesn't become practice, it doesn't matter.
But what does becoming practice mean? That they go around, like, donning the KKK outfit and shooting people based on race? Like, is that what he's thinking is putting into practice mean? Because people can be racist in many ways that are very, like, straightforward, but, you know, you might have to use your brain a little bit, but DSP doesn't like doing that. And I think he fucked up his layout, too, because the template is not fully stretched, you know? But whatever.
You know, if you have this stupid bias, I mean, it's dumb and it's ignorant, but it's the people who take it too far. The people who now they're going to take that to the streets. They're going to say, that, you know...
Take it to the streets.
You know, go back home because you don't belong in the United States, shit like that. Or, you know, just incredibly racist things. I'm not going to hire someone because they're a certain race. You know, we're going to have bias on who does what because of their race and shit like that. We mistreat people.
So what about if racism is systematic, though, and it's built into the system? Like... Oh my god. You know when you get like... Well, I don't know if you guys probably have better teeth than me. My teeth are fucking terrible, but... I hate when you get crowns and like get like food on the other side. It tastes fucking... feels weird.
Because of their race. That's fucked up. Okay? So, you know, I personally, I've always been said that I'm an open-minded guy, and certainly I don't think that bigotry because of their race, that's fucked up. Okay?
But there's like all this other systematic like racism that goes on in everyday life that people may or may not even know happens. I mean, it's, you know, whatever. But I mean, you can't just say like, oh well, racism doesn't exist, and people who are racist, whatever.
So,
Whatever.
you know, I personally, I've always been said that I'm an open-minded guy, and certainly I don't think that bigotry or racism is good. But I can't stop anyone from being that way. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing I can do to stop people from thinking in fucked up ways. But at the very least, just don't practice it. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, dude! Like he didn't ask what, like, DSP do something, and he's saying, "What would you do?" in a hypothetical, but he takes it so literally. Like, I can't do anything, dude.
Messed up decision making in your life based on these stupid, ignorant opinions or things that you have in your head. You know, but some people are. Some people are just so dumb that they will actually take this and yell at people racist things in the streets and make these say horrible things, do horrible things, treat people horribly because of the color of their skin. Should those people be prosecuted? I mean, for what they say?
Say?
I don't know. You know, that's a very tough question.
How is it tough?
Again, I would be interested because he specifically brings up England.
England?
As a point. I would like to see how that law is actually implemented in England.
Implemented?
Like, to what extent? If you just walk up to someone and call them a racist name, can you go to jail for that? Or is it more like, oh, you're berating someone? Or, you know what I mean? Like,
well, obviously, it's under the guise, obviously, it's more directed towards cyber harassment. It's a little obvious that that's why they have that law there. It's for cyber harassment shit. Like, I don't know why he's just like, I can't you go to jail? I need to know the laws better? I don't understand the laws, man. Why do you have to understand the laws of fucking England to have an opinion on this? It's just, hey, you know what? I don't agree with it. I think people should just get their account suspended for it, whatever. You know, the report feature is there for a reason. Yeah, the guy might make multiple accounts, but, you know, that's, you know, whatever. But no. Instead, we get like, I don't know, I need to understand the laws. He has to go to law school to understand anything, I guess.
Levels of escalation. I don't know how that would be implemented in the United States. I don't. But in the United States, basically, you could say whatever the hell you want as long as it's not life-threatening. That's the one thing. If you threaten someone's life, that's illegal. But you could say whatever.
Hey, you know what? DSP did threaten someone. Mr. Healthstuff has the video. It was during that Triforce guy, that little podcast, and somewhere in the middle, like near the end of it or so, like DSP just randomly starts making death threats to Triforce. If you ever talk shit, you're dead. All that kind of shit. All that kind of shit that is pretty much threatening is there. You said it.
Want about someone. You can insult their appearance, you can insult their race, you can insult, you know, anything about them, all right? As just a general insult, that's allowed. It's when you escalate it to something physical or a threat that becomes
I don't have a cowboy hat, dude.
Get in trouble for it.
I have a beanie.
So I don't know, you know, again, that's I don't agree with that. I think that I do agree that freedom of speech is important. Certainly, as crazy as people are, I think behind closed doors, people should be able to say whatever they want. In your own home, even if it's ignorant and stupid. I mean, that's your home. That should be a protected place where you can say whatever you want. Right?
It should be a safe space, dude.
The essence of freedom of speech is that you're able to discuss topics and come to resolution. You say the craziest shit.
Yeah, but that's not going online though. When you're talking at home, you're talking either with your girlfriend, your parents, whatever. But when you go online, that's broadcasted to the world. Does ZSB still believe the meme that whatever you say on the internet is like personal and private or whatever the fuck? Come on.
But as long as, you know, you can maybe come to a more intelligent resolution because you considered the crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to try. Well, no, Little World Order. The difference is that it's a great difference. The trolls, they make money off of Phil. That's the crime. Not that they're making fun of Phil. That they are making money off him, and they're saying stuff that is like really fucked up. Really fucked up. Apparently, the trolls say more fucked up shit than racists do. Okay, you know, trolls are. You know what I mean? Come on. And he's just saying that racists that say bad things, those guys should not get in trouble. You know, they're just fucking around. But the trolls, get them.
I don't think that we should have schools of thought that are 100% shut off, ever. I think that everyone should be able to think whatever, as long as they don't, again, take that into practice. Some people would disagree with me.
Yeah, the Daily Cat attacks, dude. We're still attacking her right now.
Guy.
I should move this
closer. And I've heard people, I'll be honest, I've heard people who are very bigoted and very racist in my life, and I came to the conclusion of my own intelligent thought that racism is stupid as shit, and in my own experience...
Wait, what?
I'll be honest, I've heard people who are very bigoted and very racist in my life, and I came to the conclusion of my own intelligent thought...
He came to the conclusion on his own, guys, that racism is bad. Oh my god, guys. Good job, DSP. You did it. You figured it out. You know, it's like that scene in Ava. This is a little bit of a spoiler. When Shinji, like, what was really going on? Okay, so remember in Neon Genesis Evangelion, Shinji, you know, goes to that little room and everyone's like congratulating him, like, congratulations. It's like that, but like Shinji was like, figuring out that being racist is bad, so he goes in that little room and everyone's like, yeah, good job, DSP, you figured it out. Racism is bad. He figured it out on his own. He didn't have anyone to tell him that. He did it on his own, guys. He did some extra credit homework.
That racism is stupid as shit, and in my own experience, that it has no grounds in anything factual, and I think that racism is incredibly
How do you know it
bad,
doesn't? Oh
and
my
it should
god.
not be, you know, ever be practiced. But I can't make people not think it. You know what I mean? Should someone be jailed because they think that way? No, I don't think so. But should they be able to just go into the street and constantly insult someone with racist shit? Oh man, I don't know. I can't answer this question. This is a tough one. This is actually one
what
of the toughest questions I think I've tackled because I don't think there's a good answer. And
okay, Mabel, can people without fingers clap? Ask yourself that first, then come back to me. Well, I guess they can. I mean, they can clap like this. So Jasper can clap. He can clap. He doesn't need his claws to do this. He can use his little nubs, whatever. Jasper has now. Poor Jasper. But yeah, how is it like tough? And like, yeah, maybe you know. But the thing is that this is talking about fucking online, and he's like saying, "Oh, if someone comes down the street, should they go to jail? You don't go to jail for walking down the street. You go to jail for saying it online, dumbass." And secondly, you could just say, "Hey, if someone go down the street starts treating you like shit, you know, you should be able to What? Oh my god, and 13. What?
I am gonna be honest, racism is stupid, dude. My own intelligent thought dictates this. Then Theo stands up and starts clapping. Congratulations, Phil. Tevin stands up and starts clapping. Congratulations, Phil. Soon everyone is standing and clapping.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Thank you, 1337, for the $1.30. Oh my god, that was pretty good. Oh man, I wish you know what? Okay, I'm going to do a little rant about that, okay? So they have the soundtrack to Ava on iTunes, wherever. They do not have that piano version that they played in that ending. They don't have the fucking piano! And it's like the best fucking song they don't have it. I'm mad. Oh my god, it's so good. I would play it, but I don't want to get claimed, dude, or blocked.
I don't. I believe in freedom of speech. Absolutely, I believe in freedom of speech. But I guess the
Did you see that?
and I don't. I believe in freedom of speech. Absolutely, I believe in freedom of speech. But
Oh, these are
I
weird
guess the
blinks.
question would be: at what point does freedom of speech become abusive and derogatory? Not derogatory, defamation, right?
Defamation?
Because if
It's hate speech. Why can he not say hate speech about this kind of stuff? But whatever.
you just make a general racist comment versus you're basically saying this person is devalued because they're a race. I don't, dude. This is tough. This is so tough. I can't answer the question. What I would need is specifics. I would need specifics to categorize a situation.
Oh, now he needs to categorize the situation.
Do I feel that that's extreme enough that one would be jailed or in this case,
sued?
Yeah, jailed for verbal racial abuse. You know, I would need to know what exactly is the law in England, and then kind of compare it with the law here to give an informed answer. So it's a tough question. I've been talking about it for almost 10 minutes. I still don't think I've even gotten to the essence of the question because I don't have enough information. Okay. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the next question so we don't dwell on this one all day.
So actually, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna return the dishes. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'll be back. Someone said I should wear a cowboy hat for Ask the King. There, I'm wearing a hat. I'm wearing a hat now for Ask the King, okay? Okay, you happy now? Oh, fuck. Fucking around. Alright. That's the Greek. Okay. Now, I got some drawing requests to do. I'm gonna do them as well. So let's get that started. I know Goober wanted Joker, so doesn't matter what Joker I pick, Goob. I mean, do you have a preference? Because I'll draw whatever. I'll draw whatever Joker you want. If you don't care, I'll draw whatever. I don't know. Doesn't matter? Okay. So, Bloy Ripper wanted Jansen from Lost Odyssey. Just kind of looks like Max from Mad World a little bit. A little bit. Okay, so I'm going to do him first, then I'm going to do Goob's character. So what is the next question? I'm going to move it up. There we go. What? My god, OBS. OBS is like trying to scare me. What is this question? Oh my god. Another clown question. What is the line where political views are coming too strong in video games? Life is Strange 2 is a good reference. Who fucking cares? Like I mean to me I think the line I draw when I look at fucking propaganda tier stuff is when it's like shallow writing. Like Life is Strange 2 is pretty shallow and it's not well written, but I mean the way that DSP shits on it is really specific, but like that's pretty bad. There's like I would like there's another example I could go to, but I mean there's stuff that's like kind of Ghostbusters. The Ghostbusters reboot is one too, where it's like, you know, they made that movie specifically to have girl Ghostbusters, and they really went out of their way to kind of focus on that aspect instead of the movie. Like with stuff like that, that's kind of where I draw the line. If it's like, hey, we're doing a game and it's gonna be about uh, like Nazi hunting, let's say, like in Wolfenstein. Well, it's not really an SJW game. It's because Wolfenstein does that, and it's Wolfenstein. Oh yeah, Detroit Become Human is also kind of goofy too, with how bad the writing is for that as well. It's that, and then there's like Jordan Peele is doing a show on Amazon that people were not really too excited for, and it's about like them hunting for Nazis or whatever that like snuck into America, and they're like kind of like looking normal people and that kind of stuff. I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting story because like it's done it has an interesting tone to it. Like I don't think you know what I mean? Yeah. Borderlands 3 literally only has a female lead characters. The main bad guy is literally a leech, and the underwear guy is naked the whole game. Borderlands 3 is just a bad game. Borderlands 3 is just a bad game. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just a bad game. I played it, and I like two. I could at least have fun. I enjoyed 2. 2 is fun, but 3 was bad. You can't enjoy anything anymore. Yeah, you can. You just have to stop being negative. You have to stop being negative, dude. Alright.
You mentioned in your Life is Strange 2 playthrough that the SJW themes were a little on the nose and maybe too much. What is, in your personal opinion, the line where these themes are coming on too strong?
I want a
Do you
better
think artists and
image.
game devs should strive to be politically neutral, or do you think they should put their own bias into the art?
No, that's dumb that they should be politically neutral in their work, because if they're doing a story that requires to talk about governments and politics, you're gonna have to be political. Like, look at fucking Metal Gear. Like, imagine if oh shit, you're right. The audio change for this layer. But like, imagine if Kojima was politically neutral in the Metal Gear games. You just wouldn't get a story. You'd be like, it's like you can't be politically neutral. And the only reason why these people want to be politically neutral is that it has liberal themes and it talks about like, oh man, equality is important. Oh no, guys, the horror. And a lot of these people that react this way are people that are just reactionary. Like you could have a cutscene. Like, you know what? I'm gonna bring up Last of Us 2. A lot of people are gonna roll their eyes, I guess, but whatever. In Last of Us 2, that trailer had Ellie and that girl kiss, and everyone kind of ignored everything else about that game. And I was like, oh my god, guys, this is propaganda. This is so. It's like it's just two people kissing. Like. Really? Like it's that big of a deal? Like I don't know. Like I always thought that was a little goofy. Now of course you could say, well Theo, Naughty Dog has these writers and they oh man they do this and they do that and I get that too, but Last of Us 1 was about saving the world. The Last of Us 2 is about finding Some lesbian... No! No! Big fat baby legs. I mean, that was technically the story of the first one, but it didn't end up saving the world. And after that, it's kind of... You can't expect the Last of Us to just be like, okay, we found the cure to the monsters, whatever. I don't think that world will ever go back to normal. I don't think that's gonna happen. So you're always gonna have these other stories going on that are not like gotta save the world guys. So
They're passionate about that subject, and that's from Jeff Bezos' right now. I don't know if that's how you say his name, by the way. I think it's the CEO of Amazon or whatever. Here's the thing about Life is Strange 2. Alright? I'm totally for a game integrating an issue from real life into the game to make it seem more realistic. I'm not all for the game making the entirety of the game shoving that political agenda down my throat. If Life is Strange 2 had a situation where there was one character in the game who was like a racist, and so because the protagonist...
Now look how much that makes sense. Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense for there to be one racist character. What?
They have Latin heritage. Because of that, maybe the guy's racist against them and treats them poorly or whatever. I'd be like, fair enough. There are definitely racist people in the United States of America who treat people like that. So maybe this is a case of one of them, and I understand that's what they're going for with this representation. But there were literally like 3 episodes out of the 5 where the kids were treated in a racist manner.
Like this is just retarded. This is a retarded ass point. Oh man, this like out of all the things you can complain Life is Strange 2 for, out of all the things, the part that DSP is like, this is bullshit, is that there's multiple races in a country. He thinks it's more believable if there was only one? What? It would make more sense for there to be more of them, and most of the time, to a certain extent, possibly, races kind of go together. I don't know, like, I mean, look at the people who, I kind of was going in and out of this Life is Strange 2 playthrough, but there was, like, in one of the episodes, like, there were these people that were, like, trying to, kick them over the border or whatever, like, they were kind of on their own, they weren't legal, organizations at all, they just kind of did things on their own. Like, that's a racist, and, of course, there's multiple races in these episodes. Like, it's just so dumb to say that, well, this is bullshit because there's more than one. You're telling me there's more than one racist? Of course there's more than one racist. Why wouldn't there be? Why would there be only one in a fucking country? It's such a dumb argument to make.
Overwhelmingly because of their nationality, you know, where they came from. And to me, it's like, that's too heavy-handed.
Too heavy-handed.
Like, that's a skewed perspective. That's you shoving your narrative down my throat and not giving accurate representation of how it actually is in the United States just because you're trying to prove a point or say something political. And for me, that's overbearing, you know? And me, again, I'm an open-minded guy, so if you want to push a narrative or you want to have me think a way maybe that I normally wouldn't think or whatever, or put me in the shoes of these kids who are being treated in a racist manner, because normally I'm, you know, be very honest, I'm white. Normally I wouldn't be treated in a racist manner in the United States no matter where I go, because white is a very common, you know, race here, and it's hard to, you don't really get treated in a racist manner. So, oh my god, I'm playing a protagonist who's actually being prejudiced against racist. It puts me in their shoes and like, man, that's really fucked up. I think that game did a good job of that, but at the same time, 3 fucking times in a 5-episode thing that is happening is like too much. It's too heavy-handed.
And then again, like, DSP doesn't understand that people can just be unlucky and see a lot of bad people in at a time. Like, these kids could just be very unfortunate and see all these bad individuals. It's very possible for that to happen.
It really has to do with good writing, and Life is Strange 2 did not have good writing at all, okay? The other thing is, this is Life is Strange 2. It's a sequel. The first game didn't have those kind of discussions. And
it didn't have those kind of discussions? Okay. Life is Strange 1 really went into a lot about school shooters. It talked about fucking class systems. It talks about a lot of stuff. I mean, arguably probably better than 2, but
to cram it in, okay, once. Oh wait, the whole game's about it. You know, it's like, wait a minute, you know, you're people who bought Life is Strange 2 on the premise that, oh, it's going to be like a continuation of a game like 1 and it'll be good. And it really wasn't. The writing was completely different and it really turned me off. Like, by the end of the game, the writing was so ridiculously stupid, I just didn't care anymore. I didn't care if anyone lived or died or nothing.
he said that
complete opposite. In the first game, I cared about the character.
Wrong. Fucking wrong. We watched him play the first one before the Jefferson reveal. He fucking threw Jefferson under the bus for no fucking reason. He threw him under the bus because he was a hipster. But now he's telling us that he cared about his choices. I mean, he cared about some of them, but he cared about them in retarded ways. Oh, Chloe wants her gun back? No, don't give Chloe the gun. Why? Why not give Chloe a gun when she's dealing with bad people? Like, it's so dumb that a lot of his decisions were retarded to begin with. But he went out of his way to blame Mr. Jefferson and had no proof that he did anything wrong.
I wanted them to survive. I wanted to have an outcome to this ongoing mystery of what was going on at the school. And the second game was just like, I didn't give a fuck about these people by the end because the writing was so shit, you know? So I would definitely say Life is Strange 2, the problem here was not the theme. It was that the theme was hammered in. Like, I didn't get it the first 5 times. You got to hammer it in a 6th. I get it. These kids are being treated in a racist manner because they're not white. I get it. Okay, but I don't need to know that 45 times to get the picture. I got the picture the first 5 times. You see what I mean? So I'm okay with politics being in games. I'm 100% okay with that. As long as you don't become a hackneyed writer who just fucking tries to shoehorn in every moment you can something about people being racist to a certain race. You know what I mean? And I really feel that's why Life is Strange 2 sucked. Fair enough? Okay. Moving on. Next question is from Kalena. And Kalena asked the following. From the previous decade, you were well known on the internet as the guy who raged at video games, particularly the ones that fell under the fighting game genre. You infamously criticized certain games for presenting you with unfair challenges, such as overpowered boss fights, horrendous cameras, awful checkpoints, and lame online connections, just to name a few. After the latter half of the previous decade, you seem to have really transformed into a calmer and chiller guy who withdrew blaming games for their flaws. My question to you is, what were the most relaxing and stress-free games that you played in the previous
Oh my
decade?
god. This guy really wanted to suck his dick. After transforming into a calmer, chiller guy, what are some of the most relaxing, stress-free games you've played? Oh man. Honestly, I play a lot of games. I would honestly say doing the art streams are chill. Like that's like the most chill things I've done. Is art streams and DSP streams.
And which ones made you feel the happiest while you played them? First of all, I'll agree with you to some extent. I don't want people to think that now in the modern era, I never call a game out, I'll never get angry at a game, and I'll never say, oh, I think that this is unfair, this isn't working. That's not true at all. What I am is I think I'm more fair now. You know, if I'm playing a game, I'm not going to overly criticize it, make fun of it just for the hell of it. Back in the day, that's what I did. Like, my shtick on YouTube, for probably the first 5 years that I did this, was Phil was the guy who was over-the-top humor. Over-sexualized, you know, generalized kind of, you know, racist jokes and stuff.
Racist jokes and stuff.
Ultra-violence, right? Always swearing like a sailor. And also over-the-top stuff when it came to criticizing the games. He would always just be ludicrous with the stuff he would say about the game, complaining constantly, saying it was totally unfair, saying the game was a piece of shit. Like, that was my shtick, right? That was the games. He would always just be ludicrous with the stuff he would say about. Phil was the guy who was over-the-top humor. Over-sexualized.
Phil is the guy that does this. He was the racist guy, the over-sexualized guy. Like, oh, there it is.
generalized kind of
Generalized?
racist jokes and stuff.
Generalized racist jokes and
Ultra
stuff.
violence, right? Always swearing like a sailor.
Ultra violence?
And also over the top stuff when it came to criticizing the games.
Now, I like how he says that, oh, I was known for these things. I have never heard anyone say, hey, Theo, have you heard of DSP? He's the swearing guy. He's the guy that says boobies.
Always just be ludicrous with the stuff he would say about the game, complaining constantly, saying it was totally unfair, saying the game was a piece of shit. Like, that was my shtick, right?
That was his shtick, but if you'd say that to him back then, I am not a character! I am honest! The props I have are real!
That was the thing that I portrayed in my video.
No, that was a shtick.
Not to say that I didn't have those thoughts naturally in my head, but I would completely overblow them so that I would always have a commentary to fill dead air, okay? That's always what I would do because I knew I had to have a catch to make people come watch my content. And when I first started on YouTube, it was the raw, unedited gameplay, and then it was like I need another catch. So, basically the first 2-3 years that I did it, I was kind of formulating what I was going to do, what was going to be my persona when I did these gameplay videos. And that's really what it was, okay? I would say in the last 3 or more years, since I became an interactive streamer, I don't really have to do that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there's no dead air to fill because I have a live chat in front of me. At any moment, excuse me.
Yeah, his commentary is so bad now. Back then, some of his playthroughs would have, like, such small amount of dead air. I mean, there would be dead air in there, but it would be like, oh, yeah, this guy, look at W's, whatever. He would kind of talk. Now, if I go over there, then I can get the dragon. Oh, okay. Shout out to Bubbity Bubbity for the $50 cheer. 50-bit cheer, excuse me. A guy uses penne points to say that he likes my content. I'm very cool. Yeah, you know what? I try to be cool, man. It's very chill, man. That's his fucking commentary now. It's terrible.
If a game isn't hyper interesting or super fun, I don't have to sit there and say, oh, this game sucks, or say something stupid and over the top and immature. Instead, I can just talk with you guys and hang out and have more fun and kind of relax. Streaming now is way more relaxing than it used to be. Way more relaxing. It used to be stressful for me when I had to do playthroughs because, man, I got to entertain thousands of people today. I got to do what I can to entertain these thousands of people and hook them and keep the views coming and rolling. Now it's not like that anymore. Now it's like, I'm like, okay, I'm coming to stream today, guys. We're going to hang out. We're going to have fun with games. We're going to have some fun interactions.
We're going to have fun interactions.
It really is a completely different thought.
That's so ridiculous. You have to come to stream and say, guys, we're going to have good interactions today. This guy talks like he's talking to a fucking program.
Than it used to be back in the day. All right. And the truth of the matter is, today, the games that I play that end up being more relaxing playthroughs, I feel end up being some of the more enjoyable. Versus some of the games that I play that are more stressful, they don't really let them be more interactive streams because I have to concentrate on the game so much. I don't really get to interact with you guys that much. So even though, don't get me wrong, it's not like, oh, that's it. Phil's never playing a From Software game ever again because they're too stressful. He can't interact with the chat. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is definitely now, with the style that I've adopted, it opens itself up to more relaxing and chill games that normally back then, on the old school YouTube videos I used to make, no one would watch them. Everyone would complain, this playthrough sucks, it's boring, Now it's different, okay? And in reality, I have actually really enjoyed coming to a fun, relaxing stream where we could just hang out and have fun with a chill game versus, oh, this game's all about serious gameplay and hyper concentrating on the game because it's very challenging. You see what I mean?
See what I mean?
So, following along in that vein of what you're saying here, okay? Your question is, What are some of the most well, first of all, your statement was that it seems today I don't really say stuff like there's no lame online connections, awful checkpoints, horrendous cameras, etc. That's not true. If that happens in a game, I still call it out. Absolutely. Every time I play fighting games online, I complain about the lag because there's lag. Every time that I play a freaking From Software game and the camera squishes against the wall and I can't see shit and I die because of it, I call it out for that, okay? I'm currently playing Donkey Kong 64, okay? It's a game from 1999, and the game itself is outdated by 1999's standards. There have been other 3D platformers between the release of Mario 64 and Donkey Kong 64.
His DK64 playthrough is so fucking bad. It's like he doesn't know how to play a fucking video game. He had to learn that other bananas that are a different color that were faded out were for a different character. It's like he plays the game and he knows that Donkey Kong picks up the yellow bananas. Oh, he sees purple bananas? Well, why can't I pick up the purple bananas? I understand. He really did not like that game when he first played it. Like, it was just him. Like, he went in. I bet you he went in expecting it to be a side-scrolling platformer, and then when he noticed that it was a 3D game, he was like, "Oh fuck this!" and he clocked out immediately. Mentally, he was not there mentally.
That were better. So I'm going to call that game out, and I do. I'll say, man, these controls are terrible. Man, this camera really sucks. I can't see what I'm doing, etc. I'll call it out for that. But that's not the end-all, be-all of what I'm doing, and I'm not overly exaggerating those points to try to fill dead air and keep it entertaining. Instead, I can just say it when it happens and then move on to other stuff and interact with you guys to have fun on the stream rather than it just being go, go, go with that kind of content. You know what I'm saying? So, to get to your actual question, what are some of the most relaxing, stress-free games that I played in the past decade? I would say, out of all the games that I played in the last decade, that really gave me like a chill and positive vibe, I remember Sonic Colors, for some reason I really liked. I don't know why. I think it was the combination of the music and just the graphical design of the game and the gameplay. It really was like it was a challenging game, but it was free-flowing. It was fun. I remember the end of the game was really neat, the ending. So I would say that. I would also say Kirby's Epic Yarn, right? The Kirby game where everything was yarn. That game was just a breeze. There really wasn't any significant challenge to the game. That was more of a game that you 100% just play to enjoy and have a relaxing time rather than worry about insane challenge.
Then why didn't he play Yoshi's Woolly World for chill
definitely,
streams?
You know, some of the most chill streams I've had over the last few years. You know, MLB, right? Having these baseball seasons where I'm just swinging at baseballs. I don't really care about anything else. Doesn't really matter if I do well or not. It's more about hanging out with you guys.
Oh, he loves some MLB, dude. That's why he talks about the detractors all the time.
Field the balls or whatever.
Wait.
Having these baseball seasons where I'm just swinging at baseballs. I don't really care about anything else. Doesn't really matter if I do well or not. It's more about hanging out with you guys while I try to hit the balls or field the balls or whatever.
Feel the balls. Great quote. Feel the balls.
In that case, it's not really. It's even though I get enjoyment when I hit a home run or whatever, it's more about the fun we have talking, right? You know, some people were bringing up Minecraft. I would say this, yes and no, because there's some streams of Minecraft that I'll play and everything goes according to plan, and I get to build something nice. I get to interact with you guys, or maybe we're just farming for materials that stream or exploring. Those are very chill and relaxing. But then there's some streams when everything goes wrong. I'm trying to build something and it doesn't go right, or I run out of resources now. And oh my god, enemies show up out of nowhere. I got a raid coming into my town. Uh-oh, I was out exploring and, you know, I got attacked.
All this stuff, like, happens, like, once every year. His Minecraft playthrough is so fucking boring. Like, the fun stuff, you have to, like, wait a year. Or just pray to God that the realm of probability is on your side. It's so bad. It's such a bad fucking stream when you watch his fucking playthrough. It's trash.
Now it's a desperate fight for survival, right? So it really depends. I'd say some Minecraft streams, yeah, and others, no. It's kind of a unique combination. I'm just trying to think. If there's anything else off the top of my head that comes, you know what I mean? What do you guys think? I'm curious what you guys would say in the stream chat. Like, what were some of the most chill, relaxing, gameplay that I did in the last decade? What do you guys think?
Now, I like how the person asked DSP this question, and then since he couldn't come up with an answer, he asks the chat. He outsourced the question. Oh, what a chill game I played? I don't know, like Sonic Colors, Epic Yard? But really? I don't know? So what do you guys think?
In the meantime, Mature Adult cheered. Thank you for the cheer, Mature Adult. And Super Sly Gaming gifted a sub to King of Hypocrisy. So congrats, King of Hypocrisy, and thank you, Super Sly Gaming, for the support. Night in the Woods? Dan Anonymous says Night in the Woods.
Of course, man.
Arby's is Pokemon Sword. I would agree there. There were very few times in the Pokemon Sword playthrough, maybe a few gym battles, but nothing that was really crazy, hectic, or challenging. Is more relaxing. I agree there. Final Fantasy VI, yeah. Whenever I play a classic like that, I would say it's definitely a more chill, relaxing playthrough for sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. 100% agree with OG Rascal. Judgment. Judgment was like the ultimate fun playthrough for me last year in 2019.
Judgment.
Here's why. It had combat. And sometimes the combat was challenging, especially the boss fights. But in general, the combat in the streets of Kamurocho was pretty simple and easy. There was so much content that every day I played the game, I didn't know what I was going to do. I could wander around the streets of Kamurocho and run into 10 side missions. That's a 2-hour stream. We're done. Or it could be there, I don't do any side missions. We just focus on story. But no matter what, it was like a fun open world experience. It was relaxing. It was entertaining. There was so much content in the game that there was always variety. And a lot of people have told me they actually feel that like my Judgment playthrough was like the chill summer of 2019. They're always going to remember.
Who said this?
Because that was like 2-3 months we played it, starting in June, July, August, right? I didn't finish it till late August. So it was like 3 months or 2.5 months that was the chill thing we did at night. And a lot of people really enjoyed that and loved that. And I did too. That's going to be a playthrough that kind of sticks with me for a while. So, Judgment.
The playthrough is gonna stick with him for a while. He had to be reminded about that game. Oh, Judgment? I'm gonna always remember Judgment. I'm always gonna remember that. Oh, Auntie Rascal, you reminded me of Judgment, exactly! Sure, yeah, Judgment's definitely gonna... It's gonna stick with him till the day he dies.
There you go. That's a good one. Good call out there. Okay. Continuing on here. Is this a two-parter? It is a two-parter. All right. So this is a two-parter.
Oh boy, two-parter.
Very in-depth question, so please bear with me.
Let's see what the question is. Thoughts on backseating now ruining my playthroughs because I'm an interactive streamer? Oh god. I was watching this fucking stream on Tevin's restream. Oh my god. This is, oh man. I'm not looking forward to this, but Backseat gaming has not ruined my playthroughs. Actually, I discourage it, dude. I have in my rules no backseat gaming until I specifically ask for it. So like, because the way I see it is that I should just try, suffer, whatever through the game. Like I was playing RE2 yesterday. I didn't sit there like, guys, what should I do, man? I don't know what to do, but I was figuring out, this is my gamer skill, the gamer mode on during that playthrough. I figured it all out on my own. But there's sometimes, like Shenmue. Shenmue is a game I've been trying to figure out time to time. It's like, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that. But if I'm like lost, like I missed a bar scene. Like I was supposed to win like a game of darts or pool. I think it was a game of pool. And I sucked at it, failed, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And I was going through my notebook, my journal. I was like, I don't know what to do, guys. And oh my god, what the fuck? Give me that. Oh my god. whatever. And then Shenmue, after I was like trying to figure that out, I was like, oh man, I don't know what to do, guys. And either someone helped me during that playthrough, or I eventually figured it out. I don't know. I don't remember that Shenmue playthrough that well. Didn't beat it yet. Theo was having fun with Mr. X, clothes lining. Dude, I still think about that perfect time I paused. Because I was in red. I was like, oh god, I'm gonna fucking die. And I did so much work. I walked down the hallway. Mr. X corners me. And he's walking, and it's like, this. And then I just like paused, load, yeah, no.
2 paragraphs I have to read before we get to the question. This is a question from BlackSpawn89. Get ready. Okay, everybody? Might be a long answer as well. So, here's his question. He says, well, I understand the transition over to a full-time streamer, understandably. One of the toughest things that you do in your playthroughs, which have ruined plenty of the games, is allowing backseat gaming and allowing people to give you hints and or advice on how to succeed in a game. I may or may not be alone in this, but gone is the excitement of seeing you persevere through a game, no matter how cryptic or tough a section of the game might be. I enjoyed that you didn't care much for the This Is How You Don't Play people, trying to capitalize on your failures, and that you treated every playthrough like the old days of no hand-holding from the chat or other people. I give it a very retro feel, and felt really rewarding and satisfying as a longtime viewer to see a streamer pull through instead of being told how to figure something out. It felt unique to see someone, stubbornly or not, give a tough game a good couple of tries because it felt organic and it felt like the pre-internet days of perseverance. Okay? Let's continue on. Told you this was a long question. It has, at least in my opinion, ruined so many playthroughs that you have done, and my question is, have you considered or will you consider a no backseat gaming policy in the near future? From spoilers to being basically handheld to a section of the game, it feels like chat interaction has taken a far bigger prevalence that has arguably taken away one of the unique features that DSP gaming brought, which was raw, unedited gameplay that many viewers, including myself, loved. Other streamers have warned
oh my God.
people on Twitch for spoiling or giving advice on a section of a game. Is this something that you have considered? Okay.
That was like a
this
story
is going to be a very
time.
involved answer because there's a lot to cover here. I started off back in the day as a YouTuber. I didn't live stream at all until 2013 was the year where I first started live streaming. And in reality, I didn't take live streaming seriously as a medium of interaction with you, the viewers, until 3 years ago during my Breath of the Wild playthrough in 2017. So in reality, I've only been doing the interactive streaming thing for 3 years out of the 11 that I've been a content creator. All right? Back in the day when I used to do YouTube videos,
I'm sure that was
I
lovely
always
to
recorded
see if you saw
offline.
it.
There was no chance whatsoever that people could spoil the game for me, and so everything was 100% honest first-time reactions to me playing a game, with very few exceptions. Maybe a few games I had played before, and I was playing a second time for YouTube. Or in the case of a few games where I knew I was going to need help and I looked stuff up. But in general, yes, my playthroughs were honest reactions of me just flubbing through a game by myself with zero help. Okay? And back in the day, when YouTube was a very different animal, that's
oh my God, YouTube and Animal,
long-form content.
not Joker.
Every single fail, every single mistake. They liked seeing me rage every time that I fucked up, right? That was a thing. That was a part of my shtick. Watch the
shtick,
yeah. Play this hard game and fuck up a million times and swear, and everyone laughs at him and makes fun of him, right? So, yeah, I would actually say, back in the day, that's what I did, okay? Now, the thing is that over time, things change, okay? And a few things changed over the years that I feel really made it so that that kind of content didn't really work anymore. Allow me to explain.
Allow me to explain.
The long-form playthroughs. People didn't like it.
Theo loves Mr. X.
People were getting shorter attention spans on YouTube.
Oh my God, I want to hear that again.
Didn't really work anymore. Allow me. Over time, things change, okay? And a few things changed over the years that I feel really made it so that that kind of content didn't really work anymore.
Right here.
To explain. First of all, the long-form playthroughs. People didn't like them anymore. People were getting shorter attention spans on YouTube.
Now this is a nice thing to say. He pretty much called his YouTube audience. Oh my God. He said his YouTube audience has ADD, pretty much.
Wanted digestible content. They didn't want to go see a 300-part playthrough of a game that was 30 hours long. They wanted to see a 5 to 10-part playthrough of a game where each part was like maybe a half an hour to an hour long, and it was edited. It cut out the dead air. It cut out the stuff in between. This is what became popular on YouTube during this time frame, and a lot of people around the 2012-2013 time frame said, Phil, you're a dinosaur. You're doing things
Phil,
the
you're a
old way.
dinosaur.
You're doing things the unedited way. No one wants that anymore. Everyone wants the new montage style playthrough. No one wants the raw content. And, you know, I hate to say it, but to some extent, people were right. I still think that there were people who loved my style of gameplay, but I was the exception to the rule because I had been around the block and doing it for 5+ years at that point. I had a following, but in general, the common viewer was coming to YouTube for something more digestible. And I hate to say it, this was a time frame when people started saying, oh my God, gaming on YouTube is big business. So if I come in with a team of people who have video editing expertise, a ton of money and financing so we can finance this as a business and come in with equipment so we can have studios to film ourselves playing games and edit that at a high quality rate and throw that out on the internet, we can make big money. And so guys like me who were doing it for the love of it didn't want to sit there editing their content constantly to cut it down to just being edited montages of the best moments. And I wanted to highlight every waking moment of all the content that I was putting out. Basically got trampled on because people being edited montage money. And this is a
Look at
business
this.
and coming with equipment so we can have studios to film ourselves playing. Team of people who
He acts as if like an army of people marched. Like, who are these team of people? Ugh.
who have video editing expertise, a ton of money and financing so we can finance this as a business and come in with equipment so we can have studios to film ourselves playing games.
Now, I like how oh my God. TSP at a call center, oh no!
The guys in the call center always preferred my raw, unedited scamming. Everyone else would shorten the scam. I was in it for the long haul. I am doubling down on it, dude. I am not changing how I do my scams. Snort assertive T-pose.
Snort assertive T-pose. Oh my God, this is... No, I like how he kind of shits on these people for wanting to make movies. Oh my God. Wanting to make gameplay videos. How dare they come in with all this stuff and... Oh man, like...
Edit that at a high quality rate and throw that out on the internet, we can make big money. And so guys like me who were doing it for the love of it didn't want to sit there editing their content constantly to cut it down to just being edited montages of the best moments. And I wanted to highlight every waking moment of all the content that I was putting out. Basically got trampled on because people got almost...
No, I like how since he didn't like doing editing, no one liked doing editing. No one. Everyone did not like editing and they all went away. They got destroyed, dude.
Brainwashed, but basically they got well, I can't think of the word, but basically they came to expect that when you're going to watch a playthrough, for it to be a high quality playthrough, you cut out any of the fails, you cut out the dead time. This is going to be just the best and worst moments of the playthrough in an edited style from people who have video editing know-how, and it's never really one guy anymore. It's a team of people all working together to make a best product. It became very, very, what's the word I want to say? I don't want to say corporate, but manufactured. You know what I mean? Instead of this is the love of the game, I'm putting out raw videos because I love video games and I want to share my experiences with you daily. It became, this is a team of people making professional style videos to make money. And sadly,
no, he says he shits on these people for wanting to make money. Now imagine if people said that to him. Oh, DSP only does streams to make money. I don't make streams to make money. I don't do it. But here, he's like, well, these people come in with their big teams that they edit, and they do it to make money. How does he know they're doing it to make money? How does he know that? Well, I'm very concerned with the, okay. But, I'm very concerned. These people make money, man, and how dare they? The people are like brainwashed, man.
Became prominent on YouTube. Okay? And so, what I had to do over the years, I had to adapt, okay? And eventually I adopted live streaming. And then in 2017, I said, if I'm going to continue doing what I love, which is playing games, not sitting and editing videos and doing montages and all this shit, I have to change my format of content delivery because the YouTube format doesn't work anymore. People are not going to YouTube for that raw, unedited content anymore. They want something different. They want this produced content, manufactured content, content that is a lot of time, effort, and money and expertise put into, people coming into it to make a profit, not people coming into it just because I'm a gamer and I just want to sit down and play a game. Okay? In fact, my videos that were that long-form, unedited content became highly criticized. And why do you think This Is How You Don't Play became popular? Because people looked at me and said, wow, there are people who are doing exactly what Phil does, but they edit it and they do it high quality. Phil's lazy and he doesn't do that. Now, in reality, that wasn't the case. In reality, I was working harder than a lot of the people putting out that other content. But people didn't want to see that.
He was working harder than the people making that content. Now, I have a feeling in his little mind, he thinks that all of these people who edit these videos go through like, all right, the start of this part, the end of the part, put it together. Start of this part, the end of this part, put it together. And he thinks that's what these people are doing, but that's not what they're doing. They have to watch the whole playthrough to see the best parts. He put out so many parts for MGS3 initially. Like, that was probably a lot of parts that Evil AJ had to sit through to see what parts he wanted to use. He didn't just take random parts or parts that of him like at the beginning of this area, at the end of and then when he passes that area. This is ridiculous.
He thought that me just sitting here playing games was lazy, but you have to realize I was here 7 days a fucking week playing games. I was putting out 5 times more content than those people, but just because those people's videos were edited and shiny and, you know, looked professional, they got all the views while my content declined over the years because of this weird mentality that you had to have that overproduced.
Isn't what he does now the shiny? He gives us he has hype trains, he has all this shiny stuff on his streams, and he wants to add more shiny stuff to the streams. Okay.
Manufactured style content for profit in order to actually be good, and that my old style of being raw and genuine didn't matter anymore. Okay? So that's why This Is How You Don't Play became prominent. These were people who had the time, unlike me, to cherry pick the moments they felt were funny and or made me look stupid, edit them into a stylized video with comedy shit added in, and those became hyper popular and viral on YouTube. And I didn't do that. Again, I stayed true to who I was, okay? So, that's what happened during the YouTube years, okay? Now, the last 3 years that I started doing live streaming as an interactive streamer...
Now again, that had absolutely nothing to do with the question. The question was literally saying, oh, do you think Backseat Gaming has ruined your playthroughs? And he gave us all this fluff that wasn't even relevant. He talked about people coming into YouTube, making money, doing all this. All that stuff is irrelevant to what the guy fucking asked.
I realized this is the only way that I'm going to be able to retain the kind of content that I want to do. People are not going to YouTube to watch raw content anymore. They're going to live streams. So I had to totally switch up my formula. The thing is, when you go from a YouTube base to a live streaming base, there's so many changes. One of the main things you got to do is have constant interactivity to engage your viewer base so that they will stick around. Because if you're playing a game ignoring the people there, what's the point of even showing up to the stream? And I did that from 2013 to early 2017. I streamed and basically ignored the chat all the time. And basically those people were like, what's the point of even going to the stream when you could just watch on YouTube?
Wrong.
Now.
That's bullshit because he had more views at that time when he was doing that than what he's doing now. He had more views average when he was ignoring the chat than when he's being interactive. This is just fucking dumb.
There is big incentive to show up to a stream. You're going to interact with me. If you cheer, sub, or tip, I give you a shout out. I read things out of the stream chat. I interact with you guys. I take feedback live. If I get stuck on a part of the game, yes, people will try to help me to advance in the part of the game. Now you might say, well, wait a minute. Why does that happen? Why do people try to help a streamer who's stuck? The answer is very simple. Because people who are watching a stream want to see advancement. They don't want to see 47 fails in a row. They want to see the next part of the game. They want to see that gamer having fun. They like the person on the other end. You know what I mean? People who watch my streams frequently like me as a person and as a gamer, and they want to see me enjoy the game.
But how can they like you as a gamer if they ruin the whole point of playing the game? Like, of course there's going to be people that are going to want it to backseat game, because the thing is that, and it happens to me a few times as well. I watch someone play a game I love, and that person is like struggling, and I'm just thinking to myself, oh my god, this is very easy, and this that, like, I might get impatient with the streamer. But the thing is that the reason why a lot of streamers have a no hand-holding role is because it ruins the enjoyment of the game for the streamer, because believe it or not, guys, sometimes when people stream, they care about video games. And they just don't want to be sitting in chat seeing a guy constantly, hey, you need to do this, do this, do this, oh my god, dude, you need to go over here. And it's like, and it gets a little annoying, and then it starts to do a lot of shit that you probably don't want in your streams, and then you have like fighting in chat, because then you have people saying like, oh my god, stop spoiling the game for him, he's trying to have fun. You know, like, you have that kind of shit. Like, it's such a bad road to go down to enable backseat gaming, because you're gonna eventually find that one guy that's gonna hold your hand, and then he's gonna like get mad and flip out because you didn't do something right. Like, just play the game you want to play. Like, okay, yeah, I'm struggling, but that's like the whole point. Ugh.
They don't want to see me sit here and suffer for 3 hours on one boss because there's a nuance of the boss fight I'm not understanding. They want to see me fight and win and pass that boss so I can go on and see the rest of the game. You understand?
Well,
It's a more positive vibe now
on
live streams because they're interactive than it ever was before on YouTube, where, hey, if I don't want to see Phil fail 47 times, I'll skip those 5 videos and go to the next part. You don't get that option on a live stream because you're watching live. You see what I mean? So, that's the deal. Okay? Now, I 100% agree with you, Black Spawn. If every stream was just people telling me how to do everything, that would be incredibly boring. And I hate to say it, but people are just dickheads, and they want to believe the worst, and they want to see, even if they're not here live on the stream, they want to think that every game playthrough that I do, the only reason I ever succeed at anything is because someone told me how to do it on the stream. That's not the case. Almost never does that happen. In fact, I usually only take advice if I'm actually doing something challenging and I'm stuck. Or the other situation would be, there's something cryptic in a game that normally I would have missed and actually adds something very significant to the game. And then the stream helps me with it. So for example, when I was playing Bloodborne, all right, if people didn't tell me you need to get those 3 umbilical cords and you need to have them in your inventory or eat them, whatever it was, because I don't remember, and you need to do that by the end to see the true final boss, secret boss of the game, I would have, you need to get those 3 umbilical cords and you need to have them in your inventory or eat them, whatever it was, because I don't remember. And you need to do that by the end to see the true final boss, secret boss of the game. I would have missed out on a really fun critical end boss, and I would have been disappointed. So, thank goodness, people interactively told me during that playthrough, you need to go do this.
But, like, the whole point of playing video games is so that you can fucking, like, go back to them. Like, the game is cryptic, sure, but, like, he goes into them expecting to, like, get it, like that. Like, oh, I'm gonna master it immediately. Like, that's not the point. Like, you're supposed to play it, like, okay, I'm playing it this way. And then you find out later after you beat the game, wait, there's more? Oh boy, when I go on my second run, I'll do that. Like, that's the point. He does not like he doesn't like replay value, I guess.
You're not gonna miss out on a big, important part of the game when you're playing it, right?
Right.
Now, does that mean that they held my hand and they spoiled and that's bad? I don't think so.
I don't
think
think
that
so.
enabled me to do another fun boss fight. You see what I mean? But some people would actually disagree and say, well, Phil should have just done whatever he did, right? No help and no interaction at all. The thing is, when you adapt to become a live streamer, you have to adapt your content. You have to become interactive. You have to.
You have to, dude.
If I sat here and I said, no spoilers policy, absolutely no help or hand-holding ever allowed, a bunch of people would say this is boring. Phil's ignoring us, you know?
Phil's ignoring us.
We want to see advancement in the game. We want to see proceeding. And he's not. And now
Hold on.
we don't care. A bunch of people would say this is boring. Phil's ignoring us, you know? We want to help him. We want to see advancement in the game. We want to policy. When you adapt to become a live streamer, you have to adapt your content. You have to become interactive. You have to survive. If I sat here and I said, no spoilers policy, absolutely no help or handholding ever allowed, a bunch of people would say this is boring. Phil's ignoring us, you know?
Phil's ignoring us. How? You can't talk about anything else? Like, this is so dumb. You could be interactive without talking about spoilers. I know it's crazy. It's like, that's retarded. No spoilers, man. Yeah, because I guess my no handholding policy, guys, I never talk to you guys. During the Resident Evil playthrough, I never tried to talk to you guys. I ignored you guys. I was like, look, you guys are gonna be posting spoilers. Usually, what people do is either the viewers get it and they don't hold your hand, or you time them out. You don't ban them, because it's a dumb ban, but you can time them out in so many ways. Like, okay, I'm gonna time out this guy, and he'll come back in like 50 seconds or whatever the fuck. And then he'll come back, and he might say, "Why was I timed out?" And I'll say, like, "Look, I have no hand holding. That's it." Now, some of I don't know if anyone has anything harsher than that, but I mean, that's kind of what a lot of people do. And it thinks that, oh, if I don't talk about spoilers, I'm ignoring the chat. That makes no fucking sense.
We want to help him. We want to see advancement in the game. We want to see proceeding. And he's not, and now this is boring and we don't care. We're not going to watch anymore. That's the difference between YouTube on-demand content and live streaming interactive content. And I've learned that over the last 3 years, is that the interaction is a huge part.
He learned nothing.
Again, by no means am I saying, oh, every single part of a game should be spoiled for me and everyone should hold my hand every day. When I'm playing a game that's challenging, I do want to give it an honest try the first time around. I don't want anyone to tell me how to do stuff. Right now I'm playing Donkey Kong 64. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing in this game. At first, I was so confused, I needed a little bit of help, so people started explaining, oh, certain bananas can only be collected by certain monkeys, certain coins.
You had to be explained that.
Certain ones of the family members. And then they
have the family members
that allow you to get to other areas once you unlock the characters.
I like how he had to be he had to be explained about the battery, about the bananas. Ridiculous.
Once that basic premise of the game was explained to me, now I'm playing it. I don't need help at all. Now I'm coasting through. I'm finding all the hidden stuff simply because I know the basics. Now, a perfect example here. I was like, man, I guess I'm stuck, and I guess that I don't know what else to do to get these final bananas. So I'm gonna leave this area. And someone in stream chat spoke up and said, Phil, you missed it. When you use Diddy Kong's jetpack, there's a secret area you can go to. You got to fly through a ring 3 times. Not that the game tells you this. It's something cryptic you need to figure out. And then you unlock a whole new area, okay, where now you can get a new banana for everybody. And I'm like, oh, shit. Well, I probably never would have figured that out on my own. This adds to the playthrough now because I can do this, and immediately we can go to new areas and new challenges. See what I mean? That's the difference. If someone had just immediately said, Phil, when you're in this area, as Diddy Kong fly through the ring 3 times, that's a spoiler. But if you see I'm done with the area, I'm about to move on and miss significant content, all right?
Yeah, then you should have the rule by saying no backseat gaming until I specifically ask. So that way, you can have your interaction you want with your chat, and you have a question to give them, too, as a bonus, and you can, give people that want to see you struggle a fucking answer. This is fucking dumb.
There you go.
There you go.
See what I mean? So I feel that there's a balance. Certainly, I'm not going to say here, oh, I've perfected that balance. I know I haven't. And sometimes people spoil stuff they shouldn't be spoiling. It's very hard to control that in a live chat environment where you don't know what someone's going to say at any waking moment. Someone could just immediately, oh, do it this way, blah, blah, blah. Oh, now they spoiled everything, right? There's nothing.
But I tell you, he knows how to fucking stop any Subaru from going around. He knows how to stop that. But spoilers, I don't know, man. That's you might need something like a high-end PC for that.
About that. You can have a theory. You know what I mean? You have a theory, but it doesn't necessarily going to go into practice the way that you want it. Okay, I could have, I think that this should only happen in this situation, but then people might just go out and say, I can't control what you guys say or do on stream. So it is what it is. In the case of Black Spawn, he feels my hands held too much. Okay? In the case of other people, they might feel that I don't pay attention to chat enough. A lot of people constantly tell me, Phil, I try to interact and tell you stuff on stream and you don't respond to me. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you can't have it both ways. So I don't really know how people could say that. In one case, someone claims that I'm having my hand held constantly and all I do is read people's comments and that's why I beat games. On the other hand, I got people saying I never read their comments and therefore, I'm not interactive enough. You see, you're always going to have that. You're going to have the element where people just are never satisfied. I'm still, to this day, trying to strive to strike a balance and find the right balance of interactive streaming. But what you guys got to understand, there's no more blind playthroughs. Like, yes, I'll play a game for the first time ever, but there's going to be people telling me about the game. There's going to be interactivity. It has to happen.
It has to happen.
Things changed 3 years ago. I didn't want to change. I wanted to stay the old style of content creation on YouTube. But when I was doing that, people said, you're outdated. You're a dinosaur. This is how you don't play, has overtaken you. And people making edited style content that's more professional has overtaken you. You can't do that anymore. I was literally told you can't do that anymore. So then I moved over here, started doing things differently. You're doing it wrong. It's like, well, no, you can't have it both ways. You can't. Sorry.
You can't have it both ways. What?
I was literally told you can't do that anymore. How you don't play has overtaken you, and people making edited style content that's more professional has overtaken you. You can't do that anymore. I was literally told you can't do that anymore. So then play as I didn't want to change. I wanted to stay the old style of content creation on YouTube. But when I was doing that, people said, you're outdated. You're a dinosaur. This is how you don't play has overtaken you, and people making edited style content that's more professional has overtaken you. You can't do that anymore. I was literally told you can't do that anymore. So then I moved over here, started doing things differently. You're doing it wrong. It's like, well, no, you can't have it both ways.
What? That doesn't make any sense, though. That has nothing to do with each other. What? You can't have it both ways? What does that mean? You can't have it both ways. Because when he was on YouTube, people were saying, well, you need to make your videos either longer or you need to make, like, a montage of it. And that's why these I Don't Plays are doing it better, because they're giving us the better moments in one montage. So then he moved from YouTube to go to Twitch. And people are saying, well, you're getting your hand held. Stop that. And now they're saying that you're doing it wrong? Like, those two things are not the same complaint. Because one is complaining that he's not making montages. That's one complaint. The other complaint is just telling him, hey, you're getting your hand held and it's not really challenging or fun to see you go through a game anymore. Whatever. Okay.
Sorry. I had to do what I had to do to adapt to survive. I openly admit now, I feel the interactive streams are way more fun than the stuff I used to do for YouTube. I've said this numerous times. I love now what I do for a living way more than when I used to do offline content for YouTube. Okay? So that goes hand in hand with the fact you're going to have more interactivity. You're going to have people talking more about the games and telling me more about the games, and you just have to live with that. If you don't like it, go find a very rare Let's Player who has absolutely no interaction with anyone. I'll be honest with you guys, all right?
I think it's rare.
My wife and I have, in the past few months, watched a few people play some of the games that we like. Like, for example, we watched a few different YouTubers play Bloodborne and Dark Souls games. And, boy, everyone's style is completely different. Really. Like, you have some people 100% of the time when they're actually playing the games, they're talking constantly to their viewers and getting information from them, and they're literally playing the game because their viewers are telling them exactly what to do. Then there's people who just do YouTube. They don't stream, but they read their YouTube comments and completely change what they're doing in the game based on the YouTube comments. So I was watching a playthrough.
That's what he did for the Sorrow boss fight. The Sorrow boss fight, he was spoiled at that fight way before because of the YouTube comments. And now he's shitting on people for looking at YouTube comments? Get the fuck out of here.
Of someone playing Bloodborne. And they were using a weapon they really liked, but because a commenter told them, oh, this weapon's much better, they basically started using the best weapon in the game, put every resource they had into the best weapon in the game, and coasted through the game. And I thought that playthrough sucked, because
I thought that playthrough sucked, said the guy with the cheesy weapons and the halberd sword, whatever the fuck. Yeah, I agree, DSP. You stand on your pedestal.
Handheld and told This is exactly what you need to do to coast through this game. And there are bosses in Bloodborne that are incredibly difficult, and because they had this one weapon and build, whoop, just zooped right by it. I was like, this guy literally didn't get...
No, I like how he's shitting on this guy, by the way, who got his handheld for playing Bloodborne or whatever the fuck. Now he shits on this guy. What if that was that guy's first Bloodborne playthrough, and he needed help? Now, if you go back to DSP when he played Dark Souls, he did the, he rage quit the first time or whatever the fuck. Then he played it again as an April Fool's. Then and it was like a tour. It was a tour of Dark Souls, and he was getting his handheld. And then he did the Redemption run, and the Redemption run was the real run. Like, but then this guy gets his handheld. This guy did a terrible playthrough. What if he was doing a tour of Dark Souls to see if he likes the game, DSP? You ever thought of that? Like, and he can't shit on the guy for getting his handheld in Dark Souls when he has playthroughs of him getting handheld too. Get the fuck out of here.
The experience of Bloodborne, because he's coasted through his playthrough being told exactly what to do.
By the way, this is also the guy that tells us, I hate people that, like, tell you you're doing things wrong, okay? If I want to play a game that I want, that's my prerogative. I don't like that people are like, you're playing it this way, you're playing it wrong. What? And then he's telling us in the same video that this guy who's playing Bloodborne is doing it wrong. I thought you hate when people do that, DSP. Way to be a gatekeeper, dude.
And I agree with you that if you're someone who's looking for, oh, I wanted to see someone get challenged, that's really what I was looking. I want to see how this person tackled this boss compared to how I did it when I played it. And you just see someone get told immediately, this is how you do it, and they've coasted through the whole game. That's a waste. I agree with you. Like, that's kind of silly. At the same time, when you're watching someone on a live stream, do you want to see someone bashing their head against the wall like this for 4 hours because they can't figure something out? You see what I mean? So I think it's different.
Well, I don't think that guy would
now,
stay.
Hilarious
whatever.
Is that idiots say stuff like, "Well, that's what happened with me." When? I'll admit, the first 2 times I played Dark Souls 1, I didn't play them legit. Now, what's hilarious is that
I love that face he
like,
made.
Well, that's what happened with me. When?
Oh, I'm gonna show you the face. I'm gonna show you the face. Look at that face. Look at that face. He's like, oh yeah? Oh yeah, bitch? Try me. You're telling me I coasted through a game? Try me, bitch. Try me.
I'll admit, the first 2 times I played Dark Souls 1, I didn't play them legit. The first time, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing and I quit. The second time, I literally did not play it legit at all.
Oh, thank you, Goob. I'm so glad you like it. I'm so glad you like it, man.
The third playthrough, which was the Redemption run of Dark Souls 1, was 100% legit. I got a rare drop with that Black Knight Halberd, and that was one of the best weapons in the game, and I coasted through the Redemption run of Dark Souls 1, was 100% legit. I got a rare drop with that Black Knight Halberd, and that was one of the best weapons in the game, and I coasted through the game, but that was luck. That wasn't because I had planned on getting that. I actually had no idea that weapon was good, and then when it dropped, I was like, whoa, the stats on this weapon look great. I started...
Oh, that's bullshit. Was it a rare drop? A rare drop he looked for? Yeah, exactly, Ludwig Warlord. The thing is that, like, with any video game, a rare drop doesn't necessarily mean you'll never get it. like that's really dumb to assume that, like, when you go to play Pokemon, you're gonna get a rare Pokemon. It's possible to get it. Just because it's rare doesn't mean that you'll never get it, or that it's super duper rare. It's not like a fucking Pokemon card where it can stop being made. This is, like, retarded. And yeah, and if I remember correctly, it was very suspicious gameplay too, because he was, like, trailing around this area or something. He was doing something very fucking suspicious, and he got the fucking thing. It's such a load of shit that he's trying to pass on to people. Like come the fuck on.
And realized it was insanely overpowered, and it just made that playthrough super easy for me, right? Now, when I did my Dark Souls Remastered run, I did not use the Black Knight Halberd. I went through and did a different build and did it completely differently. So,
it wasn't a remaster run, it was the magic run, dude.
Shit up for the sake of, because we want to delegitimize everything.
Jensen looking sick dude.
Oh, thank you, Boy Ripper, for the $2 tip. Yeah, he came out really nice. I liked him. I was a little scared at first. I was scared of Jansen when I was drawing him. I was like, oh no. But he came out pretty good. Same with Joker. You know, I've been noticing like a lot of these characters, like they start off like rough, and then I kind of touch them up. But yeah, it's kind of pretty good. But thank you, Boy Ripper, for the $2 tip. Thank you.
Does, right? And that's stupid as shit. My first run through Dark Souls 2 was completely legit. I had no idea what I was doing, and I suffered. When I did my, what was it called? Scholar of the First Sin run, I did a dual-wielding build, and I was instructed by another Soulsborne player on Twitch on how to do this crazy build, and it was crazy fun and overpowered, but it was very different from my first playthrough. But I'd already done a legit playthrough of the game, so doing a second build with knowledge of how to do it was nothing wrong with that. You see what I mean? In reality, I don't want anyone to ever 100% hold my hand, but I do feel that help is appreciated in either an overly difficult game or a game that has cryptic stuff that there's no way I would figure it out on my own. All right? As a streamer, I have to keep the stream moving. I have to constantly keep the stream moving. I can't have the stream stuck on one thing for hours on end. People get bored, get angry, and they want to move on. You'll lose the retention of your audience if you're not doing fun stuff and you're constantly frustrated, okay? So that's kind of the balance I'm trying to strike to find. And it's tough. It's very tough. Especially now I've seen from an outsider's perspective how some streamers do it differently and some YouTubers do it, and how I can understand how people can get completely frustrated if 100% of a playthrough is kind of coasted through because of something that happened that you were told how to do it. At the same time, I don't feel that happens with my playthroughs, or at least if it does, it's a rarity.
It's a rarity,
I try not to do that all the time. This is not Phil's guided by chat every day. This is Phil has fun with games, and every once in a while, chat helps him out to advance something that he's not stuck for hours on end, right? So, that being said, that's the deal. I don't think there's a definitive answer to this question of, you know, there is no perfect balance because everyone's looking for something different. Some people who watch me on stream just want me to suffer all day. Some people who watch me on stream actually want me to see me have fun and advance. So it's really an objective, a subjective question.
But the struggle is part of the fun, though. Like, what are you...
between getting help and not getting help. But no, I'm not going to institute a rule. How stupid would this be? Absolutely no one can ever give me any information on a game. It's a pure blind playthrough. I want no help and no rules and no hand-holding. Nothing helping it ever. That's stupidity. That's utter stupidity. It is. That's not what a live streamer is supposed to be doing. If you're an interactive live streamer, you have to interact. You can't just fucking ignore what people are saying. And you know what I mean? How do you even enforce that? Oh my god, Phil died to a boss 10 times. Let me give him a little hint on what to do. Oh, now I'm banned permanently from his fucking streams?
Look at... So as I said, I am convinced. I am fucking convinced. This guy doesn't know how to time people out in Twitch chat. I am convinced that he just permabans people and then he thinks that's timing them out. He permabans them and says, "Hey, come back later, I'll ban you." Why not just time them out? Because he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to fucking do timing out. And that to me proves it. How would I enforce it? Permanent ban them? No, idiot. You could just fucking time them out. Time them out for 50 seconds. This guy has been streaming on Twitch for so long, and he doesn't understand how to time people out.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's stupidity. You know what I mean? So to me, I think that the whole, oh, no spoilers, no help at all, is just dumb shit. You know? At the same time, I can completely understand from watching a few other playthroughs how when someone gets told a game-breaking thing that will make the game too easy, how that also can be an issue. So I see both sides, and I strive to get that perfect balance. I know for some people it's not perfect, and for some people, they like what I do. You know, it is what it is. I'm always going to be improving, I feel. I feel there's always room for improvement, and even though I've been doing this for 3 years like this, I think I'm still learning, and I'm still adapting. You know what I mean?
How long is he going to adapt, though?
To doing it, in my opinion.
There's so... Oh my...
choice, so.
It's subjective choice, of course.
There you go. All right. A lot of things came in here.
A lot of things.
Alex tipped me $10, so thank you for years of entertainment. Thank you, Alex. That is the biggest tip of the day so far. So let's get you up on the leaderboard there.
All right.
I appreciate that, sir.
That's done with.
Thank you for the contribution.
Thank you guys for the
Third Eye of the Third
tip.
Series. I love it when you put your controller down and you're basically screaming at the stream chat saying, I need help right now. I need someone to tell me what to do. Yeah, and the reasons that I would do that, quite frankly, is because I'm at a part of a game that's so cryptic, or in particular, a game that's so outdated, like Donkey Kong 64, where I don't even understand what the fuck's going on, and the game doesn't help you. Now I need help, or else I'm gonna have to look something up, right? It's either you help me and tell me what to do in this case, or I gotta look it up. Either way, there's no way I can advance without that, right? And that happens in some older games. Modern games, not so much. Most modern games, you're going to figure it out no matter what, as long as you keep trying, even if sometimes it's like slamming your head against the wall. You're going to figure stuff out because they have these elements in place to help you.
I like how he told us, well, you're going to be struggling for a while, but you're going to figure it out. What about fucking Donkey Kong 64? You can't try stuff there? You can't fuck around in Donkey Kong 64? Okay.
Because they don't want people to get stuck infinitely on a part of their games. They want people to enjoy them. But back in the day, games didn't have any kind of hand-holding. In fact, a lot of games purposely didn't have any...
That's bullshit, because Donkey Kong 64 had hints in the game. The Cranky Kong shit, were all hints. And he's saying the game never gave you hints. Okay.
Because they wanted you to go buy the strategy guide, which they got a cut of the profits on. So, you see what I mean? Like, it was kind of different back then. So yeah, I agree with you, though. There's some times when that does happen. Okay. Almighty Turban resubscribed for 7 months.
His favorite, his favorite guy. You had to make sure he says Almighty Turban because you don't want to think it's Tevin.
Cheers says, didn't you do that with the Drake Sword and Dick Lightning in Dark Souls? With the Drake Sword, absolutely 100%. And I just said that second run that I did through Dark Souls.
When did that happen?
It was people just telling me what to do constantly. That's 100% was handheld. But that wasn't meant to be a legit playthrough. The game was so fucking hard. And remember, that was when I had first started live streaming. And the whole point of me replaying Dark Souls is because people had asked me to go back to it over the years. I said, well, if I'm going to do it, you guys are going to have to tell me what the fuck to do because I couldn't figure it out on my first try. And that's why that playthrough was like that. But then I subsequently went back 2 more times to play the game to play it legitimately. Okay? Dick Lightning, no. Dick Lightning was me. I figured that shit out. No one spoiled Dick Lightning. I just started doing a magic build and realized how fucking
I don't know.
Was. And I said, I'm
but
just
then again, magic has always been cheesy in Dark Souls. I feel like because you could just zone all the enemies. So.
Build, and it became overpowered by the end of the game. That no one spoiled that for me. I 100% figured that shit out on my own. Keep in mind later on they nerfed it anyway, but. That was just luck. They
nerfed it anyway.
And what it is people lie. They don't want to believe that I can figure something out. They want to believe that I'm like this dunderheaded dunce who drools at the mouth and can barely get out of bed and stumbles about and falls in the toilet. You know, like an uncoordinated oaf. That how could I possibly play a game and figure out a build that's good on my own? So, the Dick Lightning wasn't...
Oh my god, dude. I remember when I started getting into DSP content a little bit, and I got around the time when he's... what game was it? Was it Bloodborne? Whatever. Every time he makes a character. Guys, what should I be? What the fuck fell? Oh, it was a blending stump. But he fucking was like, what do you guys think I should be? Do you think I should be this? What do you guys think? And he kept like looking at Chad. It was ridiculous. And I guarantee you when Bloodborne 2 comes out or wherever the fuck comes out as customizable characters, he's gonna be like, what should I change my character to, guys?
Oh, the Black Knight Halberd that's like an insanely low drop rate, but somehow I lucked out. Oh, that he was told to do that. You see what I mean? It's bullshit. It's because people are assholes, and they just want to be cynical, negative, toxic dicks, and they want to believe that I could never actually do anything good in a game by themselves, and they can go fuck themselves, because those things were always legit. Okay?
Wait, what?
Shout out to Silent Bob to me $37. Okay. Thank you very much, Silent Bob.
Oh, Silent Bob, I love you, man. Oh, he loves Silent Bob.
Now. Good to see you. I haven't seen Silent Bob in a while.
Oh, he misses him. Aw.
Bob for that.
I haven't seen a while, Silent Bob. Let me guess, Silent Bob.
$63? No. $63. I was right. Yep. $63 in tips so far on the stream. Thank you guys very much for that.
Why doesn't he just automate the tips
and
goal?
Milky Moves
Whatever.
resub for 4 months, and thanks for all the great content. All right, I think we got time.
Yes, I'm obsessed. Nothing. That's what he likes about him. He's a quiet fucking whale. The best whale. The best whale.
And then we're gonna take a break here. Let's see if this question. Oh, okay.
He misses the money, Stormlit Aqua.
This one I could definitely answer within like 5-10 minutes, and then we'll take a break.
He misses the money, dude.
So Blue Eyes White Dragon asks the following: DSP, I'm a fan. Can't read. Let's try again. Hello, DSP. I am watching you play the weekly chill Street Fighter throwback.
Oh my god, I remember this question.
Now. I was never into fight.
This question. Can you explain all the differences in the names of classic Street Fighter games? I'm not even gonna answer that.
Explain what the different titles mean for all these games.
I'm not even gonna answer that.
2, but then there's Super Street Fighter 2, but then there's a Turbo, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and then there's a Hyper Street Fighter 2, and Super Street Fighter 2 Ultra. Is it the same for Super Street Fighter 3? Is there Street Fighter 3 Third Strike? What's that one?
Third Strike?
X series. Okay.
Oh my god, this guy.
Ready? If you want the full detailed explanation that's not abridged, go watch my history of Street Fighter.
No, just Google search it.
Now on DSP Gaming, when that Street Fighter Anniversary Collection came out about 2 years ago, I covered all the titles in it, explaining every game and the changes between them. But I'll give this to you in a nutshell. All right? Street Fighter was the original fighting game in the late 80s, early 90s. It was very primitive. It really didn't have any of the mechanics of modern Street Fighters, including actual functioning footsies. The jumps were incredibly floaty and weird. It was very hard to even consistently get special moves out. And you could only play as Ryu or Ken, who were identical. They were actually the same exact character. They only had 3 special moves: the Hadouken Fireball, the Hurricane Kick, and the Shoryuken Uppercut. And you couldn't even consistently get them to come out. You would try doing the move, and half the time the moves wouldn't come out. It was nothing like Street Fighter 2, but it was the premise of what laid out the series. When Street Fighter 2 came out in 1991, it changed everything. It was the first game actual, like, functional controls that when you did a move, it came out every time consistently if you did it at the right time, with the right motion. A 6-button actual layout, so you have 6 different attack restraints. Each position, air, on the ground, neutral standing, would do different moves for each button, and some moves would be different depending on how close to the enemy work. The first game implemented row structure. Basically, Street Fighter 2 broke the mold and completely created a competitive fighting game genre that never existed before. You had 5 versions of Street Fighter 2. Regular Street Fighter 2. Then there was Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. This game implemented that you could play the 4 previously unplayable bosses as characters, and it added in a few other elements like a few extra combos and things. Then there was a game that has 2 names. It was either called Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting or Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I don't know why the hell they were called different things, but those are the 2 names, the same game. What this game did, it made the game significantly faster, because people kind of complained that the gameplay of Street Fighter 2 and Champion Edition was kind of slow-paced, and they
we'll skip. Okay. Oh my god, that question. Fuck whoever asked that question. That guy should go away and never come back. Oh boy, this question. That's a grandpa question. Yeah, maybe it was a grandpa. Thoughts on load times becoming nearly non-existent in next-gen consoles? Oh, cool. Well, man, let me tell you, load times, I'm gonna miss some guys.
Are from Super Blind Man.
Oh my god, that's a Super Blind Man. He can go away too. Him and Blue Eyes White Dragon, where the fuck the guy who asked the Street Fighter question, can go away. Really? Are you gonna miss the load time? What do you think of the load times, man? Get the fuck out of here, Super Blind Man. Oh my god. I can't believe he's such a...
For submitting questions for the show. We'll start off with this first question. He says, you mentioned before that you've grown to be okay with loading screens because they're actually give you some more time to check up on the chat and do a couple shout outs or whatever.
Oh my god, that's
what... I ask you, therefore, How do you feel about Sony's claim that the PS5 will effectively eliminate loading screens, even those that you will get?
Because it's so hard to talk to chat while doing anything else. So hard.
With their high-speed SSD, or solid-state drive. Assuming for a second that they do achieve this lofty goal, how do you feel about it? First of all, I don't feel they're going to achieve the lofty goal. Even though Sony will very possibly provide hardware that'll do that, game developers are not there yet. Game developers have not made it so that games can immediately be implemented on any kind of hardware. Much like everything that they claim that they put into these modern consoles that are going to be implemented and then never do. I think we may see a lot of reduction in load times, which would be absolutely outstanding. But I'll believe it when I see it. Instant loading of a game and jumping right in. Hasn't happened yet. It doesn't happen right now on PC with high-end components. So, you know, what happens?
Wrong. I actually seen some people play games and have, like, no loading. So, okay
but
whatever.
Let's take the hypothetical.
Whatever, DSP.
Let's say it does happen. An immediate loading, all right? That's pretty cool. You know, it'll definitely eliminate downtime. When I say, oh, I like the loading time, I don't like it. It's that I have something else to do. If there's loading time, okay, I can look at the stream chat. We can talk for a few seconds. I can update the leaderboard, give some shout-outs. I have stuff to do now because I'm an interactive streamer. When I used to just be a YouTuber, it was a lot worse because what do I
No,
do?
that's bullshit. That's some hot bullshit because he doesn't. No, because he does these shout-outs, he does all this stuff like during pre-stream. This might even actually make pre-streams longer if you think about it, but he's gonna do the whole pre-stream thing, and then like he's gonna go to the dashboard, get the gameplay set up. Okay, guys, you know, oh, shout out to Bubbity Bubbity and this guy who took me this much, and he puts him on the leaderboards. He's gonna talk a little bit. He's gonna talk to the camera like, oh, this game is amazing. This game was back in my childhood, and now it's on the PS5, baby. Oh, amazing! And then like he's gonna like hit X to boot it, and then it's gonna be like, oh, shout out to this guy. Puts it up on the leaderboard. Like this is just clown world. Whatever, Phil.
In Normandy, playing Mass Effect for 2 minutes between scenes. You know, I don't want to see this blueprint schematic for the 78th time today. And you know, what do I talk about? I don't have that much to talk about constantly to fill dead air. So in reality, it was a lot more challenging back in the day. Now you're right, because I'm an interactive streamer. Filling those
oh my god, I hate these fucking neck cracks. Like it's so rude. It's so rude to just do this as you talk. Like I can let go of like cracking your knuckles because I kind of do that from time to time. I mean, it's a bad habit, but I mean, it's so bad to just do this.
It was a lot more challenging back in the day. Now you're right, because I'm an interactive streamer. Filling those times.
Why do this?
Isn't nearly as challenging or daunting as, say, it used to be.
And the thing is that he could just cut that part out in the fucking YouTube video. That makes no sense. Whatever.
But, at the same time, you know, not having those times, just having constant content, constant gameplay, obviously people are going to say, that's great, that's not wasted time, right? So obviously I welcome it. I'm very skeptical that it'll ever happen, okay? Now on to a second question.
Oh,
he says,
there's a second question.
This is my more serious question. All right, Super Blind Man's getting serious now. You said...
oh my god. Oh, boy. Will I give Final Fantasy VII a fair shake if they really flesh out the story in the remake? He hates Final Fantasy VII, but he's hyped for the remake because it could be different, dude. I'm kind of hyped for that game, but, you know, I never really got into Final Fantasy. And I kind of want to for a while. I don't know. We'll see what happens when the game comes out. I'm already getting Persona 5 oh my god, Royal. I'm also getting Resident Evil 3 Remake, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be having enough for Final Fantasy VII.
You don't like much, or you don't much like the story of Final Fantasy VII. Given the epicness of Final Fantasy VI's story, this is understandable. However, considering the fact that Square intends to devote a lot of resources, storage space, and quite honestly entire parts of these games to more and better world and character development to flesh out the universe, do you feel you'll be able to maintain an open mind regarding the game again? Will you be able to look at the story anew, and if it turns out that they really did do an excellent job, find new respect for Final Fantasy VII? In reality, that's what I'm hoping for. That's actually what I'm hoping for, because I felt that if there had been more character elaboration on certain characters in Final Fantasy VII that I liked more than others, that maybe the game would have been better. In particular, they focus in a lot on the early game characters like Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, or Aerith, depending on where you play the game, Barret.
Whatever.
And then later on, they kind of get abandoned. Like Barret, I feel like it's abandoned halfway through the game and really doesn't have much character development at all at the end. Like, he's just kind of a party member you use, but you don't really get much else out of him in the second half of the game. But yeah, it seems like they focused in on the main core characters who start off in the game. And then you get characters like Kate Sith, who come in and you find nothing about them till like the end of the game, and it's like a tiny little bit of info. And it's like, this is kind of lame. You know, these are just characters who were just here to be part of the party, and they really didn't care about character development. Now, compare that with Final Fantasy VI. Maybe you can argue Go-Go has no backstory.
Oh
Maybe
my god.
But most of
this love for Final Fantasy VI.
Characters, including secret characters who you don't even know you can have for the second half of the game, like Shadow, have backstories you can investigate and follow. They didn't bother doing that with Final Fantasy VII. They were like, fuck it. And I didn't like that about the game. And in fact, I have to say,
because Final Fantasy VII was on a different platform. Well, they made it differently.
Final Fantasy VII's ending is probably one of the worst in RPG history.
God.
Like, a very ambiguous ending, and the next thing you know, you fast forward to the future for like a very short rendered cutscene, and then the game ends. It's like, huh? I played the shit out of this game, and this is the ending you give me. So for me.
Oh my god.
They break out the game into elongated segments.
I never played Final Fantasy. I have no opinion on it.
50-hour game. The next segment's 40, 50 hours. The last segment, it's 3 segments, and each one's 50 hours. And you get tons of elaboration on the characters, like Red 13 or Vincent, or these characters who you recruit later on in the game, and they end up not really being super robust. And you get really great stories, extra added content, new locations, new boss fights, new stuff. Thrilling. I would be over the moon. I love RPGs. You guys know that. I would be go nuts. You know, I can't wait. At this point, can't wait to get my hands on the remake, because I want to see what they did with this game. Because this is a game that, for me, started off strong, and then when you kind of get halfway through the Midgar segment, it kind of fizzles out. Then you get to the open world, it's good again, and then it kind of fizzles out. And then for me, like, I really liked the gameplay aspect, the combat, but I did not like the story of the game. So, can they fix it? Can they improve upon it with what they're going to do with this game? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Chill Circus.
Or not my opinion, my mindset going into it. Let's see what they did. Let's find out. Let's have an open mind. And let's.
Okay, his whole mindset shit is so dumb, because he goes into so many games expecting one thing or the other. He's gonna go into Cyberpunk 2077 whatever, hating it. He's gonna be like, this game is gonna be nothing but like fuck, titty, shitty, dicks, fuck, ew. And then it goes like Final Fantasy VII. Will I like it? This is fucking lame. He's terrible at games, at like getting hyped for games. I've never seen anyone like go in with these specific like mind spaces.
With a preconceived bias.
2711
sucks. You know, I don't want to say that. I want to say, you know what? It's a different game. Approach it as a different game. I'm going to approach it with the same mindset I did with the Resident Evil 2 remake. And you know what? The Resident Evil 2 remake...
that's bullshit, because he went inside the Resident Evil 2 remake like, oh man, I'm hyped, man. I can't wait. I love Resident Evil 2, man. So, like, is he going to go... So now he's going to pretend to love Final Fantasy VII? Is that what he's telling us? He's going to pretend to love Final Fantasy VII. Okay. He's going to be fake for us.
It's the best remake I've ever played. Taking that original formula and really turning it into a modernized game with more improved gameplay, tons of new stuff tossed in, you know.
Oh yeah, he wanted a dodge button.
Who I'm very critical of. I think Square Enix could probably do a really good job with this. So let's see more improved gameplay, tons of new stuff tossed in. You know, if they did a good job, and that's Capcom, who I'm very critical of.
I'm very critical of Capcom. Let's see, the only thing that he's been critical of Capcom is Street Fighter. And that's it. He has not been... But, like... He buys all their games anyway. Like, Street Fighter 6, he's gonna get it. And he's gonna give us the meme. You know, like, I like Street Fighter, but, like, after 5, I was like... I don't know, man. So, like, I'm gonna play this game, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Street Fighter 6 is gonna be that good. You know, I might be surprised, but I just don't think it's gonna be that good.
I think Square Enix could probably do a really good job with this, so let's see what they did. Okay?
No, this is the other bullshit with this. he's like, oh yeah, Square's gonna like knock it out of the park, man. I think they're gonna knock it out of the park on like Capcom. Capcom had such a good redemption arc with Resident Evil 2 and Devil May Cry 5, so like they kind of proved themselves to be better developers than Resident Evil 7. They had Resident Evil 7 under their belt. And I really do think Street Fighter 5 is just like the last remnants of the old era Street of Capcom, where it's like they can't kill Street Fighter 5 outright because I mean it's it gives them better support. So Street Fighter 6 could be good based on like if they're keeping the trend of like Resident Evil 2 remake, RE3 remake, Devil May Cry 5, but like. He's giving Square the benefit of the doubt when he hated all the games they put out. I mean, Life is Strange 2 was fucking Square. Square was involved with that in some way. Square was also involved with Tomb Raider. Square also was involved with Kingdom Hearts 3, a game that he fucking hates. They did Final Fantasy 15, a game he also hates. And he's just like, well, I think they could do a good job. Okay. But Theo, Street Fighter 6 won't be 2. Damn it, you're right.
That's how I'm approaching it. Okay. No, I did not buy a PS4
God damn it, Smiles.
attachment. Ragnarok Rose. I've seen it. I don't know what the hell it does though. Okay. Let's continue. The next
Star Street Fighter 2 bad.
Says, what is the best advice you could give to someone who's about to go out and live on their own?
Oh my god. What? Okay. Advice for living on your own. Be responsible. There you go.
And I'm enjoying your playthroughs on YouTube, so keep going, old pal. All right. I've talked about this in the past. I'll very briefly. It says, what is the best advice? Ragnarok Rose. I've seen it. I don't know what the hell it does though.
Who asked this?
Okay. Let's continue. The next question is from Golden Nobles.
Oh, Golden
Nobles. What is the best advice you could give to someone who's about to go out and live on their own? And I'm enjoying your playthroughs on YouTube, so keep going, old pal. All right. I've talked about this in the past. I'll very briefly gloss over it again. When I first started living by myself, instead of living, say, with my parents or whatever, there's a few things that I had to get used to that were very different. Now, first thing is,
different.
You're now independent. You're on your own. You have no one to lean on or to rely on if you screw up. The first.
Well, now he has Cat. Very nice.
No one's gonna say you're late for school. You're late. No one to lean on or to rely on if you screw up. The first thing you need to do is wake up.
He is so proud of that little joke. That's like a dad joke right there. Like, no, I know what it is. It's like when you go to college, you go to a college class and your professor is like thinks it's like funny shit. Like, oh, guys. Yeah, this Merc is something. I'll get it just in case.
No one's going to say you're late for school, you're late for work, you're late for this. You're going to be in trouble if you can't wake up on time. The first thing I did was bought a really powerful alarm clock. The alarm clock that I use now actually is a dual alarm clock. It has 2 alarms on it. So I set it up for the time I actually want to get up, and then I set it for 15 minutes after, just in case I sleep through the first alarm and happen to turn it off, but I fall back asleep, which happens sometimes.
Now, I like how he has to, like, oh, get a big alarm clock. I use this. Oh, this alarm clock got me up today. It was pretty good, pretty sick.
The alarm clock I have has escalating volume, so it's
low
volume, then gets then medium, then loud, so loud you can hear it across the house. So that way, if I actually sleep through it, I go, oh god, it escalates to the point where I'm gonna wake up no matter what. Okay. So
that must be fun for Kat. Must be fun for Kat to listen to.
That's super important. If you can't get up, you obviously can't progress with your day. It's super important. The other thing is that I really started doing, I started making schedules and making lists. That's something that I kind of never did.
No, I love that he mentions this because I'm gonna be petty about this. He forgot to get rice. Mr. I make lists so I don't forget things. Forgot to buy rice. What about the list, Phil? I thought you make lists. Do you make lists? He should have made a list. He should have made a list to get the rice. Then he wouldn't have forgotten. Obviously. Wow.
in my youth. I would just keep everything in my head. Oh, here's what I got to do today or whatever. Start writing everything down, and or of course now everyone has a smartphone, so put that shit in your phone because you need to be on time for stuff.
I love how he puts such emphasis on showing his phone. He's like, my phone. Ah, da, 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 da. Gotta show it with power. Don't be a bitch and be like, oh, look at my phone. Shove it into the camera. Throw it into the camera.
Coming up and what you have to do. Again, there's not going to be anyone nagging at you to do it. So I got to pay my bills. Schedule out all your bills for when you actually have to pay them so that you don't have your rent overdue or you didn't pay your credit card, right? Appointments need to be here on time, need to be here. When you have a work schedule, put it into a schedule either on your phone or wherever to remind you where you need to be so you know what the hell's going on for the week. Don't just leave it to, I have a paper schedule hidden in a drawer and I think I remember what it said, and the next thing you know, you're late for everything or you forget half the shit you're supposed to be doing, right? Essentially, when you're living on your own, there's a lot of added responsibility. A lot of added responsibility.
A lot, dude.
You now have to accustom or be accountable for. That's what I meant to say. Food, right? Even as easy as it is to say, I'm just going to get fast food, don't do it all the time. You got to get stuff that you can make that's quick, easy meals that you can make for yourself. That's not a lot of cleanup and not a lot of work, but are much healthier than just eating fast food all the time. I've been there. I ate fast food all the time. It's the most unhealthy thing you can do. It destroys your body. Don't do it. That's not a lot of cleanup and not a lot of work, but
no, I like how he tells him, you gotta cook something that doesn't have a lot of prep and a lot of cleanup. Why not just make food that you want to make? Like, make healthy food. You know, who cares about the fucking cleanup? Like, are you really... Now, this is like stuff that like a child would be like, oh my god, I don't want to watch TV, I don't want to clean up. Oh my god.
Are much healthier than fast food all the time. I've been there. I ate fast food all the time. It's the most unhealthy thing you can do. It destroys your body. Don't do it.
Don't do it, dude.
Jeez, there's just so much, since you're now on your own, be sure that you know what you're doing and you know about your neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, you could think somewhere is safe and it's not. Don't put yourself into situations when you're living alone where you could be followed home. Or, you know what I mean? You could get held up. You got to basically try to, you know what I mean? And I've lived in places where it's been like that, where, man, if I'm not careful, some asshole could try to, follow me, hold me, break into my place and rob my shit. You got to be very careful and very diligent about that stuff, okay? Especially if you're by yourself, you don't have roommates or nothing, you're going home by yourself. That's big potential.
What's roommates going to do, though? If someone breaks in, I don't think the roommates are going to stop them.
Gee, I mean, I could sit here all day and give you tips, If you had specific questions and you ever want to direct them my way on a stream, go right ahead.
Go right ahead,
Direct
dude.
them my way, and I'll let you know. And go for it. Okay. All right. Let's continue on.
Oh boy.
The next question is from Hans Sala.
Let's see what Hans Sala wants me to answer. Let's see. Oh my god, it's this question. Thoughts on people who said you are an intelligent student or stupid student dependent on GPA? Oh my god, that is the dumbest fucking question here. Good job, Han Solo. Because like, I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily that you're dumb if you have a low GPA. I would say either irresponsible or maybe you just didn't try. Like, you're not really an idiot, but you're just the kind of guy that probably doesn't take education seriously. I don't know. Fuck it.
And Hans Sala says the following. I am noticing many people in my university call students with high GPA intelligent students, and students with low GPA stupid students. I definitely don't agree with these shallow judgments. I'd like to hear your thoughts about these arguments and what makes a person intelligent in your opinion. Well, Hans Sala, there's different kinds of intelligence.
Oh, God.
There's book smarts, there's street smarts, and there's common sense. Okay? That's what I feel. There's three core kinds of intelligence that humans can have. Book smarts, these arguments, and what makes a person intelligent in your opinion. Well, Hans Sala, there's different kinds of intelligence. There's book smarts, there's street smarts, and there's common sense. Okay? That's what I feel. There's 3 core kinds of intelligence that humans can have. Book smarts is the ability to literally memorize. Okay? Sit there and read a book and memorize. Memorize an equation. Memorize a list of stuff. Memorize spelling of words. Memorize times and dates. You know what I mean? So you're in a history class, and I memorized everything, and I took the test, and I got every date and person right. You know what I mean?
Those tests don't really sound like actual tests you get in college, though. Like, in college, they kind of give you more, like, applicable questions. Like, it's stuff that you kind of have to understand and apply. You can't just memorize, like, a lot of stuff.
That's straight up book smarts. You actually don't have to have any practical application of anything that you memorized, but that's book smarts, okay? Then there's street smarts. Street smarts are things that you learn in your life through application, meaning you may not know, like I just said, what's the best time to go through a certain neighborhood, because maybe at night that neighborhood gets bad and there could be criminals or gang activity, but it's your street smarts that let you learn about that, so you know not to go through there.
What? So your street smarts are like, wait, nighttime, bad. But you have to experience it to know it's bad. In order for you to learn, you're not gonna learn by just looking at a fucking neighborhood. You have to, like, fucking experience it. You learn through experience. And then the other thing is with that is that that's more common sense than fucking street smarts. Because you can kind of deduce, if you look at the neighborhood you're going by, wait, this place doesn't look that fucking safe. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this, you know? Oh my god.
And get robbed at night, right? That's street smarts. Or, oh my god, what do I do if I lose my wallet? Well, what's the next step, right? What do I do if my tire blows up on the road? How do I get my car properly to the side of the road? How do I change a tire? Or how do I find a way to call someone who could change a tire or bring me a tire or tow my car? That's kind of street smarts. That's stuff you learn in application of your life. You're not just going to sit there and memorize a list of information. It's stuff you're going to learn through doing and living it, right?
Gotta live it shooting to understand the shooting,
there's common
dude.
sense. Sadly, common sense, I find, is the thing most people don't have in this era. It's like, if something wasn't written down as a rule somewhere here, and if I never experienced it in life, how am I supposed to know that this was how it is? Because of common sense. And some people just don't have it. They're just idiots, okay? So, that's kind of the thing.
No, street smarts is, you should test out your algorithms before you apply it, dude, okay? Come on.
Oh, that makes up a truly intelligent person. I would say 9 times out of 10 when you're talking university or school, you're talking book smarts. You're talking someone had the ability to sit down and memorize and reproduce that memorization of that information in a test form or an essay form, wherever the hell it was supposed to be. There's really not practical life application, because you could literally memorize every textbook from a university
my
and then go
God.
to a job and not know what the fuck you're doing, right?
But that's not how anything works. If you go into college, you kind of have to take classes that might lead to other jobs. Like, if you go to med school, you're gonna have to, like, know more than just facts. There's a lot of application. There's a lot of stuff they test you to apply. God.
And what I find is that a lot of stuff that they do teach you in university,
Yeah, these memories
doesn't apply to
everything.
the real world. I learned a ton of stuff in college that I never have used in my life because it was all superfluous knowledge that has nothing to do with anything I ever did for a job.
Because you might have taken a bogus fucking major. This is a good image. Like, that's like me taking art. Like, I was an art major when I was in college, and I mean, I know that was a brilliant idea. And it's like me just going around saying, guys, I can't get a job in the medical field because of my art degree. Art degrees are useless. Like, of course, because art degrees teach you how to do art stuff. I'm not gonna blame the art degree for not teaching me other shit that it wasn't responsible for.
Anything in the future. So why the hell did I waste all my time learning it? So you could have the highest GPA in the school and be a complete idiot because you go to actually do something in real life. You don't know how the fuck to do it.
Yeah, guys, doctors don't know what the fuck they're doing, dude. Doctors have to go to college and then go to med school. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. So, if you're going into surgery, just remember they don't know what the fuck they're doing. School didn't teach them. School didn't help them at all. They taught them all the useless shit. They didn't know. They don't know how to pay bills. Okay.
And now you're a failure, right? It's just true.
Wow, and now you're
on
a
the flip side, you could have someone who has a school and be a complete idiot because you go to actually do something in real life, you don't know how the fuck to do it. Anything I ever did for a job or anything in the future. So why the hell did I waste all my time learning it? So you could have the highest
This is
GPA
wild.
in school and be a complete idiot because you go to actually do something in real life, you don't know how the fuck to do it, and now you're a failure, right? It's just true.
It's just true.
On the flip side, you could have someone who has a terrible GPA but can go out and immediately jump into 10 different jobs because they're very adaptable. They learn things on the fly quickly when they actually jump into it. They have common sense and street smart so they can actually, just figure shit out versus someone, well, it wasn't in the book. It wasn't in the textbook, so how am I supposed to do it? Right?
Wait,
That's how
what?
some sense and street smart so they can actually, just figure shit out versus someone, well, it wasn't in the book.
Oh man. Yes, doctors when they do surgery, they're just guessing. They're just like, we're gonna find out what happens. We're doing a heart transplant. Well, I guess we're gonna have to cut the aorta, right? That's the heart. Let's figure that out. Let's figure it out. What could go wrong? Like what the fuck is he talking about? And then he's like, then he shits on people like, well, throw the book. He thinks people who are book smart are like these like nerdy little guys that don't know how to do anything, and they're just like, oh no, the books. That's kind of more like what idiots do. And I guarantee that's what DSP did in college when there was an exam. He took the exam and then he got a bad grade and probably told his little mommy, it wasn't in the book. I studied, Mom, and it wasn't in the book. The questions were not in the book.
It wasn't in the textbook, so how am I supposed to do it? Right? That's how some people are. To me, success in life is a combination of all three. You need to be able to learn and memorize things quickly. You need to be able to apply those things in the real world, but also adapt and have the ability to learn things on the fly and have that street smarts mentality. But then you also need to have common sense to know doing certain risky things or doing stupid things isn't very smart. You know what I mean? It's a combination of all three. And schools don't do a good job of teaching that at all. At all. Why is it that when you go to university, you don't learn the first thing about paying rent, mortgage, credit cards, nothing. None of the things you need to do immediately when you become independent and get a real job and everything, do they teach you in university?
Yes, let's have people go into student debt, student loan debt. The thing that everyone wants to have is debt. So they want to get the student debt going on. They want to pay all that money for tuition, all that kind of stuff. They want that debt sentence just so they can learn how to pay bills. That sounds like a fucking scam. The way he wants universities to work is a fucking scam. It's like me saying, "Hey guys, I have a program going on. It's a program that's gonna help you understand how not to get scammed. That'll be $10,000. You give me $10,000. Well, lesson one, this was a scam, and then I take your money and run, and there you go." Like that's what he wants universities to be pretty much. Okay guys, welcome to Paying Bills 101. Okay, so your company, let's say that you live in, and they draw on the little chalkboard, a little like square. Let's say this is a apartment building, and the apartment and the landlord wants his money. What are you gonna do? Well, you just whip out your checkbook, he's gonna give you a letter, and he's gonna say, you have to pay this amount. You write down the amount you owe, but be sure you have a job before you do this. And then you give him that money to pay the bill. And all this stuff like paying bills, credit cards, all of that is stuff you learn from your parents. Like, you should ask your parents if you don't understand fucking credit cards, you should ask a parent. If you don't understand taxes, either research it or find an accountant to talk about it.
They give you the tools to learn the basics of a job, but they don't tell you anything about real life. Why the fuck is that? Why do we have superfluous fucking...
Because a job, it helps you in real life. You can learn about real life every day, and you're not gonna pay the bills. Guess what pays the bills, DSP?
Courses in university. I had to take a Native American Studies course. And all this course was a guy who had Native American heritage in him, sitting there every day, babbling. He didn't teach us a damn thing, and every test was just taken out of a book that we had to memorize. I came out of that course learning absolutely nothing about Native Americans. It was a complete waste of my fucking time. Instead of that, why the fuck didn't I just have a course about finances so I knew how to pay my bills when I got out of college?
Dude, there are finance classes he could have taken, but like paying bills is like stuff you learn when you live.
Don't do that because they don't care about practicality. They care about making money. You know what I mean? So give you a bunch of crap courses you don't fucking need, and everyone has a giant GPA and gets out of college doesn't know jack shit about life.
And he kind of misses the point why schools have you take so many other like classes that might seem like nonsense classes, but the whole point is so that you can understand stuff in different perspectives and you can be more well-rounded as a person. That's kind of why they have you take these classes, so you can kind of see a different side of things. But no, fuck that. That's dumb, dude.
So I don't, if people in your university are like, oh, if you don't.
Oh yeah, dude, Smiles. That's a good fucking point. He told us already, like, oh, I learned all these different cultures back then. Now he's like shitting on that. Well, he isn't shitting on Native American because he's part of it, dude. He knows Native American heritage, dude. Come on. I feel like he throws trash on the highway to make that. Naval.
Guess what? The people with high GPAs, are they also busting their ass? Because this was my situation. When I was in university, I had to work full time in order to pay for university. I had loans that I had out that I had to pay for and bills. So me working meant that I couldn't do a lot of the extra stuff that the people with a high GPA were doing to get that GPA. So should I consider myself stupid because I had like a middle of the road GPA in university because I had to actually work and have real life experience and practical application of life skills? No. In fact, it's the complete opposite. More than likely, I was able to adapt and do more things in life than those idiots were when they came out of college and didn't know shit about anything. But that's how they judge you in college. A lot of people, especially depending on what university you're at, it's all about GPA and stuff, right? So that's my take on it anyway. Okay, continuing on.
Wow.
Richie7 asked the following.
That was such a lame answer, and that was a lame question too. Like, really? We're gonna ask, what do you think of people who say that you're dumb based on your GPA? Like, come on. Let's see. Next question. What were some of the reasons I was so open when I started on YouTube? Oh my god, I already know the answer to this. How is that different from my life now? If the detractors weren't so bad, would I have shared more even now? Let's see. Was I so open on YouTube? I don't think I was. I mean, I might have been like, maybe I was, maybe I was. I don't know. I feel like, the thing is, I think I said stuff that I probably shouldn't have said in my older videos, but, like, I don't think I was, like, showing stuff that was like, oh my god, guys, this is super private. I don't know. I don't know. That's not a problem for me. Because I kind of make videos, and I know what the videos are going to be about.
Early in your career, you shared your entire life with your audience. What were some of the reasons that you decided to be so open when you actually started? How does it compare with living a more private life now? If you didn't have the detractor problem, where anything you shared could be used against you, do you think you would have continued to share as much as you did? Okay, when I first started on YouTube, it was a joke. Being very honest with all of you, I didn't take it seriously.
You shared us Cleo. I did share Cleo to you guys. Speak. I did share little bun. Little bun. Look at those. Oh, she moved her ears, dude.
know I've let you down.
Oh,
I've
oh.
been a fool to myself.
Did you hear something? Oh shit.
I thought that I could live for no one.
It's kind of sad I cannot hear this through OBS, but you guys can hear the song. I know what song this is too. It's "Come Sweet Death," dude.
The ones you love mean more than anything. So with sadness in my heart, feel the best thing I could do is end it all and leave forever. What's done is done, it feels so bad. What was
I mean, you
happy.
should have sniffed at that camera, dude.
I'll never love again, my world is
I think she was like really confused with that snow. She was like, I don't know what this is.
I wish that I could turn back time, 'cause now the guilt is all mine. Can't live without the trust from those you love. I know we can't forget the
Alright. I know. No, she doesn't let me brush her. I can't even pet her, dude. What do you think I get? How do you think I could brush her? She'd probably like freak out. I used to brush my older rabbits. Climbing to the Moon song is Sinatra's song sung by a lady in Ava. End credits, yeah.
In any long term, I never thought it would be my job. I never thought I would make any money doing it. I thought it was just me fucking around and having fun, and that was it. That was the extent of it. That's all. I didn't care about it. Which is why back then I said some of the things I said, and I did some of the things I did that were considered now over the top. What the hell was he thinking, right? I never thought anything would happen in regards to me getting popular or any kind of positivity out of it. I thought it was just, wow, a bunch of people follow me and want to see what I'm doing or whatever. So basically after, I think it was about a year of doing the gameplay stuff, people kept saying, I want to see your face. I want to see what you look like. You know, I'd never shown my face. It was always just me playing games.
I want to see your face,
so in
Phil.
2010, I believe it was, I did the big reveal video.
The narcissism.
The first time, and I told.
Well, then again, there was an era of YouTube where a lot of people who didn't show their face, like people like were like, oh my gosh, show us your face, show us your face, and people were like, I'm gonna show you my face. This is what I look like, and I think DSP rode that hype train. Current Darkwood, cancel culture, old dark. Yeah, I agree.
About everything, and it was actually in that reveal video at that time that I think I said I was going to start doing vlogging. Oh, I'm going to start doing, you know, like DSP tries it videos and stuff like that for diversification.
Diversification.
More interested in the personal side of stuff than me just playing games. And at that point, people were, whoa, I want to see, you're so funny when you play games. We want to see you apply that to real life too. We want to see you
yes,
buying products and eating
that's what
food.
everyone
We want
said.
to see you going around and filming whenever you go to an event and stuff like that. And that's kind of how that started. And then the thing was, back then being, you know, single and having a house that was just, it wasn't a house, it was just a very small condo, very small little unit. Essentially just watching me play games and or vlogging, you saw the entirety of my condo, right? It was so small. So I was like, why not turn the condo into the filming studio? Everything that I have can be applied to a video. Everything that I do could be applied to a video. And it's basically kind of a way to get views for different kinds of content. It was weird because no matter what I tried, people watched and liked. It was crazy. I never thought making a stupid video of me making eggs on bagels or whatever I did that anyone would give a shit. And it took all, like, people loved it. They were like, this is great. You got to keep it with the series of doing that and doing this. And then, of course, when I started monetizing the stuff and making big money doing it, I was like, this is insane.
Big money, dude.
But that was kind of my mentality back then. I was like, it doesn't really matter what private life I have.
No, this is kind of lame, kind of dumb, because he tells us, "Oh, I didn't really care. I did all this stuff and this and that." But he told Quarterman, his favorite guy, "Well, you see, I had a problem. I couldn't make money doing gameplay. I couldn't make money doing that, so I started doing vlogs." But here, he's like, I did it on a whim. I did it just to fuck around. Oh, man, people loved it, man. They loved it, man. Oh, yeah, man, I did it because people loved it. But he told Quarterman he did it because he couldn't make money off video games, and he wanted to make money off videos. This is so fake. So fake.
If I make everything public, people seem to like everything I show them, and this is a great way to diversify and not only be doing gameplay. The other thing is back then, I really didn't have like a private life that anyone used against me. It was all positive. Like everyone took everything as a positive. Oh my god.
Yeah, they definitely took being called faggots as a positive. They loved that. They loved being called faggots, man. They loved it.
DSP tries it video today, and even though we're laughing at him because he's so poorly made the food, it's hilarious, and we laugh, ha ha ha. It wasn't like, oh, let's micro-analyze everything in Phil's kitchen because he's a streamer, and he asks...
He wasn't streaming back then, though.
And therefore, let's see what he's using the donations for in his kitchen. Oh my god, did you see that panini press? That looks like that's like a $50...
No, the only reason why people were nickel and diming the shit he has wasn't because they were bored or fuck Phil. But he goes on stream, guys, I can't afford my bills. I can't afford stuff. My money is gone. I can't afford things. I can't afford anything. I'm poor, man. I'm poor. So what do you think was gonna happen when you claim you're poor, then you show all these ritzy things? People are gonna be like, hey guys, look, he has these ritzy things that he bought from money that he lost. Maybe don't act like a homeless guy in your videos, DSP. Maybe that could be a good place to start.
Panini press, and he got a $40 one instead of a $30 or $20 one. That's $10 he misappropriated from funds that people gave him on a stream. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't like that back then. Back then it was like everything was positive. Everything was a really cool attitude of, wow, this YouTube thing is a new interactive fun thing where people can share their life experiences in a funny way. And it was just a very positive vibe. Overwhelming from the internet was just good, positive stuff.
Good, positive stuff.
And then over the years, essentially what happened was when people kind of turned their opinion on me with things like that, this is how you don't play movie. We already talked about this on Ask the King, but there was a time period when Phil's long-form gameplay videos are no longer good because we've now been conditioned in our heads to believe that only videos that are good on YouTube are highly edited with all the downtime cut out. And if you're not someone who came into YouTube, because we've now kind of turned their opinion on me with things like that, this is how you don't play movie. We already talked about this
the
on Ask the King,
movement.
but there was a time period when Phil's long-form gameplay videos are no longer good because we've now been conditioned in our heads to believe that only videos that are good on YouTube are highly edited with all the downtime cut out. And if you're not someone who came into YouTube with know-how of video editing and experience and money to make these highly edited, polished videos, your content sucks. So Phil sucks now because he still makes the old style content. So let's spin the positivity into negative. Let's constantly say he sucks at games. Let's constantly say he's a terrible human for making fun of game devs. Oh, by the way, look at all the shit that he's revealed of his personal life over the years. Let's make fun of him for that. And every little thing he does, let's make fun.
But all that started because he shat on This I Don't Play so badly, though. He kind of fueled the trolls back then. And to this day, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that the only reason why he kept escalating was because he kept fueling the trolls every time. And he still kind of does it. Still.
Fun of. Now, the thing is, at the same time all that negativity was coming up, I had already had long-standing series like DSP Tries It or vlogging when I went out and stuff. So I continued to do those and tried to ignore the negativity, but it just grew exponentially over the years. So
he kept fueling it.
Wow, anything I put out is positive and everyone likes it, became, wow, everything I put out, everyone just shits on constantly. You know, it was a complete almost 180 of attitude from the common viewers on YouTube. Not to say I didn't have my hardcore fan base, I absolutely did. People who've been supportive to me over the years and basically saw through the nonsense that people were saying and doing in regards to me. But you see what I mean? It was still so negative with that disgusting toxic cloud that started to form.
Disgusting cloud, dude. Nasty.
Okay.
Okay.
So, continuing on with your question here. The reasons I decided to be so open was because I felt there's nothing to hide. You know, I never thought in a million years that people would use anything from a video like a vlog in my place, use it against me as a negative. At that point, when I started doing that stuff, no one was doing negative stuff towards me at all. It was quite the opposite. It was overwhelmingly positive feedback from the internet. Do more, share more, we love it. Okay? How does that compare with having a more private life? Well, being very honest with you guys, what happened was when the negative stuff started happening, I ended up becoming kind of almost like what's the paranoid? What is it today
Paranoid.
that someone's going to say about something I did in a video yesterday that's going to come back to bite me, right? What is it going to be the next thing that someone spins as a negative, toxic, stupid piece of shit story to get clickbait views on YouTube? And that's really what it became, was what ludicrous thing comes up today. And now that I have a private life and I don't show you my house and I don't tell you about a lot of the behind the scenes stuff that my wife and I do, and you know, we just have our own life off of the internet, we don't have to worry about that shit when I'm off stream. It's like when I'm off stream, I'm disconnected.
Disconnected.
Now it's time for private life, and it's much better than,
I'm free from the people.
Everything else I do has to be connected to
he
the internet.
He fucking hates his job.
I told you guys, I'll say it again, that's why DSP Tries It is not ever going to resume. Because the most frustrating days were when I had to come to stream for 4 or 5 hours, off stream, but now I got to rush out, buy food, film, edit, upload, stream again. Like, the whole day was fucking work. Where was my life? I had no real life there.
Oh my god, one day to do that? Oh my god, dude, where's his life? He streams like 6 days a week. He has one day off, and if he has a stream and do DSP Tries It in one day, oh man, he would explode. He would die. Phil would die if he had to do that. He would be dead.
Share everything constantly. Everything was 100% for YouTube. I can't live like that anymore. You know what I mean? That was crazy how much I was dedicating and how much I was putting into it.
Yeah, you liked your job at that time.
Bite me in the ass later on anyway with the shit that people would say and do. So really, that's the difference. Is I don't have that constant paranoia feeling anymore.
But what's dumb?
Frankly,
okay, so the other thing that's dumb about this is that back then he was a little bit more like, "Hey, say whatever the fuck you want. I don't care." Like, he had that attitude. Now he magically somehow cares about what people say. It's so dumb. Like back then, like people said all this dumb shit. He was like, you guys are dumb. Okay, yeah, I did that. Okay, whatever." And he still did DSP Tries It. Now it's like, the trolls. They're gonna say, Cat was in the background. Oh my god. He was so scared. He's so scared now than he was back then, and he's telling us that he was more paranoid then than now. Sure, okay, mister. I can't show you my house.
The ludicrousness of what people say about me these days is so ludicrous that I don't care about it anymore. You know what I mean? When people are gonna every day fabricate.
If he doesn't care, then why not show the house? This is dumb.
Stupid. It just becomes white noise. It's kind of like The Boy Who Cried Wolf, right? The first 5 times someone says something shocking, you might believe it, but then the next 27 times, it's like, who cares? And that's how it's become for me. Like, I don't care. Maybe the first few times people started saying ridiculous shit that was nuts, I cared. The most ludicrous one was that fucking escort story. Like, that was so insane. But you know what I mean? And since then, there's been similar things that are so insane. And at this point, I just don't care anymore.
Foreclosure?
Like, after that, I don't give a shit. You jumped the shark when you just believed the stupidest shit on the planet, okay? To the fact now where I just don't care what anyone says about me anymore because it's all the same. It's all the same. You already jumped the shark. I've had enough. You're beating the dead horse, but there's so many dumb fuck people out there. They still want that drama. Even if they don't care if it's true. They just want to eat up the new drama, and that's why they watch the clickbait videos and the stupid shit on YouTube because they're that dumb.
Okay.
But for me, it's like I don't care anymore. But the less ammo I give to these people, the better.
Yeah, the better, yeah. Yeah, it's so much better because we can say all this nonsense that he has around the house, and the best part is that he kind of gets mad about it too. Like he kind of he tries to play off with it. Like I think someone was like, "Oh yeah, Phil, you got like I think it might have been Third Eye, but he said like, "Oh yeah, Phil, you got like a microwave, like a diamond encrusted microwave or something," and DSP just was like, "Oh yeah, I have a microwave. Oh my god, you fucking idiots!" And it's like, dude, like, you're not showing us the house anymore, so at this point, like, people are just gonna say, they can say whatever, and it could just be a meme. Like, this is fucking dumb, and then, but,
I give them to work with, the better. Let them grasp at straws. Let them literally try to fabricate and make shit up that's the most ludicrous you've ever heard.
Okay, so it's ludicrous to assume that he's buying frivolous shit in the house that he's not showing us? Like, now of course, like, well, they're gonna say I bought caviar, all these extreme nonsense stuff, but like, frivolous shit could be anything from like, an espresso machine and well, like stuff that you don't really need. But he thinks that like, if he doesn't show us that, oh well, the trolls can't see anything. Well, I could say that I think it's a little bit sleazy that that you don't even want to show us your. He doesn't even want to take an Instagram pic of the TV downstairs. Remember when he used to do that? Like, oh, I'm watching this show right now, guys. He can't even show us the show he's watching. He doesn't show us the TV shows he's watching anymore. He doesn't do that anymore. Because it's private time, dude. He can't Instagram a TV. Because he got a new TV, guys. He got an 8K TV. Telling you, he got money, dude.
Because God forbid I actually make a video walking through my hallway and they see something. Oh my God! Now I actually have something tied to a real fact that I can spin out of control.
No, he says this, but he tells multiple times. Oh, the house is the same. It didn't change. Nothing changed, man. Nothing changed. But now he's saying that. Oh well, they could find stuff in it, dude. So then things did change. Okay.
And make look like drama. I'm not pulling up with that shit anymore. All right, so that's why. That's the difference now between now and then. Back then, it was like, my God, what's going to happen? Anyone could say anything about me and people will believe it because they're dumb. Now it's like, I'm not, now I don't have to worry about that. I have this nice private life that's separated from that, okay? Do you think I would have continued to share as much as I did if I didn't have the detractor problem? Honestly, yeah. Like,
no, I think Kat is there. Because no matter who you are, once you leave Phil, you go right under that bus. So the day that DSP starts saying like snide disses about Kat is when I believe she's not there. Like, he has not done anything like that. Like with Leanna, like when it started, it was just like, oh, I still have to pay her phone bill. I gotta take care of her phone because she left it off and she has all this shit in her room. Like, with Kat, he's probably just, he hasn't done that yet. So I'm waiting for the, for him to, we'll see his stuff at the bankruptcy sale. Maybe I'll get a good gaming monitor.
I had fun doing the stuff that I did, okay? And admittedly, probably I still would have scaled back DSP Tries It, but in reality, a lot of the reasons that now I've become a more kind of secluded guy with a private life is directly because of the actions of the assholes. If they hadn't done the shit that they did to me over the years, then guess what? I probably would have shared more. The reason that those people found my address immediately when I moved across the country was because I, out of the kindness of my own content creation, said, I'm going to share with you the journey. I'm going to go to, the Seattle area. I'm going to film houses with walkthroughs, and I'm going to put it on the internet to show you the potential houses I'm looking to move into and stuff. And because of that,
yeah, the kindness of his heart. He made specifically 10-minute videos, upload them all on YouTube. Monetized. The kindness of his heart, dude. He did it for us.
Looking at for homes, and they got my address immediately. That came back to bite me.
But how is that the troll's fault? That's your fault. You made that video. You uploaded the video. You didn't think to yourself, wait a second, this has my address. No, you didn't think people were gonna do anything with his address. I mean, like. I don't whatever.
Being so nice and so open and so transparent with you guys that came back to haunt me forever. You know what I mean?
Haunt me?
And so I mean, if people didn't do that fucked up shit, then probably I would have continued to share more about my life and everything, and you would probably know a lot more. And by the way, if people didn't do that fucked up shit, Kat would probably want to come to stream and spend time with us.
Oh my God, this guy really wants his fans to hate us. Oh, see, you guys want to see Kat again? Well, the trolls, they made sure that never happened again. But like, when Kat was there, she didn't even seem to want to be there in the first place. In the fucking IRL stream, she was like, eh. and the reveal video, she was just flexing on us how she doesn't care about the trolls and how she knows that we're dumb, but she doesn't go to stream because the trolls that she thinks are dumb are making fun of her.
It's 100% because of the actions of the fucked up, toxic, greedy people on the internet that stuff no longer will be shared anymore. That's why.
This tone literally makes it sound as if he made that video for detractors specifically. Like, he did this for us. Like, that's what it sounds like. Every time he talks about Cat not being on stream, it's like, it's like he's telling us that, well, you could have made fun of her all day, but you decided to come to my chat to make fun of her and all that stuff. I thought you made content for your fans. Why does he talk about Cat being on his streams like he was gonna do it for us, the haters? Oh, he doesn't want to look like he failed a marriage. That's why he hasn't said anything. She could be there, but then the marriage is. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm just telling you. I am not gonna say anything until he starts throwing her under the bus. Once he's under that bus, then I'll kind of buy into it. But I mean, right now, because I definitely believe Cat is this retarded. I can see Cat not wanting to go on stream because she's afraid of people that she doesn't see make fun of her. I can see her do all the specific things that he tells us that she does. I can buy that. And if she leaves, then it's gonna be like sympathy. Oh, poor Phil. He's going through a divorce. Poor Phil. It's way better to imagine that this guy is failing so hard and he's in a marriage. That I like that image better because it makes Cat look like a very smart person. So I mean, you know what I mean? Come on. You can't be too mean to Cat. I mean, she loves the life with Phil. She loves it. She loves it there. She does not want to trade it for anything. She loves it there in Seattle, dude.
The shit they did and didn't continue to do the shit they did, then maybe I would feel a little bit more safe and I'd actually be able to share more. But I can't anymore. I can't share anything with you except things that I absolutely know are essential because you never know what's going to happen, what they're going to fuck up next, right?
Yeah, what are we going to fuck up next? Yeah, we're going to teleport to his house, dude.
Okay. Continuing on, this is the last question from the forums this time. This is from Level Up Gamer. He says, with all the major...
Oh my god, it's Level Up Gamer. For those of you who don't know, Level Up Gamer is Free For All Cast, a great content creator that no one cares about, and he loves my content. I don't know. I'm petty to this guy. I kind of don't know why. But it is what it is. Thoughts on Mixer as a streaming service, and would I ever move to it? I was kind of thinking of going to Mixer, but I'm just gonna stay on Twitch. Like, Mixer's good, but I have a base at Twitch, so I'm sticking with Twitch. Twitch is the future, dude.
Major streamers jumping to Mixer, also smaller ones as well. When I ask these streamers about the move, they claim the account being tied to Microsoft definitely adds a decline in fake accounts and trolls on their service. In addition, some say that the leveling system that each user has is...
But that's bullshit, though. You can literally make troll accounts on Microsoft. That's retarded. You're telling me Mixer is going to prevent people from making other Hotmail accounts and other accounts? Like, you can make multiple accounts. That's a load of bullshit right there. No.
Of a viewer that they may be, basically making a person who can't afford to subscribe
Mixer has chicken cam. Oh shit.
Also, the moderation is much more streamlined over on Mixer. You can set the chat based on level, so only people who've reached a level 2 or whatever can chat, etc. I also know that you sometimes don't trust the voting systems on different things when I do polls. Well, Mixer actually has a good system in place with so many tools, you can keep most detractors away. If you know all that, sorry for the lengthy introduction. I don't use Mixer, so I don't know anything about that. Now, here's my question. What's your opinion on Mixer? Would you ever consider jumping ship?
And that's bullshit anyway. He'd find a way to say the trolls ruined the polls.
Better if you got tired of it. I can tell you right now, the trolling would not be the reason I would move to Mixer. No. Because I got my shit under control. I do. I don't even think we actively have a mod here on the stream today, and the stream chat's fine. You know what I mean? Like, we've got things...
The stream chat is fine. We have no mods. It's great. It's fine. Later that night, Strange Cash Homie comes in with a $50 tip. Hey, Phil. Can I be a mod? I'm interested in being a mod. Whoa, man! Yeah, man! Email me. I'll make you a mod. Actually, I wonder if he's a mod. Did they mod him? Stray Cat Show Me, is he a mod? Is he in chat today? Sometimes when these people become mod, they kind of just don't come back.
So what in the hell do we have here?
Oh.
Well.
Though I don't know how honest that is, though, because sometimes it says there's no mods, but but then there's mods, you know? It's really weird.
I definitely need Lanky here.
And I think there's a website that can tell you if they modded someone. I don't know.
You know, it's not that big of a deal.
I'll check the detractor networks.
That are calm enough. That's not a big deal. And I actually feel that the tools put in place for moderation on Twitch are more than sufficient for my needs, okay? And it wouldn't be trolling, would not be the reason why I would move the mixer. Now, if I somehow had some kind of a major disagreement with Twitch on something with the business, where I felt that I could not continue to share my content with you in a way that I wanted to on a daily basis, then I would consider leaving. For example, that's exactly what happened years ago. I was streaming on Twitch from 2013
Hold on, I want to hear this again.
Content with you in a way that I wanted to on a daily basis, then I would consider leaving. For example, that's exactly what happened years ago. I was streaming on Twitch from 2013 to late 2014 or late 2015? I always forget. But basically at that point, I was streaming an Assassin's Creed game at a bitrate that was considered above the allowed bitrate on Twitch. Twitch came to me, a Twitch mod, and complained and said, "You're streaming too high, lower your bitrate." And I said,
so I don't think they modded him, I
right
guess.
Now, there's people bigger than me that are streaming at a higher bitrate that you're allowing. So right now I'm just telling you this is preferential treatment, which is fucked up. I don't agree with that. And I'm telling you right now that if I change my bitrate,
I don't know if I can.
The game's going to look like shit.
No, I'm shitting on preferential treatment, but they still do that, though. They still do preferential treatment. Or are you going to leave Twitch now, DSP? They still do it. They still do that shit.
And did I do it? So I did. It looked like shit, and I said, I'm not streaming on your business anymore. So I went over to YouTube. I believe it was for roughly 2 years.
And you also hated that they allowed people who faked being swatted to come back to the website. But that was back then, dude. That was back when Twitch wasn't about being positive. Now Twitch changed, and now they're positive. They're not having people like that anymore. They only have Alinity that throws cats around, and they have Onizian, who's another positive individual that everyone loves. Even Chris Hansen is a fan of Onizian. That's how positive Twitch is right now. Sound good?
I was able to stream at any bitrate I wanted. Okay, and that was fine for 2 years, except that YouTube didn't have many ways to really make any kind of profit on a stream. Which at that point I didn't care about because I was still making enough ad revenue on YouTube to I didn't care about the streams being monetized or anything.
Oh, I don't know if did he get banned again? Because
in addition,
I heard he got unbanned.
Moderation is absolutely god awful.
Then I heard they let him back.
Their stream chat is not a stream chat; it's just comments that roll on like a video, so it's impossible to control. So
okay, this is outdated information. He thinks YouTube chat is still like comment section, which it isn't. It's a fucking chat. Does he think that it's like a comment section because you can see profile pictures in the chat? To be honest, I like that more than what Twitch does. Honestly. Because at least with like YouTube chat, you kind of have like these cool little, like it's easy to like look into like, oh wow, this guy's in chat, you know, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
IRC server that was running constantly, and I really feel that during those years I had a decline in viewership because people wanted to see something that was easy to access, and a lot of people got turned off at the live streaming aspect. So they either watched
he still had more views then than he does now.
The streaming thing kind of didn't work for me those years. But then years later, I heard that Twitch had finally upped their bitrate requirements. They allowed you to stream at a higher bitrate that would be quality for me. I came back, and the rest is history. It's been 3 years, and I've absolutely...
No, I love how he changed the story with this so many times. It's either, oh, OBS fucked up. I don't think OBS fucked up. I think that's a lie. Oh, the money there is better. Oh, it's positive there now. Blah blah blah. No, he went back because of money.
I've been on Twitch. There's been no issues. So that being said, the only reason I would ever leave Twitch really is because there would be some kind of a fundamental change or something happening that I felt that I didn't want to be on this business anymore, this site. But the thing is,
that is bullshit. That is such bullshit because he stuck with YouTube for so long, and that company did a lot of things that he did not like at all. He fucking took it up the ass for YouTube. And then, like, he decided to go back to Twitch because he wanted more money. Because, the adpocalypse. I guarantee if Twitch, like, the only way these people would ever leave Twitch is if Twitch ruined his income. If Twitch was like, we are not gonna allow streamers to make tips, he would leave. Maybe. But if he can't make any money during Twitch, if Twitch does anything to fuck with his income, he would leave. He would have to leave because his income would be fucked.
In the 3.5 years I've been here, if anything, I think it's gotten better. You know, the thing is too, I focus on my own stuff. I should emphasize here, I focus on my own stuff. I don't get into other people's business. I don't care about what other people are doing on Twitch. People always want to get into these.
But that stuff impacts you, DSP, because it's preferential treatment. He tells us that he left Twitch before because it was preferential treatment. He was tired of it, and he hated it too. And now he's telling us that well, I don't care about other people on Twitch. I don't care about what they do. So then why do you care about preferential treatment, DSP? And he complains about that on YouTube all the time. Ugh.
Oh, did you hear what this person got away with today on Twitch, but then this person got punished for on Twitch? I don't fucking pay attention to any of that shit. I pay attention to me and my business and my concerns and my ability to stream and your guys' ability to watch what you want to watch on my streams. I don't care about all the white noise of the horse shit that I hear over here and over here and over here. I don't care. So even those people claim
he doesn't care about a Twitch streamer throwing a cat. Doesn't care about that. Doesn't care about another Twitch streamer who abused his kid. Doesn't care about that. Nah, I only care about me, dude.
There's all these problems with Twitch. Like, I've experienced none of them. Not a single one.
I mean, the thing is that it's fine if you want to stream on Twitch and say, like, look, I understand that Twitch is has preferential treatment and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But DSP has made it like a point to shit on any company that does preferential treatment. So when people get preferential treatment, guess who gets made fun of and looks like a clown?
I don't get involved in the drama, so I like being on Twitch. I have no desire to leave Twitch and go to a third-party company or another third-party streaming company because I like Twitch, right? So why do I want to leave? Twitch is still the #1 streaming service in the world. I get the feeling that even though there may be competition with Mixer, they're going to remain #1. I've already said this before. I feel competition with Mixer is a good thing, and here's why.
Now he loves competition with Mixer and all that kind of stuff, but I remember there was a time when he hated people saying, "Hey Phil, do you think Mixer is a competition with Twitch?" No, that's fucking stupid, okay? Mixer cannot stand up to Twitch, and Mixer, no one cares about fucking Mixer. Mixer's stupid. Fuck Mixer. He slammed on Microsoft for promoting their website, all that stuff, but now he magically loves Mixer. He loves it. It's like he's still afraid to shit on Mixer because he's afraid that you know what it could be? Somewhere I think, deep down in DSP's mind, he's saying to himself, wait, I might have to go to Mixer at some point in the future if, worst case scenario, Mixer might be the backup channel. I can't shit on Mixer anymore. I have to say that they're good competition. I can't shit on them because I might end up there. That's what DSP is thinking in his head. He thinks he's going to go back to Mixer at some point. Not go back, but go to Mixer.
Breeds innovation and improvement. If you have one company that's 100% dominant in a field, there's no inspiration for them to ever do any better. Take a look at YouTube. How bad YouTube has gotten over the years and just continues to get worse because there's no one to compete with them when it comes to on-demand video. They are the #1 guys, and no one ever competes, so they do whatever the fuck they want. They change whatever they want. You know what I mean? And that website is just falling the fuck apart and become a toxic fucking cesspool because of that. With Twitch actually having some actual competition, it's good. It means they'll have to find ways to improve. Maybe they'll see some of these things that Mixer apparently has that they don't and say, oh, maybe we should implement some of these.
Oh, maybe we should steal some ideas. Yeah, man, I'm so glad. Like, they instituted, like, double streaming, which I don't think anyone uses on Twitch, which is... But, like, Picarto.tv, and another great website you guys, I'm sure you heard of, had double streams before. Like, you do co-stream with people. That was the Picarto thing, and Twitch took it. And Twitch took the fucking point system from Mixer, and from other people, all this other stuff. Like, Twitch stole so many ideas.
Things or do things that are better than that because we want to stay competitive and we want.
What did Twitch do that was better than what Mixer did or Picarto? Nothing.
I like that about it. So this is.
I mean, Twitch. I guess it was in beta and then they took it away, but Twitch still didn't do the co-op streams. They were like showing, oh, you can have multiple streams on your stream, man, and that never went anywhere. They couldn't figure that out. Picarto has that feature, and Twitch couldn't figure it out. Okay.
As a viable competitor to Twitch is going to have both businesses want to improve upon each other and be better than each other, and that's going to allow for better variety when it comes to content and delivery and features when it comes to streams. So I'm all for it.
I'm all for it.
But again, no, I would not leave Twitch at all right now. I like being where I am. I love streaming every day.
You love streaming.
It's streamlined. It's easy. I don't have any problems.
No problems.
You guys like the content I put out here. Like I said, there's constant improvements, monetization options. Hell, just today, I added 2 new cheer modes, and I added 3 new exclusive emotes for people who have cheered a certain level, and constant improvements, monetization options.
Monetization options. Man. Why would the viewer care about this? Guys, I can make new ways to make money. Isn't that cool?
Hell, just today, I added 2 new cheer modes, and I added 3 new exclusive emotes for people who have cheered a certain level and earned the ability to use those. They cannot use those in my chat. These are just constantly things that I can do to improve and make the experience better for people, see? And I like that about Twitch. The one criticism I have about Twitch to this day, and I still wish that they would improve it, let me stream at a higher bitrate. They still limit me to the 6,500 kilobits per second, or whatever the fuck it is. I want to be at 9,000 or more. If I could do 9,000 or more, I could do 1080p, 60 frames per second gameplay of every single game I play. My PC can do it, but I can't do it on Twitch because it looks like shit at the bitrate that they force me to stream at. Let me stream at a higher bitrate, and then I'll be able to put out the highest quality stuff for my viewers, but they don't let you. They limit you to the 6,500, and so that's what I'm stuck doing. Okay? All right. Let's do some shout-outs. Thank you very much to the following patrons who are ongoing supporters and earned a verbal
Okay, well, let's skip that. How do I handle constant criticism that I receive? Well, I look at the criticism and I either improve from the criticism. If it's criticism I don't agree with, I move on. There you go. Sound good?
All right. Let's move on to Twitter questions. First of all, from Rascal Blacktail, he says, how do you keep going with the constant barrage of criticism? Surely there's more to it than just ignoring it. It's relentless. Whether some may feel it's deserved or not, there has to be a mental or emotional toll it's taken over the years. First of all, it's not criticism. You know, there is criticism. Legit criticism I always welcome. And if someone has a suggestion for a stream or a suggestion for a new genre of game I should check out or some way I can improve, I'll definitely take it into consideration. One of the biggest criticisms I still get to this day, I need to shorten my pre-streams. Yeah.
But all of the, every time someone says, hey, you should check out this game. Oh, no, I can't do that. I play Final Fantasy VII. I play this game. I can't play this game. I can't play that. I can't play that.
When I shorten my pre-streams, I don't get to talk about a lot of critical information, and then it's hilarious because then that stream, everyone's talking about that the whole stream, and it distracts me from the gameplay. So, you see what I mean? Like, some of the criticisms...
Yeah, but you don't get to the point on pre-stream. You kind of ramble and ramble and ramble.
Are valid, and
oh
I'll
my
take them into
god.
consideration, but a lot of them, at the same time, I have to figure out, is that best for the kind of content that I do? You know, it's very tough to figure out what's a good or valid criticism and what's not. But what I think you're specifically addressing... Rascal, is the slander and the defamation. That's not criticism. That's complete horseshit. It's taking a snippet of truth or taking a fact that is a part of a whole big picture and portraying it as if it's the whole picture. For example, the other day, here I am on stream, and we're talking about the passing of Kobe Bryant.
Oh my god, we're gonna talk about fucking Kobe Bryant? Dude, like, the guy passed away, and now he's just a tool for Phil to brag about how cool he was, but when he died? Why are you bragging about this? Like, dude, just move on. Don't bring Kobe into this.
You know, very, very awful, untimely passing of him. At that point, we didn't even know that his daughter had passed away in the same helicopter crash. We were just talking about Kobe. And we're talking about how he's a good person and how he's a very influential figure.
How is he a good person? Then, what about the rape? The rape, huh, Phil? What about that? Are we gonna talk about good people? Nah.
And as we're talking about Kobe's passing, my game file had corrupted.
Oh my god, he fucking loves this story.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. My game
loves
file
this.
Corrupted, and now we gotta replay a whole bunch of gameplay. I said, what a day. First we have this really shocking death of someone who everyone, you know, respects, and then my game file corrupts. It's like a really horrible day of horrible shit. And people make it headline news on their YouTube channels. DSP compares Kobe Bryant's death to losing a game save file. Didn't do that at all. That's complete defamation and slander. It's 100% factually incorrect. If you actually watch the fuck...
Yeah, I said that... whatever.
Stream, you would actually see exactly what happened on the stream, and that's not what happened at all. It wasn't like, oh man, Kobe died and my game file is gone, and, you know, this is really awful for us, man. It's like, it's bullshit. I never equated the two at all in any kind of a comparison. It's saying, making a list of bad things does not mean the bad things are equivalent. But this is what these people do to me every single day. They literally make shit up. That's not criticism. That's slander. That's defamation. That's illegal to do that. To misrepresent something, to make it look like something it actually wasn't, is actually illegal in the United States of America, and people who do it can be sued for it, okay? But this happens to me every day, and it gets to the point where it's so ludicrous that, like I said earlier, I just laugh at it. There's no way I could take that shit seriously. Are you out of your minds? And the truth of the matter is, everyone who was actually here on the streams knows it's bullshit. They were here. They saw exactly what happened. They saw the true context of the discussion that we had. We had a very honorable and respectful conversation about Kobe. And to say that I say stuff like that is ludicrous. But that's what they do. Clickbait, come make money. Clickbait.
Clickbait, come make money. Clickbait, come make money.
It absolutely takes a toll.
I'll hear that again.
Ludicrous. But that's what they do. Clickbait, come make money. Clickbait. And respectful conversation about Kobe. And to say that I say stuff like that is ludicrous. But that's what they do. Clickbait, come make money. Clickbait. You're right. It does take a toll. It absolutely takes a toll. And there was a point where I was like, man, I don't even know if I want to keep on doing this anymore because it got so bad.
Oh, bullshit.
That, like, every aspect of my life was being negatively affected. My finances, my personal life, my family was being harassed. You know, it was like every aspect of my life, but it was being negatively affected by the shit that these people were doing just to get their own personal gain on the internet. But now, these past few years that I've made a more private life that's protected from that shit, it hasn't been as negatively affected, that's for sure. And the truth of the matter is, like I said, it really all culminated with that stupid escort story, and now it's just everything's bullshit. Everything that they say is just bullshit. I just don't even care anymore because why am I going to care about the most ludicrous shit that they just make up on a daily basis for themselves when I know I could just push forward positively, and I know that I don't even care anymore because why am I going to care about the most ludicrous shit that they just make up on a daily basis for themselves when I know I could just push forward positively, and I know
his eyes were closed the whole time.
Are going to come and not know. They know that stuff's fake anyway. They were here, right? So they know that that shit's bullshit. They know not to believe these insane, slanderous, and defamatory stories. And so we don't care about it, you know? Yeah, I'll admit it.
So then why did you tailor your life around it then?
It was about 3 or 4 years ago, when I was at a point that was like a breaking point, I was like, damn, dude, my life sucks right now because there's so much negativity and hate towards me, and I don't know if this will ever turn around, and I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I would definitely say in the last year, things did turn around. In the last year, public opinion against me, even though people still say I'm a lol cow or whatever.
Lol
cow.
cow.
To the point where, oh, let's destroy his fucking life and ruin him forever. It's more like, okay, let's laugh at some of his misadventures, but understand this guy is unfairly treated on a daily basis.
Laugh at his misadventures? But, like, oh my god, like, he still claims that we ruin his sponsorship opportunities. What? No one's ruining my livelihood, then why don't you get sponsorship opportunities? Because the trolls. But the trolls, I thought public opinion changed, dude. And he really thinks that Pro Jared video really helped him. But that wasn't what happened. Oh my god. And no one said, oh my god, he's fairly untreated. And the other person that said that was fucking the quarter man, and he's a fucking cuck. Same with the drunken peasants. Oh my god.
Basis by a bunch of stalker shitheads. Okay? That's good. That's a step in the right direction, right? So I'm happy with that. Okay. Continuing on, Gravity asks me, do I still enjoy streaming every day? Absolutely. Every single day I enjoy streaming, and that's the God's honest truth. Like I said, more and more ever since I became an interactive streamer, I enjoy.
You say you enjoyed streaming in 2015.
I'm tired, and it's a little bit tougher to get to stream. Sure. Are there days when I wish I didn't have to do a full talking stream for 3 hours because now my throat's going to hurt for the rest of the day? Sure. That's absolutely true. But I still enjoy doing what I do for a living. That's why I love this. I told you, more than anything I've ever done in my entire life, this has been the most fulfilling job. I feel like I'm actually making a difference. I'm doing things that are positives for people while I get to make a living doing it. It's amazing. Okay.
It's amazing,
Wayne
guys.
Bro says, don't take this the wrong way. We've noticed you go out of your way now to censor yourself. We all know you still have that instinct of making jokes about gay people and women. The question is, did you really become a leftist, or are you just trying to please Twitch?
Did you really become a leftist? Yeah, because leftists, if you care about other people or you respect other people and you like don't want to start shit with other people and you just kind of go with it, you're a leftist. Apparently, only leftists think like that. I mean, everyone knows it's way cooler to start arguments that are optional and you didn't really need to start, right? That's way better. But let's see the question so I can answer it. You seem okay. Do I censor myself? Oh no, I did not censor myself. I say what I want to say.
So this guy's basically in an extreme way, kind of agreeing with someone earlier on the show who's basically said, we noticed that you used to say things like, oh, this boss is overpowered. The camera's horrendous, awful checkpoints, lame online connections, but now you've become more mellow and more of a chill guy.
Oh my god, just rereading that question? Come on.
I've pretty much already explained it, but I'll explain it again very quickly. The truth of the matter is, I was always over-exaggerating in the past and doing those extreme things to get attention because that was my shtick on YouTube. That was the whole thing. Phil is the guy, he does long-form gameplay.
But, like, that's his trick, and so a lot of people hate it. Why did he keep doing it? Like, that makes no sense. It makes no sense.
He doesn't edit his stuff. He shows you both the successes and the fails, way more fails than successes, but he leaves all the fails in there unedited so you can actually see what happened when he played a game, rather than seeing the edited shit that the guys who made that polished, manufactured content made. I was different. I broke the mold because I wasn't like everyone else, and I wasn't following the tripes. The tropes. I said tripes. The tropes and or the common ways to be successful on YouTube. I was still successful by not using any of their common practices. But my shtick was I was the over-the-top guy. I would make sexual comments. I would make rude or violent comments, generalized kind of jokes about race and gender. Yes, there were sometimes gay jokes, or I would do things in a gay kind of voice. You know what I mean?
That is the stereotypical lispy voice, because that's how all gay people sound. But he still does that joke. He did, like, the fucking Neo 2 beta had that fucking gender joke and shit. Okay.
content back then.
Yeah, violent comments. Oh, I guess violent comments is like, oh, I want to like kick you in the face or whatever.
Then, when I became an interactive streamer, I didn't have to do that shit anymore. Because I don't have to fill every waking moment of dead air with some kind of content with me blabbing constantly. I could just interact with the stream chat and have a more organic, real experience instead of a manufactured one, which was basically me making shit up all the time.
Yeah, this is much better. Let's go to his little Twitch channel. Twitch chat. Let's go to Twitch chat. Let's see the real Phil. This is the real Phil, guys. All right. Oh my God, the real Phil.
The banana. It's pretty straightforward. It looks like.
He's interacting with chat, guys. Yep.
Oh, what the? Alright, so that's done. Now we can come back here as Donkey Kong and see what happens there when you pull the lever in front of the Donkey Kong machine, right? Okay, shout out to Miss Dial, who took me $11 and says,
whoa.
Have you Googled the original name for Honda Jazz? No, I don't even know what that is. Is that like a model, a car, the Honda Jazz?
No, it's a genre of music.
But no, I've never heard of the Honda Jazz. I didn't even know that was like, if it is a car model, I never heard of it, So up to $40 in tips. Actually, Eddie B just tipped me another $1. Says, fun fact, the Donkey Kong arcade game is required to beat the entire game. You beat it once for bananas. The second time is for a required item to unlock the final boss. Good luck. Are you serious? So I have to play the Donkey Kong arcade machine multiple times? What the hell?
Yeah. Great interaction. He loves the game. He loves it. He was immersed.
And I like this way more. It's not me censoring myself, okay? At all in that regard. Now, not to say that, sure, knowing that Twitch has a rule set, right? That says, oh, you can't make fun of certain groups or whatever. I know that that rule set exists. As you've seen, it doesn't stop me from being myself. I'm always going to say and do whatever I feel like.
Okay. Yeah, that's why he was like, this part's so bad. because he's not censored because of Twitch.
Joke, and I feel it's pertinent. I'm going to make that joke. I don't feel like anything that I do on streams is offensive to the level where anyone should be getting offended and, you know, complaining to Twitch or anything at all. And in reality, you know, I have grown up, even though some people would say, don't give us that bullshit that you grew up and matured. It's true. It's absolutely true that, you know, I used to think in that way.
I don't know. You're still, you do a lot of things that kids do. He does all these, like, this. Doesn't apologize for that. I mean, or whatever. He does this. He snorts into the mic. He burps into the mic. He fucking does all these like bodily functions. He crunches water balls into the mic. That's not really mature. That's kind of childish.
You know, when I was starting out on YouTube, I was 26, 27 years old. Much younger. I was coming out of the Street Fighter community, which, oh my god, you want to talk about racist humor and shit. That Street Fighter community is 100% the most...
Oh, nice slander of Street Fighter
all
community.
That kind of sexist, racist. They don't give a shit. They don't pull punches. That's like the ultimate hazing kind of an atmosphere over there. Okay.
What?
At the time, I was also a huge fan and a video game nerd and nostalgia critic. Not to say that they do that kind of humor, but they were, you know, Eric video game nerds. F this, F that. Every other word coming out of his mouth. Right. That's his character that he portrays. So that being said, you know, I kind of grew out of it. After doing it for about 5-6 years, you get tired of doing the same fucking thing all the time. And having to portray, you know, being this over-the-top character who always has to make the sexual comment or joke, who always has to, you know what I mean? It gets tiring. At first, it was fun because of shock factor. You get that shock factor out of the audience that, oh my God, Phil just said that. Wow. After you do that for 5 years, there's no shock anymore. You've done it for 5 years, you know? So you change up. You change up a little bit and you become different. And for me, being a more honest person, being a more organic streamer with interaction with you guys and not having to do that crazy shit over the top stuff, you know, is better for me. I did, and people say, "Oh, it's bullshit." No, sorry.
No,
You
sorry.
be mature personally, and so you don't understand
The
it.
classic
For me, that's
AVGN
not
moment.
funny
Oh yeah, I
anymore.
remember
Maybe
that,
it was funny
Mabel.
10 years ago.
Great
That
episode.
shit's just not funny anymore. I've changed. I'm a married guy. I have a set family life now that I enjoy. I don't need to be making fucking stupid ass sexual comments constantly about stuff anymore. I'm over 10 years older than when I started this.
Yeah, instead he likes talking about stuff going up his ass and penises and butts. Yeah, that's much better.
I'm a much different person. I've transformed myself into what I feel is a much more moral person. I've learned a lot, become a lot wiser over the years. I don't need this stupid shit anymore in my content. And a lot of people like that. A lot of people actually like that. Say, no, we like the fact that Phil's now more mature and different. Or else, why would I have a viewing audience? I wouldn't. If people absolutely hated every change I ever made and the maturity factor that I've implemented in my content, why would I still be here? I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's why you go filing for bankruptcy,
the last
right?
question is from Dark Ray 117. He says, "What's your opinion on Sony skipping E3 this year, even though the PS5 is launching? Is E3 dying?" Yes, talked about it a lot last year when Sony decided to skip E3.
If State of Play is good, that's fine. But State of Play has been ass every time, so I don't. So I think them not going to E3 is a mistake.
It doesn't really need to exist anymore. Everyone now has found out that doing digital events at their own pace and whenever they feel like is much cheaper and much less stressful and actually gives things a lot more exposure than E3. Face it, if every major gaming company is dropping their bombs at E3, the bombs don't have as much effect anymore because every bomb went off at once. Versus, oh, Sony in February is going to do this crazy E-press conference announcing the PS5. Nintendo does a new Direct every couple of months that drops all their new content.
Remember when you used to hate Nintendo for doing that? Oh, Nintendo think they're so cool. That's kind of why I was watching all the E3 videos, and I fucking fell off that, and I feel bad. I might have to go back to watching the E3 videos, but he was ranting and raving about how dumb Nintendo were for doing their directs, and now he's like, "Whoa, man, it's pretty cool because Sony did it."
And these are just specific events just for those people, just for those companies or publishers, gives a lot more emphasis, in my opinion, than, oh, E3 where everything happened at once, right? In addition, sadly, E3 wanted to make more money, got incredibly greedy and bloated, and said, we want to open our show. It's no longer just a trade show where journalists can come and interview these companies that are showing off their games, and then the journalists can spread that information to the world. It now became everyone can go to E3. Everyone just buys a ticket. They're all insanely expensive. It's now not just a gaming.
But that's how E3. That's how E3 was before, though. Because like before, it was either that they allowed anyone to go in, or it was very easy to get in. And then like after a while, they made it really hard for people to get in. And it's like, okay, now we're gonna make it so that only reporters get in. Now, like, they made it so that everyone can go in. What's wrong with that? They make money off that too. Even the companies make money too. Like, he thinks that E3 is like a company alone. Like, E3 only makes the money.
A convention where everyone parties and everything, and when you do that, you lost the essential purpose of the whole event because of greed, and that's exactly what happens. People don't really care about E3 because. Are you going to see...
Yeah, gamers don't party, guys. Gamers, they just sit in their room and game all day.
Anything exclusive? Well, guess what? You could stay home without spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to go out there, and you could actually watch all the shit online. Now, yeah, the truth of the matter is you wouldn't get any hands-on experience with some of the games, but the one E3 I went to, I think... Let me think about this very practically. I played Resident Evil 5. I played...
5? You mean 6?
Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance.
Metal Gear Rising.
Whatever the fuck it was called.
Oh my god.
Name. I played maybe one or two other, like I probably got hands-on experience with like 4 to 5 games. And the entire event I was there. Okay? Most of the games they don't let you play. You have to wait in line to see a presentation about the game, and you don't ever get to play the game, so you don't get any hands-on experience. And in reality, most of the information gets shown online anyway. So why are you there, right? It's become, oh, so I can say I was there. It's one of those things that's like, I want to say I went to E3 rather than actually there was a reason to be there. And it's expensive as shit. All the hotels around.
Maybe the press conferences are why people are go there, and the show is just like an added bonus.
priced, all the transportation is overpriced, all the food is overpriced, the tickets are incredibly expensive. There's really no reason to go anymore. As a person, to attend E3, you get no advantage over someone just sitting on the internet looking for the information. So can you imagine, as a game creator or publisher or company, why the fuck do you want to be at E3? I could do my own event, show my own, for much cheaper, do my own digital event.
No,
and,
no, I think he wants this. He wants this so that people can, so he doesn't have to pay. No, not pay. Oh my god. So he doesn't have to make videos. He wants E3 to go away so he doesn't have to do reaction videos anymore. He probably hates doing those a lot. And I bet he just wants E3 to go away and it to just be digital events so he can skip them all and he gets to just play games he wants and he can hide behind, I never heard about this game before. I know what that is. I don't know what this is. This is news to me. I think that's what he wants. He wants it so that he can hide behind I didn't know anything about it, dude. So he can skip all the cool games and play the games he wants. Why can't he imagine that it might be just fun to go to E3? Because it's stupid, dude. Money, man. Money, greed. Stupid. Come on.
So we get the same positive effect, right? So what's the point? And that's kind of what I think. Sony is like, fuck this. We're not doing this shit no more. We didn't get any positive benefit out of doing this, so we're out of here.
What? They got a lot of whatever.
That's what I think has happened with E3. And that's
okay.
What I think you'll see in the next few years. People are gonna be like, why are we even there? If E3 really wants to just be a game convention, that's a game party for gamers, then fucking do it and make money doing it that way, and let the people who actually want to present their products do it in a proper fashion on their own stuff. But in reality, I think what's going to happen is E3 is going to die out and just not be existing anymore within 5 or so years, because this is the rate it's going. Who the hell wants to keep going there, right? Okay, so let's do a few shout-outs for people who've contributed, and then we're just going to open up the chat to Q&A for a few minutes.
Oh my god, this he
so
didn't timestamp these.
Mr. Baba
Oh no.
Said, scrolled off the screen.
Fuck E3, we ain't going.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bravavera says, even for veteran Final Fantasy VII players, the remake is going to be a totally different game. I'm really curious what it'll be like. Me too. And we're going to find out in just a couple of months. I'm excited for that. Mature Adult
We need
Cheer
Cleo 3.
said, you should get a phone number that your fans can call in on when you do a stream like this. Thoughts?
No.
Let's see here. The Deputy subscribed to the channel.
Now look how fast he's going through these. No. Fuck you.
Deputy for the sub. Then PW Dubs tipped me a couple dollars here. The first one, he says, do I wear a do-rag when going to bed?
Oh my
or
god.
out of the house? A do-rag. That's interesting. No, actually what I do is I form my hair into one of those beehive designs from the 1960s. I have a big beehive on my head, of course. And then the other cheer, he says, can I claim you as a dependent on my taxes? No, you cannot do that. Thank you for the $2 in tips. Thanks to everyone who contributed today. I appreciate it. Okay, continuing on. Raisin bread is tasty. Just cheers. And Phil, early in the stream, you mentioned some gaming YouTubers tend to not work that hard since they cut out a lot of their content and don't show their feelings like you do before going to direct capture. That's not what I said at all. What I said is it's harder to actually play more games and complete more games in a short time frame than it is to only play one game a week and sit there editing the content all day and putting that out. It absolutely is harder. I can tell you from experience as someone who's done both, because I've done play 5 games in 1 week and beat them, and then I've done play 2 games in a week and edit it and put the content on KO Gaming. I've done both. It's harder to do the more gameplay than it is to do the editing.
It's very easy to edit if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, though. Like, his editing was so fucking bad. Nothing added up to what he was saying. Like when I did my Indivisible review, a little plug segment time, guys. Theo Gunplug. Theo Gunplug, guys. We're gonna go to my channel. Let's see, where's the Artcast? There it is. Welcome to look amazing. I look hot. I look hot. 2019. So this is my Indivisible review. PC, Xbox. Oh my god. Girls port on Switch. With Indivisible, there's supposed to be gameplay in here. Straightforward. Oh my god. I don't think it's gonna load properly. But so I was talking about story, and I get a little piece of my recording of me going through the story. It's like, look at this, look at the story, and then like here I was talking about the boss fight. So I took a little clip from the boss fight. You'll be devastated or be locked into like a situation where you need to land a perfect hit to beat it, which I really like. I like how the final boss really does put you to the test. Now, of course, this is not the final boss. I didn't want to spoil that, but see, like this took a lot of time to go through actually, and it was also rough because I talk so quickly about the boss fight that this kind of overstays its welcome a little bit, but it also shows a little bit of the combat, so it kind of worked out in a way.
That's from my personal experience. I'm not saying that they don't do hard work. In fact, like I said, if they have the education, if they have the money and the means to make those stylized videos, it is hard work to make them like that. But that's not as hard as just sheerly completing the amount of content that I did over the years. That was tougher, okay? Now,
of course, everything he does is harder.
Do you feel it's fair to generalize all YouTubers based on the actions of a few lazier ones? No, and I never did. You didn't hear what I said properly. Over the years, that was tougher, okay? Now, continuing on what you're saying, do you feel it's fair to generalize all YouTubers based on the actions of a few lazier ones? No, and I never did. You didn't hear what I said properly. The Italian Crow tipped $1 and said, "Ciao, Phil. Mi sto godendo lo spettacolo." Thank you very much, Italian Crow.
He loves Italian Crow. He loves him. He's like, oh man, Italian Crow, love you.
Okay.
He's trying to He is trying to appropriate the crow. Dude's trying to steal Angry Crow from us. That's not gonna happen. Not on Angry Crow's watch. Angry Crow's with us, dude.
Knox resubscribed to the channel for 5 months. Says thank you for comedy since DSP Gaming Classic. You're welcome.
Oh, whoa, guys! Chunky Jack tipped $5 saying Almighty Tevin is my favorite streamer. He owned Phil, guys. Owned him.
Much Christian Knox. I appreciate that. Lemonade Sparkle did a 100-bit cheer and said, "Oh, here we go. I love wrestling and I love gotcha." So apparently they're still going on with this fucking meme that apparently I play gotcha games. Whatever. Thanks for the cheer. Free for all cast.
Whatever.
50-bit cheer. He says you literally have over 2,000 live viewers right now. Whether these detractors would admit it or not, they love to watch you. Haters, detractors, fans, and the curious. You demand an audience.
Free for all cast. You fucking cuck. Dude, don't choke on DSP's dick, dude.
Free for all cast at a 50-bit cheer. He says you literally have over 2,000 live viewers right now.
You literally have over 2,000 viewers, dude, because of Tevin's restream. Free for all cast got really scared. He saw Tevin's restream and was like, "Oh my god, guys, he has a lot of views." And I like how Free for all cast is upset that detractors detract on Phil. Okay.
Right now. Whether these detractors would admit it or not, they love to watch you. Haters, detractors.
I don't think any detractor has admitted that they hated watching Phil. I mean, they hate watching certain playthroughs of Phil, but like, fucking like DSP said, like in a restream, DSP said like, "Oh, stupid people deserve to be made fun stupidly," and Tevin's like, "Yeah, exactly. That's why people watch DSP Free for All Cast. That's why we're here. We like to watch stupid people do stupid things." I don't know how simpler it can be, but yeah, Free for All Cast, stroke his dick. Stroke it.
The curious, you demand an audience. Most streamers with 2,000 viewers get more. You deserve more. With this fucking meme, detractors would admit it or not, they love to watch you. Haters, detractors, fans, and the curious.
And the curious? Oh my god, that's really lame.
You deserve more.
You deserve more? Okay, for you, Frog guys, how does he deserve more? His face game's at 480p. His gameplay's all the same nonsense. It's just boring as shit sometimes. He sits on his ass, like, cries about money for you to pay to give him money. What does he deserve again? Okay.
You're right. Every viewer that's on one of the illegal restreamers is my viewer. They're watching for me. If I didn't exist, they wouldn't be watching that person who's restreaming me right now. 100% that is mine. It's sad that sadly these idiots who break the law every day get money on my behalf for ripping me off, but I don't have any means to really do anything about it because I'm poor and I don't have money to sue the fuckers. So there you go.
There you go.
Overall cast cheered again.
Oh,
he
God.
says, Yoshi World Order wants me to ask you to compare and contrast Yoshi's Island to Super Mario World. I promised I would ask for that. I already did that on this very stream. I said Yoshi's Island has very good music and good graphics, but I feel that the gameplay mechanics are more wonky and less consistent. The game does not feel as polished, per se, as Super Mario World. And in addition, a lot of things just feel weird. Like when you're in Super Mario World in water, you naturally feel like you're in water, and it feels like similar Mario games. Yoshi's Island is like a totally new gameplay mechanic. It's like you're swimming in goo, and it's hard to jump out of it, and it's really just frustrating as shit. In addition, I feel that I keep saying Super Mario World. Yoshi's Island is way too tough because it requires you to find a lot of secrets.
Mister, the game is super easy. No, people would be bored of that if they watch me play that. To now saying it's super hard.
Have previously discovered knowledge about a stage in order to beat it. A lot of the stages are like you can't even beat them unless you know exactly what you're supposed to be doing.
It's almost like they expect you to replay the game.
Example: last night, there's a stage I'm playing. It's one of the fortresses in Yoshi's Island, and there's only one checkpoint in the stage, but it's a door that's in the center of the stage, and there's 4 ways to go. So you go through the first door, you find a key. You go through this middle door. Oh, you use the key here. Oh, there's a checkpoint. Okay. Oh, come to find out, you need to get the other 3 keys in a row without dying and open 3 more doors before you reach another checkpoint. Now, if you had known that there was only one checkpoint while you got all 4 keys, you probably would have hit that checkpoint way later, especially if you did something easy, rather than have to repetitively do stuff over and over if you die on a hard part. But the game does it. It's not intuitive. Like Super Mario World wasn't like that. Super Mario World, the checkpoints were well spaced out. The gameplay wasn't. By the way, the stages on Yoshi's Island are way longer than Super Mario World. Super Mario World, the stages never.
Of course, like someone hates the stage for being too long.
Does its welcome. You know what I mean? Like overstays its welcome. They all feel like it's good pacing. Yoshi's Island is the opposite. It's like, damn, this pacing is grindy as fuck. It feels like the stage is way too long. I just want it to end to get to the next one. It really does feel like a completely different dev team made it, which I think they did. I think that it was a different dev team, which is why it's weird that they brand Yoshi's Island as Super Mario World 2. I guess maybe it's because it has a lot of the same returning enemies, but it really doesn't feel like Mario World at all to me. Which is fine. I'm not saying the game is bad.
He said the game was bad in the past, though.
I do like Mario World.
Whatever.
So there you go.
Okay.
All right, and then Chunky Jack tipped me $5 and tried to get attention for a detractor, but I'm not going to bother with that.
Yeah, Faithful Cast gave him the attention, so there you go. Big ups.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bit of time here, okay?
No, I like how... Oh, whatever. I guess
what I'm actually going to do
shows for during the show.
I'm going to open up the stream to questions from the viewers. We just got a question from Furious Kirk 6, who did a 100-bit cheer. He says, out of curiosity, what did you think of the last years of Walking Dead, Rick's exit, and the Whisperer storyline? Are you liking the new season? I don't watch it anymore. I don't have television anymore. I was watching The Walking Dead when I had normal TV, and I got rid of it 2 years ago. And then I went to, what was it? PlayStation View? Was it called? I think it was PS View, which was their cable service. And then I got rid of that. So all I have now is Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus. And I don't know if Walking Dead is on Hulu. It's definitely not on Netflix or Disney Plus. So I stopped watching it. Now,
it's on
I did
Netflix.
See it all the way through when Rick exited the show, and then I never gave a fuck ever again. I was like, I don't care. That to me, the second that Rick exited was the end of the show. Because I don't care. That was the main character, the protagonist.
No, I caught that too, Anther237, but I think later on he gets reminded he doesn't have Netflix, okay? He gets reminded, dude.
One, it's the character that always was followed, Even though, yes, there are other supporting characters that were great, the day that Rick exited the show, there was no reason to ever watch it ever again, and I have...
The show sucked in season 2. That season sucked, didn't care, fuck it. Season 1 was the best season, that's the only season. So, hearing the rest of the show was bad is not surprising to me.
I've seen not a single episode since, and I never will, because I don't care about the show anymore. The show basically overdid its welcome. It destroyed the entirety of the Negan plotline by making it so fucking drawn out, I didn't care about it anymore. And that's my opinion. I'm never going to really care about the show ever again. So, sorry, I can't really answer your question legitimately, but that's the only thing I can say. Okay? Oh, that's right, Polish Frog, I did. You're absolutely right. I canceled Netflix. Now I just have Hulu and Disney Plus. Those are the two television services that I have. I don't have Netflix
he has to watch
anymore.
trash now.
I've had it since September, October. Basically, right before Disney Plus came out, I canceled it. So, what do I think of the boomer meme? I don't really care either way about it. I don't care about it.
I don't care either way.
You know, it's a meme. It's meaningless. Like most memes, it's stupid as hell. It doesn't apply to me because I'm not a boomer.
I'm not a boomer.
But you could say, okay, boomer, meaning, okay, old guy who's not in the same mindset as us because we're a younger generation. I guess that's fine. I understand what you're saying then. And I am. I'm 37 years old, and I know that I'm older than probably most of my viewing audience. So, I guess it's fine.
They call you a boomer because you, like, don't understand basic shit about technology.
No, I did not watch The Mandalorian.
Whatever.
Maybe I will one day. I have not seen a single episode of it.
You won't watch The Mandalorian because there's violence in it, dude.
Yakuza 6, Judgment. Judgment was, like, one of my favorite games of last year by far, and I liked it more than any of the recent... Mandalorian. Maybe I will one day.
What?
I have not seen a single episode of it. Judgment or Yakuza 6? Judgment.
Oh, fuck you, Phil. Yakuza 6 is way better. Yakuza 6 is way better than Judgment. Get the fuck out of here.
Like one of my favorite games
Judgment's good and all, but Yakuza 6 is better.
Yakuza games. Do I talk in circles when I lie?
Oh my god.
I have no idea. First of all, if you're trying to sing... Gee, I wonder, if Phil's talking in circles, does that mean he's lying? Is this a mannerism of his that we may have noticed on stream? No. Because I'm not lying to you guys, so I don't know. If and when I lie, I would have to say, no, I probably don't talk in circles because...
oh my god, for a second I thought you were going to say, if I lie, I'm going to tell you I lie. If I lied to you guys, I would definitely tell you about it. But he didn't say that.
In reality, I don't lie that often. If I lie, it has to be for a very good reason, like protecting myself and my family. And in reality, if I had talked in circles when I lied about certain things, then people would have caught on to that. Like, for example, let's say, all the time that people were asking me, am I going to get a cat? Are you thinking about getting a pet or a cat? And I just said, no, we don't have one. Then come to find out I had one. I didn't talk in circles back then.
Yeah, instead you said you couldn't afford getting a cat. Can't get a cat because I can't afford one. I'm a poor bitch. Can't get a cat. We had a cat. Like, he does that, and he doesn't understand why that's retarded. He goes out of his way to do... I can't get married until I'm financially stable. He gets married. And then people are like, wait, Phil, you said you wouldn't get married unless you're financially stable. What the fuck? I never said that. Stop lying. Oh my god.
You know what I mean? Like, or else, so, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's any mannerism or anything.
So pretty much, if you ask him a question, he says, I can't afford it, he has it then. That's the lie. So if he tells you, I can't afford it, he got it, dude. Can't afford it, also he's doing so right now.
Or anything like that.
Nah.
Sometimes I get wrapped up in a topic or whatever, and I'll end up talking in a circle. I know it happens, but it has nothing to do with like, oh, that's my tell of when you're lying or anything like that. I don't think so. So, Dynamite Hetty did a 100-bit cheer. He said, if you decided not to get into streaming, what did you want your career to be? What field?
And why would he ask DSP that question? A liar's not gonna tell you, yeah, I lie. Like,
you're interested in. Truth of the matter is, when I was younger, I wanted to do computer programming because that was all the rage. I wanted to be able to program things for businesses and maybe eventually get maybe into game design. But really, I was thinking more about practical things for businesses behind the scenes and stuff. So, yeah, like that's originally what I wanted to do. And then after that, I thought I could get into business at some level, whether it was finance or something else. And that didn't pan out. And then after that, literally, I didn't care. Like, I basically went from job to job that I didn't like. and didn't really care. I was only working for the sake of working and making a paycheck. You know, whether it was working for that
Oh
mortgage.
man, look at the peak sausage mode. He is like completely like horizontal. Completely horizontal.
Company that I worked for, working for Best Buy, working for the helicopter company. Nothing really was a fit. And so I didn't really give a shit. It wasn't until I started doing the continuous improvement work at the helicopter company that I actually started to enjoy some of the work I was doing. And then within a year of doing that work, they laid me off. So it didn't fucking matter that I liked what I was doing. They didn't care.
No. Tevin caught this and got a little mad about how he has been crying about this helicopter company. But dude, he was talking about the continuous improvement for a year. So that's like he's the same for that in general. But the helicopter company, he was probably there for like 2 years. I don't fucking know. But he was so butthurt about the fucking helicopter company, and he worked for like a year. Really? Oh my god! Like it's like sitting next to a like you go to a table and have all these people like, oh, I worked for the job for 40 years and they fired me. These people are assholes. And some other guy says, yeah, I was there for 50 years. I did night shifts. I did crazy stuff. They fucking treated me like shit. DSP, I ran this helicopter company for like a year and they fired me.
Now, as I said, the one thing that I was thinking about when I started on YouTube and I actually was making good money was, gee, maybe if the money keeps coming in like this, I could save up and one day I could start my own business, a brick and mortar business, not an internet-based business, but a brick and mortar business where maybe it could be a restaurant or somewhere I could sell product or something like that. And that way I could have something different from the internet and diversify myself. But sadly, it doesn't look like that's ever going to happen because of my financial situation.
No, okay, now he tells us this. Oh, I was gonna take the money from YouTube and save it and put it towards a brick and mortar business, dude. So then why did he go out and buy fucking figurines and toys and all this other junk you didn't need? Like, he spent that money on his own. Like, he didn't say, wait, you know, this money is for the restaurant. I'm not gonna use it for this Guile figure. No, he had to get it. He had to get the BMW lease. Nothing he could do. He had to move. In 1337, he had to move to the second house. He had Leanna. Leanna would die in that little condo, dude. She's like a cat. She'd die, okay?
So, Jen tipped me $1 and says, in reality, I figured out your goat laugh is a tick. It might be. First of all, I don't really know what you guys mean by goat laugh.
Oh my god.
Like that.
I love that he can do that laugh on command. The same laugh. But he knows. He knows the fucking laugh. He does it all the time. But now he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What does a goat sound like?
Which laugh it is that you're talking about? That sounds like a goat. You know, like that. $1 and says, in reality, I figured out your goat laugh is a tick. It might be. First of all, I don't really know what you guys mean by goat laugh. I mean, is that like that, or I don't know which laugh it is that you're talking about. That sounds like a goat. You know, but maybe it is a tick. Maybe it's just something that I've adopted.
Yeah, goats sound like that.
Dark Anakin 1985 resale for 4 months to 4 great months. Thank you very much, Dark Anakin, for the ongoing support. Jasmine Goat, cheers. Any chance we'll see Jasper before you end the stream? Absolutely not. But maybe tonight I will have the door open for.
Absolutely not.
Feels like coming in later tonight.
I love that it's an absolutely not. No, we cannot get Jasper in this room. He is toxic right now. He can't get in. Can't let him in.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me. No. Let's see here. Can't ban my socks. Says, do you feel having a personal section of every stream dedicated to detractors helps you? It seems like they won if they have a section dedicated to them.
Huh?
Ladies and
gentlemen,
what
let
I
me tell
mentioned on
you.
my pre-streams is we don't bring up detractor crap because we know they exist and they persist. No matter, there's nothing I can do about it, so bringing it up is negative and it will derail my stream. And that's all we say.
No, that's not all you say. He goes out of his way to be like, oh, the trolls are on YouTube and they're on Twitch because they're toxic and we don't want to give them any attention, so I don't talk to them in chat because they're very negative and we want a chill and positive vibe in our chat. So like don't mention the trolls. They should be sued and destroyed and destitute from YouTube, and they should never be able to make a job again. And they're terrible people and they're toxic people because they have nothing going on in their lives. He does all that, but he says, I only say that to not talk about him, dude. Come on. Wait till he talks about college. You just missed that part, Paul. You just missed it. But yeah, you know, his education would be great. With the current year loans and all that, and the current student debt, that'd be perfect. Get into debt and they'll find out how to pay a bill.
Segment, and then we move on. If I didn't do that, then by rights, someone could come into the stream and literally just start talking about all the negative shit and be like, oh, I didn't know better, right? That's why we do it. It has nothing to do with they won. What the fuck are you talking about? Am I specifically every day bring up that a particular person and or group of people and saying what they're up to,
yeah,
the attention they want? Fuck no.
You tell us what we're up to.
But
you tell us that we're restreaming him. That's what we're doing.
There's a very big difference. But again, as I mentioned previously on Ask the King, there's a difference between, you know, book smart intelligence and common sense. And if you think it's the same thing, you have no common sense. So you're not actually smart. Okay.
Yeah, you're dumb.
Do I consider myself a struggling artist? I would say a struggling artist is someone who they're very passionate about what they do. They want to keep doing what they do and they feel there's value in it. But for some reason, they haven't found a way to necessarily make a living doing it. They can't monetize what they do to the point where...
What? They can't monetize what they...
You know, they're constantly can't pay their bills. They don't have anywhere to live because they want to do what they do. It's their passion, but they don't make enough to do it. You know, a street musician who really likes playing an instrument but has no venue to do it, so they play it on the street just to get thrown a few bucks a day. That's a struggling artist. Me, the truth of the matter is, my business is profitable, but I am in so much effing debt from the bad choices.
I'm profitable, but I'm in debt, dude.
Fucked with me over the years to get me into a bad position financially that, sadly, I'm kind of screwed over because of it. And I don't think I'm struggling. I think what I need to do is get back to square one, and then I won't be struggling. You see what I'm saying? Like, am I having issues? Absolutely. But I'm not as bad as a struggling artist. A struggling artist would be, man, I really want to do what I do, but I can't make a living doing it. I can. I make good money doing what I do, but the problem is I got the giant weight of all this debt on my back that I can never pay off. So once that goes to zero and I start back to square one, things should be better. And that's what I'm working towards right now. So.
But how's that not struggle, though? No, he says that, but isn't that struggling, though? You're struggling to pay your debts?
I should say, thank you very much, guys, for everything. Thank you to the top cheerer of the day, Honest Fan, the top tipper of the day, Silent Bob. Thanks to everyone who did contribute on today's stream. I appreciate that very much. Our subs went up, too. We are nearing the end of the stream. I'm just going to answer a couple more questions, and then I'm out of here, so.
Now he started late, and he clocked out early. That is DSP's favorite kind of stream.
Can I shout out your friend Disco Dorodo? Sure. Happy birthday, Disco Dorodo.
Hey, the big one is to stop the foreclosure. That's the point of it, dude.
Chat, and I can't scroll up in Twitch chat anymore, so I can't see these questions I missed. Pfft, sucks. Darkside Chris, I've been listening to the stream in the background and playing Scarface. Good luck. Good luck on those drug distribution missions, dude. Vincent says that Dragon Ball is actually going to update and have less loading times on the 31st. That's good, because we definitely won't be done with the game by then. So hopefully it'll improve the loading times for sure. Okay. Dcash 2012 says, do I feel that Nintendo will have to release a next-gen console to stay relevant now that the PS5 and Xbox Series X are coming out this year? No. Nintendo has firmly and repeatedly stated they're not directly competing with any of these companies, which is a lie, a blatant fucking lie. They are. But they try to believe that they don't,
Oh my God.
or they're not, so that they can stated they're not directly competing with any of these companies, which is a lie, a blatant
It's a
fucking
lie,
lie.
dude.
They are. But they try to believe that they don't, or they're not. So
Well, I'm gonna turn on the lights. But this is bullshit because how come? So just because they are they make a console doesn't mean that they're competing with Sony and Microsoft. Like, yeah, they're making a console, and if you want to look at it that way, yeah, they're competing, but the kind of games they want on their console, the way that they sell their console, the way they look at it, it's clear that they're not trying to compete. Now, this reminds me of an old of something I said in an old video, but he is all about I'm a little guy. I'm not like these other streamers, these other big streamers and content creators. I'm a little guy, okay? I'm not trying to compete with those people, okay? I'm doing my own thing, man. Do my own thing. Nintendo is pretty much saying that, like, hey, we're doing our own thing. We're not competing. He's like, they're a liar. Fuck them. So with that logic, DSP is competing with PewDiePie, Ninja, all these other people. He's competing with them. He might tell you he's not. That's a lie. He is. It's a blatant lie, dude.
so that they can have an excuse to say, well, gee, why isn't it funny that PS5 completely outsold all of your consoles in the last 20 years? And
it's literally him projecting himself on Nintendo. Because it's funny how he says that Nintendo's saying that's an excuse to make them feel better about themselves. Which is the same shit he does when people say, hey, DSP, your shit sucks compared to this guy. I'm not competing with them. Amazing.
Nintendo will be like, but we're not competing. Like, yes, you are. You're in a console market. You're selling game consoles. Some of the same games are on both consoles. You're competing directly. You're just really, really trying to bullshit yourself out of thinking that so you don't think that you're a failure.
See? The same shit DSP does every time people bring up how he's a failure of a streamer. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm not a failure because I'm my own guy. I'm doing my own stuff, man. I'm not like these other streamers. But Nintendo doing that? Fuck them. They're failures. Fuck Nintendo. Nah.
But no, I don't think that Nintendo's going to make a new console anytime soon. They're still, full speed ahead with this Switch. Probably at least for another 2-3 years, I would think. And then maybe they'll go again. But again, I don't feel that Nintendo's going to go. I would be shocked if in like 1 or 2 years Nintendo announced, we're finally coming out with a console that's super powered. We want to compete with the other guys. We want our first party titles to look just as good.
Wait, what?
As those great game exclusives.
Wait. He first tells them that he is good, that they are competing with Sony and Microsoft. But now in this little scenario he sets up, he doesn't believe Nintendo's is gonna announce that they're gonna compete with the other guys. I thought they were already competing, Phil. I thought that's something you believed in. Oh, wow.
Consoles, and we've got the highest processing power and everything. That's like against their philosophy of how they run things now. You know what I mean?
What?
So I seriously doubt we're ever going to see anything like that.
So their philosophy is to not make good hardware? I think their philosophy is making good games, but...
Okay. Furious Kirk cheered again. He said, I'm watching your Red Dead 2 playthrough. Don't have time for all of it. Wanted to know if you ever found the serial killer in the game and when. No, I never knew about that mission, so I never tracked him down. Okay? He says, also note, in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, you can do beam clashes and special super cutscenes if you break enemy stamina. Yes, I've realized that in the last couple of streams. In fact, the last 2 streams, I each had 1 beam clash. And then last stream, I was guard breaking the enemy a lot. And seeing those special, scenes for when you throw out your special moves when that happens. So... Donkey Swerve, right now there is no 2 days a week coming off anywhere in sight. I have to be here every day I can, making as much money as I can, especially with the stuff going on here behind the scenes that I've talked about.
2 days a week.
There's no way I could be making less money right now, so.
I bet he would love 2 days a week.
No, I do not listen to current rappers or R&B singers. I don't listen to any current music whatsoever.
Huh.
Yes, my wife knows all about the entirety of my financial troubles. It would be pretty stupid if she didn't, wouldn't it? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. How is she involved though? Is she helping out? Is she just like cool, Phil? Have fun? How is she involved? Now, when she told her this, was she like, Cat, I'm gonna file for bankruptcy because like it would delay the foreclosure significantly, and she was like, sounds good to me, and then moves on, I guess.
Mark McCauley says Nintendo sold 50 million Switch consoles and 100 million Wii
Oh,
consoles.
God.
That is not a failure. And the PS2 still remains the top-selling console of all time.
Now,
PS4
now look at this little flex he wants to do. Because I think someone told him, what game was it? I think it was Street Fighter 2. They're saying, oh, Street Fighter 2 is an all-time best-selling Street Fighter game or whatever. And he's like, it doesn't matter. No, or was it maybe it was Smash Brothers Ultimate outsold Street Fighter 2. I don't remember what outsold what. But he was like, the thing is that these all-time sales, they don't matter because like, Street Fighter 2, there's like multiple versions of Street Fighter 2, so like what Street Fighter 2 are they talking about? Are they about Super Street Fighter 2? Hyper Street Fighter 2? Super Turbo? What are they talking about? But now when someone's saying, hey, the Switch is doing good sales-wise. Oh, let me tell you, the PS2 is the best-selling console ever. Okay.
Was the top-selling console of the last decade, despite the fact that both the Wii and the Switch sold well. The PS4 way outsold both of them. So
the PS4 now?
Cite numbers out of context as much as you want, and you will still not win in successfully pushing that Nintendo did well. They have not, in the scheme of things, when it comes to consoles. Really, the big loser was the Xbox One. The Xbox One sold very poorly compared to its competitors.
I love how fast he had to shift to the Xbox. Since he can make money on Nintendo products again, he can't hate on them too much.
Which is why Microsoft now tries to hide sales numbers, because they realize that they really are last place right now. What's hilarious is that people will tell me that's not true, which is why the other day I actually took a picture
of the
actual sales numbers online.
He had to get a picture of this, guys. He had to.
You ready? Top 10 selling game consoles of all time. The 10th place was PSP, if you can believe it. The fucking PSP handheld sold 80 million.
Of course you can believe that. The PSP was the first portable console for PlayStation. You don't think people are going to be like, whoa, a portable PlayStation? Whoa! People love that, because that was like right after the PS2. And like PlayStation was big. Of course the PSP was going to sell. I would be more surprised if the Vita outsold the PSP at that point, because the PSP was like the first portable PlayStation. It had really good games. It just kind of fiddled off because Sony doesn't know how to support it.
The Game Boy Advance sold 82 million. The Xbox 360 sold 85 million. The PlayStation 3 sold 88 million. The Wii sold 102 million. There's Nintendo's one major serious console on this list.
The Wii?
The PlayStation originally sold 103 million.
The Wii was a serious...
The PlayStation 4 sold 106 million. Okay. Now we go to handhelds. The Game Boy, which had 400 versions, sold 119 million. That doesn't surprise me. This one actually does surprise me. The Nintendo DS, now this is including every model of the DS.
Why does that surprise you? It's Nintendo.
Sold 154 million.
How?
And the top selling
But how is the DS surprising? It's a Nintendo console.
Console of all time is the PS2 with 159 million. So, as much as you would like to believe that Nintendo competed, Sony destroyed them this last console generation with the PS4. Crushed them. Okay?
Crushed them. Are you a fucking child? No, Sony, they fucking crushed Nintendo. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. And like, what was the statistic? Because it outsold the PS4 within a year, pretty much. Like it sold. Oh my god, this is clown world. Why does he hate Nintendo so much? Oh my god, I don't even know. Like, because for a long time he hated Nintendo because he couldn't make money on Nintendo games. So like that was like the one that was like the driving force of his hate. But now he can make money on them and he still hates them. I think what it is that he's petty. He's petty against Nintendo because he thinks all Nintendo games are for kids. And since he's struggling through those games, he's like, these guys fucking suck. Maybe it's that. He's following his console kings, kissing the Godfather rings. Nice silence.
Will I ever do an Apollo Justice playthrough? Maybe.
Maybe.
I know it was in the final poll a few weeks ago. Maybe. Not really interested in it right now, but it's always possible. I don't see why I wouldn't. I do like the Phoenix Wright games. They are incredibly drawn out, though, and I have to talk so much when I play them. It does actually hurt my voice, but, you know, I'm not writing it off.
He was also interested in playing Danganronpa 3, a game he got for free. Never gonna play that game.
No, I've never even touched the Second Knights of the Old Republic. I know nothing about it whatsoever. Nope.
Nope, I don't know what it is, man. Must be a detractor meme.
No, I do not expect whales to dig me out of the hole of bankruptcy. I mean, how would that happen exactly? Do you really think people are going to come in here and start dropping giant amounts of money out of the sky to pay to get me out of bankruptcy? That's crazy. No. What I expect is hopefully I'll keep making the same amount of money that I'm making now. Giant amounts of money out of the sky to pay to get me out of bankruptcy. That's crazy. No.
But that's what
I expect is hopefully I'll keep making the same amount of money that I'm
Please
making
give
now,
me tips. I get that immediately.
With all of the debts hopefully being either erased or put on a payment plan that I'll be more manageable. I won't have to sink all my money into that shit every month anymore. Now I can actually put the money where it's supposed to be going. My taxes. So now I'm caught up on all that shit. And then I can start back from square one and not accumulate those same debts, and I'll be fine. Thank you, mature adult, for the cheer and the most stupid thing I've ever seen, so I'm not reading it. Will I play any other games from the viewers' choices in the future? Possibly. What I usually do is when we have downtime, I usually look for 3 factors. Number 1, a game that I maybe have wanted to play for a long time and never got to. Number 2, a game that I noticed stream viewers seem to be requesting for some reason. Or number 3, if we've done a poll or a viewer's choice event, I looked at the other things that maybe were up there in the voting but didn't win, and I consider those for playthroughs as well. So, yes, it's possible I will consider some of those games as playthroughs. There you go.
There you go. Alright. These are great questions. These questions are very fun.
Jade F. just subscribed to the channel for 18 months. He said, just came to subscribe. We'll watch the cast on YouTube. Sounds good. We're actually at the end of it. So, you know, good
We're
time
at the end.
to drop a sub. Good stuff, man.
Good time to drop a sub at the
Curious Kirk
end.
did 100 bit
What?
cheers. Since you're done with the show, will you watch the Rick Grimes Walking Dead movies? Have you seen the Breaking Bad movie El Camino? And I'm playing Days Gone.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to know when it improves.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna watch El Camino when he doesn't have Netflix.
The point where you finally find the medic who saved your girlfriend.
And by the way, he's probably not gonna watch El Camino because it has violence in it, and he can't watch violence, guys. Cat doesn't like it.
PowerPoint or not. Okay. First of all, no. Didn't see any of those movies. So I can't comment on them. As for Days Gone, for me, I felt the game got better when you reached a new camp where there was all new people and you were able to do side missions and stuff for the people in that camp. And then the game branched out because after that, the game kind of opened up and there were other camps you could eventually go to and do jobs for. That first camp you do work for, where basically the plot line in that camp is, oh, the people kind of feel like they're enslaved and they can't leave. That's very boring. And a lot of the work, a lot of the missions and stuff you do around there is very boring and tedious. It's when you go to the further camps that the game now gets much, much better, in my opinion.
Oh my god.
And there's some
Come
really
on.
good, plot lines and cutscenes and gameplay elements coming up that make the game varied and different. But you have to get to that point. Once you start getting to the new camps that unlock new things, then the game gets much better, in my opinion. So, if you haven't gotten there, stick in there. If you get to a few new camps and you still hate the game, then maybe it's time to quit. Okay. All right. At this point, I think we're winding down. This part's been over an hour and 15 minutes anyway. So, again, one final thank you to everyone who contributed during today's stream. It is much appreciated. Next time around will be late March for episode 81. I feel that we'll probably have way more questions for that one because I'm not doing a podcast between now and then. So please, post up your questions already on the KingOfHate.com forums. It's available for you to post up your questions there. In fact, if you're watching this on YouTube, I usually put a link in the description of the video where you can click and go right there and post up your questions for the next show. Thanks to everyone who submitted a question. Much appreciated. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thanks again. I will see you all in 2 months for the next Ask the King. In the meantime, hopefully I'll see you every single day on stream for fun gameplay, okay? For Ask the King episode 80, this is DSP signing out. Thank you very, very much. Have a good evening. I'll see you next time.
All right. That's it for me. Yeah, that's it for me, guys. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for watching. I hope you guys had fun with this stream. I will leave you with the bun.
I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live for no one else. But now, through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me to respect the ones you love mean more than anything. So with sadness in my heart, feel the best thing I could do is end it all and leave forever. What's done is done, it feels so bad. What once was happy and now is sad. I'll never love again, my world is ending. I wish that I could turn back time, 'cause now the guilt is all mine. Can't live without the trust from those you love. I know we can't forget the past. You can't forget love and pride. Because of that, it's killing me inside.